The universe. The cosmic smattering of colorful colors, elemental elements, and galactic galaxies. Adjectives. In the beginning, there were elements. Raw, natural, powerful. But in the expanse of the ever-expanding ocean of cosmic bodies, an unquantifiable anomaly began to take shape. What does that mean? And as we primitive beings gazed up at the heavens, champions appeared. The three stars aligned, and the primordial cosmos transformed, revealing something spectacular in the firmament. A radiant new set. Tell me more. Announcing Teamfight Tactics, Galaxies. Sick. Hello everyone and welcome to the Teamfight Tactics Galaxies Showcase. 16 of your favorite streamers from all across the galaxy are here to compete for bragging rights, cash, and a one-of-a-kind trophy. And I mean, if you're wondering why things look a little bit different, we don't actually have the players here with us today. Well, you know, we do care about our players as well as our community, so we wanted to take the extra precautions when it comes to health. But it's okay, because the germs can't catch you in outer space. And look at who we have here. We have the entire best casting team in the entire universe. We have Frodan here with us today. We have Disguised Toast, La Tigress, and of course, from the TFT designer team, we have Mort as well as Whitrock. Who's excited to explore the galaxy?
I'm super excited. I thought I was going to be the flashiest dressed here, obviously, but I think you have outshone me for at least today.
Listen, everyone else didn't seem to get the sequined memo.
That side is much more galaxy.
Our team synergy is on point. We're currently the two of minor origins.
Scale. It's fine.
You guys scale. Toast, I thought that you were going to come in with the, flashiest outfit, and I'm a little disappointed.
Well, my normal wear is just shorts and sandals and a t-shirt, so this is as fancy as I'm ever going to get.
Mad respect to that. Absolutely mad respect to that. I mean, what about you guys?
I'm on the same page as Toast. This is as bad as I get.
I'm excited to get to some games. I want to see some gameplay.
I know,
I'm just glad everyone's wearing pants.
Everyone's wearing pants. Yeah, we nixed the shorts and the sandals there. But exactly, so excited to get into the game, so excited to explore the galaxy and everything new that's been added. And there is a lot to digest.
Yes, there is.
To help us break it down, we have a video from the TF team as well as Tana.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Ready to run the simulation? Oh, right. I'm Tana, your tactical auto-battler navigation assistant. There's a rising conflict on the Convergence. Forces of good and evil from across the universe are creating a host of celestial phenomena. I can't wait to see what you'll make of it. Simulation, start. Trajectory, the stars. Welcome to Teamfight Tactics, Galaxies. Let's start with champion origins. There are two types, major and minor. Major origins can create deep compositions that form the backbone of a strong team. The benevolent Celestials heal themselves throughout a fight. The Dark Stars are spatial monstrosities who build stacking damage buffs as they fall. Some major origins focus mainly on offense. Chronos are all about building up speed to fight faster and faster, overwhelming your enemies. If spells are more your thing, Star Guardians improve spellcasting by manipulating mana and powering each other up with stellar teamwork. Other major origins provide holistic support. Rebels gain increasing damage and shields when grouped together. And Cybernetics get additional stats when equipped with items. Be sure to spread the wealth, because each of these champions is going to want some. Next, let's see some minor origins. They're not as vast as their major counterparts, but minor origins can provide an instant boost to any team. Take a look. Mech pilots don't go anywhere alone. In fact, if you got enough of them, they'll fuse to form a super mech that combines all their stats. Do you like collecting gold? Consider picking up the Space Pirates, who provide gold and possibly items with their killing blows. Valkyries excel at taking out low-health targets. Creatures from the void ignore their enemy's defenses by inflicting true damage. Each of these origins might just provide that extra push to get you to the top of the board. Champions around here also belong to a number of classes that provide offensive, defensive, or utility bonuses. Some classes just want to attack, like blasters, who come into the fight slinging lasers. When they attack, they'll sometimes blast again and again. Similarly, Blade Masters occasionally gain the chance to hit a target multiple times. Snipers deal more damage to enemies at a distance. Infiltrators jump to the back of the enemy formation and use their superior attack speed to take out high-priority targets. But if your opponents have a lot of armor, then try out the Sorcerers. They increase your team's ability power to blast past their defenses. Other classes help your team stay alive by providing a bevy of defensive stats. Brawlers have bonus health, Vanguards have more armor, and Mystics bring additional magic resist to the whole team. Last but not least, Protectors give themselves shields when casting their spells. Utility classes provide unique benefits or warp the battlefield in their favor. Try implementing Mana Reavers, who temporarily lock their target's mana. Or give Demolitionists a go. Their spells stun their enemies. No two classes are perfectly alike. And, oh, that's right! Be on the lookout for the dangerous mercenaries, Gangplank, and Misfortune. They don't fight for your loyalty, just your money. And if you have one on your board, your shop will occasionally bring an upgrade for their ability. These upgrades are powerful, but they don't come cheap. Warning, warning, powerful units approaching. These unusual beings demand immediate attention. Thresh is a force of terror who drags benched allies onto the battlefield. Echo bends time to stop everyone else in their tracks. And Aurelian's soul is a starship, sending out fighters to attack for as long as he stays standing. Well, flying. You know what I mean. Phew, looks like that's the last of the brief. Remember, keep in mind your major and minor origins, as well as your offensive, defensive, and utility classes. Each one will serve you well. Will you take up arms with the forces of light? Or will you explore the depths of the immeasurable darkness? The possibilities are endless, and the controls are all yours. So, where to, Captain?
Thank you very much for that brief, Tana. But I mean, I'm going to be completely honest. That was still so much information and so many new things to process.
I need a tactical auto-battler navigation assistant for my real life.
Yes, import her into your phone or something. We just need her there. But I mean, again, so much to break down. Let's start with the origins because there's major, there's minor, and people are from all over. So Frodan, what can you tell us?
Yeah, let's talk origins. To start off, each galaxy across the multiverse has sent their best and brightest / darkest champions to represent them on the battlefield. We start off with Star Guardians, who fight for justice and share their mana pool amongst all the champions and distribute it every single time they cast. You have the Dark Stars on the opposite end, who gain power through vengeance. Whenever their ally falls, they get increased damage percentages, and it stacks with that effect to the nearest ally. And then you have one of the most unique mechanics in the set, in my opinion, mech pilots. At the start of the combat, 3 random mech pilots will merge into a super mech and fight. Or perhaps you like money even more than disguised toast. There are space pirates that will plunder the bodies of their dead enemies for gold and maybe some others.
Space pirates are good. I love the mechs too. Toast, what's your favorite origin then?
Well, like Frodan says, it is Space Pirate, and I was talking with Skara just before the match today, and he's saying like he loves Space Pirate as well because you get so much money and you can just kind of snowball out of control.
I think Scar was trying out Space Pirates on stream, and he said that it was a troll build. We're going to see if, he actually thinks that or if he tries to sneak it in today.
He's trying to bait the enemy into thinking it's a troll build so no one can test it.
That's what I said.
Or it's only troll if you lose.
Truly a galaxy brain.
Truly
I
galaxy
can't even fathom
brain.
it.
But okay, so in addition to origins, we also have a bunch of new classes coming in. So, Tigris, please take us away on that.
That's right. Once you figure out what origins you want to focus on, what better way to complement them with classes, as Tana ended up helping us out with. You have offensive, defensive, and utility-based classes. As expected with Galaxies, being that it's a new set, you have some that are very new mechanics. Demolitionist, for instance, adding that stun effect to the spells themselves.
Yeah.
So good, so annoying.
It really is. It is real, especially, look out for Gangplank and what he could potentially do.
Big
big stuff. If you need a little help though, kind of easing into it, and you want some more familiarity, there are classes like Mystic that are returning from the previous set to offer that defensive stat, as well as ones like Vanguard, very similar to Wardens of Time Past. So I like that there's a balance of things that are a bit more straightforward to understand with some new mechanics that I'm sure a lot of people are going to be experimenting with today.
Definitely.
I feel like we'll see a lot of Mystics today, trying to counter all those sorcerers as well. So.
Oh man, I'm looking forward to that.
Do you think sorcerers are going to be?
I think we'll see a lot of sorcerers. I think we'll see a lot of mystics, and it'll be interesting to see how that shifts throughout the day.
One thing that I did want to ask, there's so many offensive, defensive, and then even utility kind of classified origins and classes. So do you think players are going to have a difficulty or a difficult time trying to maintain that balance?
There's a lot going on, but I think players will be able to come up with some really creative builds, especially with the really impressive players we have today. I've seen so much variety so far on the PvE, and I'm excited to see more today. I'll also throw out, I'm so excited to see Mercenary in action, that trait that's on Gangplank and Misfortune, upgrading their abilities. 3 upgraded Gangplank or Misfortune is some of the strongest things in the game, so I'm excited to see that.
Now, speaking of new builds, we also have new items hitting the Galaxy. So Mort, what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so with all the new origins and classes, we've got a bunch of new spatula items to try to help supplement your team and build out new things. So for example, if your Star Guardian team is in need of Vel'Koz, you can add a Star Guardian's Charm and turn Vel'Koz into a Star Guardian. We've also created a few new items to try to help you out. Zerat Portal is really good on your front line, so as soon as they die, out comes a really tanky little Voidling that can help your team out. As well as Chalice of Favor, which is a new item that can give mana to your allies, allowing them to cast much quicker and give that initial spell that could really turn the tide of the fight. So lots of new options there.
Now with Rise of the Elements, we kind of saw the appearance of elemental hexes. But now with TFT Galaxies, we're getting something so much bigger. Whitrock.
Oh yeah, we're going to be traveling through Galaxies. So elemental hexes, they're out. Galaxies are in. This is the set mechanic, and there's a variety of starting states for the game. So a lot of these games are going to be normal games, but rarely we can have a special galaxy like the Nico-verse, where every player starts with 2 Nico's help and has to figure out if they want to save those for those late game carries, they want to push an early lead. The other galaxy we'll be playing with today is Purple Haze. This is that first shared draft, that first carousel, instead of being 1 cost unit, is all 4 cost units. So we get to see those epic units, see if people want to invest in those early, or just sell them off and get ahead on the economy. I'm excited to see the different strategies there.
I feel like Ovely named these universes. I'm not going to say why. But,
I was about to yell something out, but I contained myself because I'm a professional. But Mort, you had something really fast.
Yeah, I think the cool thing with the Nico-verse too is especially you start seeing a lot more of those 3-star, 4, and 5 costs that can really win the game. So I'll be excited to see if we see any of that today.
I really want to jump into these games and see everything that you guys are talking about. But the first thing that we have to do is explain how everything's going to be worked out.
Wow.
So today we have our qualifiers with both groups in A and B. 16 players in the top. 8 players from today will move on to the finals tomorrow.
Woot woot.
Yeah. So here are our beautiful 16 players from all over the world, all over the galaxy, and they will be broken into 2 groups. Group A will go first, and Group B will play right after them.
Tell me more.
I will. Each group is going to be playing 4 games per group, and now the top 3 point earners from each group will qualify for the day 2 finals. You can see the point breakdown on screen. Now, game 4 is the one that's really special. We're going to call that our golden game, because whoever wins game 4 automatically earns a spot in the day 2 finals.
Okay.
I'd be super. If you're a player that wins the first game though, and then doesn't win anything after that, and sees somebody slot through, that's.
I think we'll see some pretty desperate high risk, high reward strategies.
Oh yeah, it changes the entire way you have to play that last lobby in your group. It's gonna be very exciting.
Definitely. I think we also have to talk about what they're playing for. I mean, prizing, first place goes home with something like $15,000. There we see it there. 2nd through 8th place going home with $10,750, and 9th through 16th.
A lot of Galaxy passes.
$700. You could buy your own dang universe with that money.
A lot of little legends.
A lot of little legends. I really like the little squiggly guy. But I mean, that's what our first place, winners are going home with. For everyone who's competing, they're all getting a little special prize too. Last time for the Elements, everyone got their own customized elemental sneakers. But this time, everyone will be going home with a galactic keyboard that will help them blast their enemies into outer space. Look at how freaking cool these keys are. Customized keycaps, everything. Wait, is that like a little fizz head? Is that a fizz keycap?
Yeah, fizz keycap?
Oh my gosh,
You
fizz
bought that
keycap.
when you're angry?
Yeah, all of this stuff.
Got the
is
name
custom.
too.
Got the name. This is the most screen time Lothar will get all weekend.
Yeah.
The reroll team.
Love you, Lothar. Even though we abandoned the casting couch this
Yeah.
weekend.
Exactly.
Placed him with some blue-haired weirdo.
You stop. You're going to steal this entire show. I swear. I swear. But so that's what everyone's getting. But of course, we do have that one-of-a-kind trophy that only the first place winner will get. And that is, of course, our TFT Galaxies jacket. And look at it. Last time Keen went home with the Elemental jacket, this one, it has like embroidery on the back. The jacket is actually made of reflective material, so if you take a picture, it blinds your enemies.
Excellent.
So I think that's like the really cool thing about it. And I mean, the biggest thing about this jacket, like we saw last time, is you know how usually a player puts their team on their back and everything? Well, now the winner can put their supporters on their back, because everyone who's in Twitch chat right now or in the chat right now can use the command !support followed by the participant's name. And if your streamer wins, your name will be sewn into the lining of this one-of-a-kind jacket. So we saw Keen, all of his supporters, all of the names were like, it was like Ovly was in there, Toast was in there.
I'm convinced that you did do all the graphics because it says hashtag or !support Ovly.
I mean, listen, I'm just saying, if maybe I go home with the jacket. No, just kidding. But yeah, Toast, are you a little jealous? Not to put you on the spot, but.
A little bit. You know, when I agreed to be a caster, I didn't know they were getting customized keyboards. But now, second thinking my decision. But I know Scar also has a $3,000 keyboard that he loves a lot. So, you know, his Galaxy keyboard is just going to be sitting there doing nothing. I'll probably just take it from him.
Perfect. You'll be super sneaky. We'll delete this VOD. No one will ever hear your master plan. But
That's right. No evidence.
absolutely none. I'm actually super excited to meet our players. But before we do that, we actually have some footage of Group A in action.
哇，1.6万，哇，17万，哇，31万，57万，三星镜，宠物镜。哈哈，
Welcome to the Kazakhs Show! What? Mais quel est ce jeu? Mais quel est ce jeu? Putain, je suis top 10 challenger TFT, je dois jouer comme ça! Mais c'est pas un jeu! Oh! Aurelian Soul with the damage, bro! Yeah! Aurelian poke. Ooh, oh my god, the clutch! Got it. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. Oh, you got me a bag, bro?
For Christmas slash.
Oh
your
my
birthday.
god, thank you. Was? We're having fun now.
Der hat einfach 6000 Schild, ne? Der hat 7,5k. Ja. Oh mein Gott, bitte Name ich deine noch einmal. GG。
就拼命的拿眼泪装就够了，吐，这很无聊吗？也不无聊吧？我应该赢了吧？我是赢了还是没赢啊？哦，我赢了，赢了，哎，对了，爽到了。
Best talent in the whole dang universe. Let's meet our players. We have Lilo from China, Utenra from Turkey, Sean's from France, Lothar from Poland, that little traitor. Skara up next, Super JJ from Germany, Saloga Singh from Germany as well, and Hongli from China. This is a great group of players for our first group to kick off the day.
Yeah, and really good, diverse skill set. You know, we have some really top players from China. We have some streamers who've climbed the challenge, and we have Skara.
Yeah, I mean, there's the really competitive, and then of course, well, I mean, you could probably speak to the best of Scar's ability, Toast. What can you tell him?
Well, I mean, whenever me and Scar play together, it's always a back and forth. So he's about the same skill level as me. So I would say.
Not what you're supposed to say.
I see.
Wow,
This is making
offline
trash on
TV
him.
having some internal troubles.
It's, it sounds like family right there, but I want to hear what you guys think that we're going to see going into this first group, because like we saw with the rise of the elements, it seemed like a meta was established basically in that first group, that Group B essentially took over later. So Mort, starting with you, what do you think we're going to see?
I think initially we're going to see a lot of people trying to do one of two options, either trying to stay in the level 5, 6, 7 range and try to hit those 3 stars, or they're going to try to power to 8 as quickly as possible, see if they can hit that Misfortune, power her up with those upgrades, and maybe use that to carry through.
Well, Tigress, I know you were talking about some of the classes earlier. Which one do you think is going to be, I guess, pivotal in its appearance?
I do feel like Sorcerers and Star Guardian in general, because of the ease at which you can kind of understand and how to build into it. But I don't know if the players are going to go more of that way, let's go with something that's a bit more straightforward, or if they'll take the approach of experimenting, because I know Kibler tried that last time, but it didn't really work out for him with the experimentation.
Did not.
He is still salty about that, too.
Oh, what a valiant attempt. Now listen, if you guys are at home watching, you can join in on the fun. All you have to do is use that hashtag on all your social media, TFT Galaxies. And if you guys are excited to play the game, well, guess what? It comes out next week along with patch 10.6. I'm excited. I think we have the games almost ready to get in, so we could keep on chatting until we eventually see our players go in there.
I'm excited to see some divergent, more meta strategies, people playing the economy game differently, loss streaking, win streaking, going for 3 stars, going for level 9. I think we'll see a lot of variance there as well, so that's exciting.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Also, when you think about with the items, I like that so many more things end up scaling with ability power too, so it doesn't feel as divisive in what items you should be building into.
We'll see some AP Yasuo's hitting them for 40 times. We'll see a lot of fun stuff there. I'm excited to see spatula items on different things. Darkstar Mech is really powerful, and I've been seeing some of that as well.
Protector Aurelian Soul is another big one.
Protector Aurelian Soul.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, who doesn't want to have a rebel starship? So.
That's true. That's true.
This is maybe a question just for me. How do I, optimize my Aurelian Soul usage? What items do I want to put on him? Because as soon as I throw him out, he just dies.
So top tier items you're looking at, Protector can work because he gets a shield every 4 seconds, which is really big. Demolitionist can work because he'll stun 3 people every time he casts.
Oh my gosh.
Gunblade is also really good because as he scales up, he's getting all that health back. And then from there, basically like Death Cap, AP items are all valid options. So.
That's freaking exciting. I mean, one other thing that is definitely on kind of like that RNG basis, something that you were talking about a little bit earlier, Whitrock, was, are we going to see these universes pop in? There's the Nicoverse, there's Purple Haze.
Yeah, we'll see how soon we get our first Galaxy. Hopefully we don't just get a string of normal games, but it is random. We might see a lot of Nicoverse, a lot of Purple Haze, neither, and we'll see how they play around it too. I mean, it still feels like people are figuring out how to play with those different galaxies.
There's also a bunch of new carousel combinations where you can see like the carousels have full items earlier or all the same items. So you can even get like a Purple Haze Galaxy where everything starts off with a tier or a full item. And so it'll be interesting to see if we get those combinations as well.
Yeah, Mort and Whitrock are stealing everything that I want to say in-game, so we're going to have nothing to talk about.
I was legit just there, I was like, oh yeah, the items seem different on the carousel.
Now we have to actually analyze the game now?
Sorry about that.
We're excited for the new stuff. We're excited.
We know y'all made the game and everything, but...
The team worked really hard, and so I think on behalf of like the whole team, we're all just really excited to see this. So.
And it sounds like, I mean, the community is super excited for it too. I saw like a little bit of like fan art come out on Twitter. And what I'm looking for is I want to see now people make like Lego spaceships and stuff. Lego Aurelian Soul.
Nice.
Please make that for me.
It's gotta
and
happen.
Tweet it using the hashtag TFT Galaxies so everyone can see it. We're just waiting for everyone to load in. I think Scara is being slow as usual.
One other meta I'm interested in seeing, which is the meta of Little Legends. What are the people going to go with? What are their favorite new ones? Are they going to use a lot of throwbacks?
What's your
favorite? We'll see.
favorite?
Squink is really good. I think my favorite is the astronaut mole diver, though. He's
That's
got a
mine
cute
too.
little space helmet, so I'm hoping to see a lot of him.
and he's so cute and
had
then tells
to,
you to go in the grave. Like, that's just such a...
Oh, yeah, the one digging?
I just want to tell people to hop in the grave.
Yeah, I had to mute so many players using the squink because he has the taunt where he splashes, and it's kind of like, yeah, I muted like 20 players playing on the PvE.
That's it?
You'll just spam it. Yeah.
And I just got word, I think Skara broke his $3,000 keyboard somehow. So we have a little bit of time before we get into it. Luckily. So I don't know if that's good for you, for, the Galaxy keyboard, or...
There seems to be a lot of tech issues happening in the offline TV house.
Yeah,
I only find one common denominator across all those.
Yes.
Do we have like a mess with Skara limit? Or can we just continue?
I'm going to keep going in.
Yeah.
All right, cool. This is very important information.
Oh, but it sounds like we're finally ready to get
I see a
into the game.
carousel.
Come on, let's go ahead, get into it, and casting it, we have the Tigers and Froden taking over. Let's hear.
Great, thank you very much, Ophelia. We'll talk this toast soon enough, gang, but we're gonna start things off with just a standard Galaxy, it looks like, or is it? There are all belts on this first carousel.
Boom, baby. So that was one of the things that our lovely devs were talking about, how the Galaxies themselves can be different, but it feels like there are other innate mechanics that have changed to create some of that variance. One of them being that you can have all of the same item on a carousel.
That's right. There's a lot of carousel mechanic changes. We talk about everyone having the same items. You also have carousels that are themed. You can have some that are more defensive. Like you'll get a Giant's belt. You can get a chain vest. You can get a Negatron cloak. Because those are all more defensive items. You have all offensive items. You have ones where everyone gets a spatula or spatula combination items. Sometimes, even as soon as the second carousel in the game, you will see full completed items. That's right, you can see that Seraphs, you can see that Guardian Angel that you've been looking for your comp in the late game. You can find it super early. And the reasoning is because, well, we want to see how players will be able to adapt, even if early on you're throwing something that you usually want in the late game.
That's what I'm very curious to see. When you come across a full item, it often dictates where you're going to be going with your composition. So if you run into that stuff earlier, then it might dictate what origins or classes you prioritize. In this case, everybody having a belt at their disposal. Do you think that they might be going into trying to build into Morello's early, or any particular items they're trying to seek out here?
Yeah, I think that's going to completely depend on how the early game starts. You can see that Lothar was trying to see what items he would get, but before that realized that he had 3 of a kind for an early 2-star Graves, and that's just a really powerful thing to start off with. Not much has changed in terms of the core philosophy of what you want to do in the early game of Teamfight Tactics. You want to have 2 stars early because stats are king. More attack, more health, and just the longer you stay in battle, usually the more effective your army is.
And while all of that will be consistent, one important thing is the fact that the way gold is working has changed. So you're not going to have access to as much gold as you did previously. But when you do find those moments of seeing 3 different of the same champion in your collection, you might actually be forced to really have a pivot point earlier on than you're used to.
Absolutely. Oh, all right, so Lothar has finished grabbing his items off of the early PvE rounds featuring Space Zane. And he has 2 blasters, which you saw on your screen with that nifty infographic showcasing that blasters have a chance, or after they attack a few times, will be able to attack multiple times. This is very reminiscent of Gunslingers from the very first launch set, where the more you attack, you'll be able to stack all these on-hit effects. And you can see Lothar, instead of immediately putting to use things like Guardian Angel, which is a BF sword plus a chain vest, he's opting to go for a red buff, which recently got buffed on the PB server to 33%. That's a huge amount of damage that comes through the burn of their opponent's maximum HP.
It really is. And I like that he's committing this early to, especially the fact that he has blasters on the board. So with Graves and Lucian, those are 2 of the options for blaster. You're also going to have Ezreal, Jinx, and Misfortune to potentially come up later.
Yeah, look, and these double Lucians, which is a very good use of his 3rd spot in the roster. A lot of people feel like they have to have something else. I have 1 Space Pirate, maybe I'll play 2 blasters and a 2nd Space Pirate. Well, Lothar understands that redundancy, having 2 of the same thing, maybe even 3, can still be very effective even if you're not getting the synergies. Focus on the strength of your army as opposed to simply just focusing on that synergy bar on the left.
And that's a key decision, right? Do you focus on building the army or looking at the synergies that you have partway through and wanting to actually commit to them? Space Pirates do have to deal with gold directly, being that they're coming back, but in a different fashion from the Pirates that we saw in the first set.
Yeah, man, and it's tempting. And, some things have changed. Twisted Fate in the past was able to function more as part of that gold gaining synergies from the launch set. He's now with Chrono Sorcerer, which we'll talk more about if we do end up seeing them in play. As you did hear from Disguised Toast in the very beginning of the show, as he astutely pointed out, Chronos do tend to be doing very well just at the very first impression. Or sometimes you just get, a little bit overwhelming pressure. This early 2-star Caitlyn with the BF sword on Lilo's side really just cleaned up the fight. Also having a 2-star Ziggs being able to ult very fast.
And ults in particular, one thing I'm very excited about with Galaxies, there's so many cool looking ults.
They're massive. They take up the entire screen. Yeah. You're talking about like Cho'Gath coming back and being able to rupture right under basically my entire army always. You have Echo like zapping between every single enemy on the board. It's really exciting. I love the Galaxies set so far.
Have you seen like the MF with like upgraded through the shop where she just blasts through the entire board?
I wish everyone could
yes,
see you right now, though.
Unfortunately.
I think you did it better. No one can see you, unfortunately.
And
also, unfortunately, it has been burned into my nightmares as well. This fortune is
in my
so
dreams,
powerful.
your nightmares.
Yeah. Well, it looked like was someone trying to go for the mecha strat?
Yeah, so mech pilots, as we mentioned also at the beginning of the show, when you have 3 of them, and there's only 3 mech pilots in the game right now, Annie, Rumble, and Fizz, when you have them, they combine into one super mech, and then they, after they die, they will separate into 3 and continue fighting. So you actually have like a huge, massive tank in the beginning of the fight, and then your champions enter the fight afterwards. So we have seen a lot of mech pilot strategies evolve. People are combining all kinds of attack synergies with it, because with mech pilot, you have your tank line all set for the rest of the game.
It feels like 2 of the popular pairings with the mech pilot currently are because the fact that each of the champions within them still have their own class. You have Fizz, who is an infiltrator, Annie, who is a sorcerer, and then Rumble, who is a demolitionist. Being that you can still work with those synergies, people will often tend to build around Fizz or even Annie in those cases.
I love this graphic that's coming up on the right side showing our uncombined inventory. And you'll notice that some people have fewer items than Utanera, who has 4 uncombined items. And so some people are committing to a couple of early items, or perhaps they were unfortunate, maybe a little bit unlucky with their drops. But we'll see how the game continues to pan out. The one thing that stands out to me outside of those belts, almost everyone has a tier. So it feels like, if you want to go for these caster-heavy comps, if you're talking about sorcerers, if you're talking about other synergies that really rely on having that early game tier for the battle, that could be very useful for a lot of our players today.
Give me all those ults, baby. Build into those tiers and that mana.
And it looks like Salogasang and Lilo are still sitting at 100 HP on a little win streak right there. It's still early on, but still, little claps to them. Little claps.
Lilo finds a early Cho'Gath, 5% at level 5, and he has a Morel Namicon. That thing is gonna burn almost everyone's HP very quickly. And because it's so early in the game, it's very rare to kill a unit super quickly before they can ultimate, especially one like Cho'Gath that starts off with a lot of HP. So if Lilo is able to continue this win streak, he might be that early lobby leader leading all the way to stage 4.
I am so happy to see Cho'Gath back. Always pointing for us to the little critter that is jumping around
It's a dark
here.
star
Virgin.
So we have a little Chinese battle here going on between Honglian and Lilo, and you can see that Honglian only has 1 unit on the board, but one thing that's important to note is right now on PB, there is an experimental change with streaking. As people know, win streaking, a great thing because you're building up your gold, you're keeping up your HP, but recently we've changed streak breakpoints to be a little bit more early. So when people lose, they'll be able to build up their gold just as quickly as some people who are win streaking. So Honglian looks like is creating what we call an open fort strategy, or an inch strategy. If you play a lot of Summoner's Rift, I'm sure people are instantly familiar with that term. You intentionally lose so that way you can build up that losing streak.
You're speaking my language. That sounds like how I play my game.
Yes, that's actually how,
You're telling me I
most
have
players who
strategy.
start off say, I'm totally open for it. I'm totally into it.
Oh yeah, definitely. You get 3 rounds in and you say, yes, this was my intention all along. But there is also that next level to it, right? you don't want to just nonchalantly tell them, come take away all my HP, since HP, gold, and items are all valuable resources. So building into that loss streak while minimizing the amount of HP loss is going to be difficult. Oh, look at the pretty ults. Oh, and because the Morello, see, that's the exact use you want to see, getting that anti-heal on everybody.
The thing is, in terms of just raw stats here, you have Super JJ with a Leona 2-star. In fact, there's not enough hexes to try and bully this Caitlyn 2-star. So Lilo's win streak has come to an end, and now Super JJ is the one on a win streak. But we do have Solo as the only person that's undefeated going into stage 2-7, which we've historically called the Krugs. These look like space turtles to me. Avli, I defer to you as the expert. What do we call these?
These. They're called Rocky Space Guys.
Rocky Space
Guys. Yeah, you haven't read the
working
lore?
title.
I do really want to watch how Super JJ does, because he did perform very well during the last showcase, but one of his keys was his trash talking ability.
Oh yeah.
Table talk. So maybe he'll use the chat to his advantage a bit or anything like that. But on a more serious note, he did do a lot of experimentation during the last time. So I want to see what he introduces as potential meta strategies.
I mean, JJ's been a strategy game king across many titles and all kinds of subgenres within strategy games as well. You're talking about card games, you're talking about auto battlers, you're talking about all kinds of things like that. So I have no doubt that any game he sets his mind to, he will be a threat. And he's already kind of picking up an early game strategy that we've seen some people favor, which is 4 Vanguard. 4 Vanguard, if you are familiar with the Rise of the Elements set, is very reminiscent of Wardens, where you gain a bunch of armor the more Vanguards you have. When you have 4 Vanguards, you have 250 armor, which is just a ridiculous amount of damage reduction from auto attacks in general. And so that's why JJ's kind of lasting through fights, not to mention that he has also dedicated tanks such as Leona and Poppy, who also gain a bunch of damage reduction.
He could potentially keep building into this. Leona and Poppy are both 1-cost units, which is why you'll often see them being the first ones people go into for Vanguard. And the fact that he already has those at 2 stars means that if he does want to eventually move those items onto other Vanguard, if he doesn't want to keep it that way, or just keep building upon it.
Yes, and you notice that his 5th unit of choice is a Yasuo that is a Rebel Blade Master. That might look a little bit out of place right now, considering that he has 4 Vanguards. But, Yasuo right now is one of the central carries of the mid game around stage 3. If you look at the very top of the screen, there's a little hyphenated number 3-2. The first number is what we call the stage, so this is stage 3-2. Throughout stage 3 or 4, you're going to really be looking at champions like Yasuo and perhaps even Master Yi with Rebel Blade Masters to really give you big power spikes. And as Mort was mentioning at the beginning of the show as well, we've been seeing people stay at level 5 and level 6 and rolling their gold to try and get 3 stars after they get their economy set, although it doesn't necessarily look like JJ is going for that strategy right off the bat here.
There has been a slight change to the drop rates as far as when you're going to want to roll down. And I did hear more directly, it was either in his stream or maybe one of the articles that they had released, that it should be clear on when you should be rolling for those units.
Right.
So in this case, yeah, go for those 3 stars. Try to build into it, baby.
Yeah, and I think, I like that you pointed that out there. There's divergent strategies that we could be going for. Some people will be staying at level 5 and level 6, and some people will be very greedy and trying to go for that fast level 8, maybe even a fast level 9, which is the maximum level you can get in Teamfight Tactics, and try to find those really impactful legendary 5-cost units, get into 2-star. Lulu, Aurelion Sol, Echo, Misfortune Gangplank, they're all game-swinging champions in their own right, so if you can get them quickly, sometimes you'll outlast even a team full of 3-star units.
Ooh. So I want to see Solo Gasang's working into the chrono. I want to see if that's something that continues throughout the entirety of the event, because it feels like people did gravitate towards it earlier. When it comes to those origins that have a mass application to everyone within your composition, and Chrono, for instance, periodically adding that additional attack speed, it's something that you can gravitate to, whether as a new player or advanced player, and finding ways to complement it effectively, in this case with blasters.
Yeah, when I look at games like Teamfight Tactics, when I see a phrase that says all allies gain, it immediately gets my attention. Because it's something that you invest a little bit into, but you also get a massive benefit. And attack speed is one of the most important things that you can actually get for your army, because attack speed gives you more damage, obviously more DPS, but it also gives you more mana, so you can cast your ult a little bit faster, because every time you auto attack, you gain mana. So, this was something that was very prevalent in the launch set. People were like, oh, always start recurve bow, always get attack speed. And Chrono is very similar. If you get that early game attack speed, you'll get yourself snowballing, as you can see on your screen.
I love thinking about any type of trait as an additional item in a way too. If you're already prioritizing attack speed through your synergies, then maybe that opens you up to other items when you're here at the carousel, and a lot of these players still have at least one unit that they're trying to work with. Skara looks like he's actually been delaying into building his full out.
So Skara has a recurve bow, a needlessly large rod, and a glove. Those are all very powerful offensive items. And I'm really curious because Skara in particular, as this guy's Toast was kind of teasing a little bit during the pre-show, Skara has a pet build that he likes to play, which is heavily emphasizing space pirates. However, the part of the problem with space pirates is that you're often sacrificing power in the name of greed, very, pirate-like. However, if you can't sacrifice too much power, because in a lobby full of players are trying to snowball and win streak or aggressively lose streak, they might mess with the numbers a little bit. So, Skara's right now starting off at 65 health. But it looks like he is favoring not that space pirate synergy, but keeping his options open, perhaps building towards a mech, perhaps building towards sorcerer, or even keeping it open to playing Chronos.
Being that he is working into Chrono currently, Solo Gasang is a bit more committed to it. So that might be something that they eventually have to start looking out for. And we did see moments ago that Solo Gasang was already starting to scout his enemies.
He takes his first L. And the Gravy Train can't run forever. It is very rare to get 100% victory, unless you're a TFT YouTuber, because apparently they all have got 100 victory games, and I haven't.
Bragging rights, the bragging rights, though.
The YouTube videos, no one plays more games outside of those. They only play those wins.
That's right.
They don't actually lose.
And then just to do a check-in of how we are determining who moves on to finals from this first group. Even if you get first place in this group right now, since this is game 1, it doesn't mean that you're moving on to day 2. The first 3 games, everyone will be assigned points based on their rankings, and then game 4, that's going to be our golden game.
Definitely.
Whoever takes first place there, they move straight to the finals. Then it's just whoever has the most points from the first 3 games joining them.
Which would feel cooler, getting in off points or getting in off the golden game?
Getting in on points and then winning the last game anyways. That would be the coolest. That would be the swaggy play.
I want to see Lothar hit 7th and 8th for all 3 games.
I would like that too.
All of a sudden first place. That's the true. I was faking it. I was just letting everyone
That's
else
what the
have
true Lothar experience.
Yeah.
That we're about to say.
Toast did
I
that
love
last
Lothar.
time.
Toast did that last time.
He had gotten all the way down. I don't remember if it was exactly single digits, but then I believe it's when he was working into the light comp that then just blasted him to a victory in one of the games. But then everyone started going for light, and then he couldn't do it anymore. I wonder which class or origin will be that for this invitation or this showcase.
For lights, lights from Rise of the Elements was a very vertical origin, which the way we describe it as, you want to get a lot of the same thing, so that way they get stronger. The strength in numbers is kind of the way you play a bunch of these origins, and I would say that. Dark Stars have a potential of doing that. Star Guardians are kind of like that too. But the most vertical common trait that we'll probably be seeing for this weekend is Sorcerer, I would say, because that bonus spell power that you get means that you don't really have to itemize any particular character as the carry. You can spread it out, you can focus on Ahri, you can focus on Syndra, so we'll see all kinds of stuff. But the most versatile, in my opinion, is Chrono. If you're a big fan of Rise of Elements, as I am, because I love the second set of TFT a lot, there's a composition called Summoner Assassins that felt like you played almost everything in the game, and it was very adaptable, but at the same time, you couldn't really teach someone how to play because they just had to adapt to whatever was given to them. I feel like Chronos are similar in that it could build into 3 or 4 different pathways, depending on what's given to you, and you just have to evaluate the relative strength at every juncture of the game.
I have seen players go into the blaster path, as Solo Gasang is currently do. I've seen the sniper path also, which seems to be a bit split in how people are feeling is the best way to go ahead and execute with that. Sniper, for those who don't know, has a very interesting mechanic because it deals with the distance from the actual champion to the target and how much damage they do. So positioning is going to be even that much more important.
I have to think about positioning now when it comes to TFT. Is that what you're telling me?
You weren't thinking about it before, Froden? Well, just a little more.
I want to jump in because I see Solo talking about something. I want to see if we can hear him a little bit better.
So right now he has 2 Jins. He finds a 3rd Jin. That is a big pickup here for Solo, but he has to also figure out how he wants to manage the rest of it just for this battle. I am almost certainly positive that he wants to buy this Jin.
We heard the which I feel was the...
Show ist auch besser als Dingens, to be honest. So mäßiger als für Jin. Ich bräuchte noch Blutester. Blutester, Hurricane und dann Trapclaw wären okay. Was spiele ich hier? 4 Brawler, 4 Krone Jin, ne? Ich glaube, das wäre okay. Ja, ich okay. Ich hab's noch nie gespielt. Let's go, ey. Let's go, first time Brawler Jin.
Look at that damage. He doesn't even necessarily need Jin. That's like the really interesting thing. He's still gonna pick it up because Jin 2, one of the best carries in the game, and you know, Sniper is not very hard to activate. You don't even need that Dark Star buff, as we mentioned. Dark Star being a 50% buff to the nearest Dark Star ally once one dies. And it continues to stack. Because Jin's 4th shot, based off this little infographic that you see on your screen, his every 4th shot basically kills whatever champion he attacks. You've seen some highlight videos where some players are able to even achieve 6-digit damage on a single shot with Jin, which is totally unnecessary, right? That was just overkill, but it's fun.
Which, if you want a dev tip, we were talking to Mort before we actually started the show about Jin and how he believes that you should go and build into defensive items on him because he already receives so much damage amplification through his traits. And keeping him alive, especially if you're working into something like Dark Star where you're waiting for that damage amplification to come to you and then surviving past it, can be very useful.
Yeah, you know, that's a really smart thing that you said, Gabby. I think a lot of people look at redundancy and maybe even just go a little bit too far with it. Like, well, the more attack speed I have, the better Jin is, so just keep stacking attack speed and keep stacking all this damage. But we also mentioned that Jin overkills, and a lot of times, if you're looking at ways to level up your game in Teamfight Tactics or just strategy games in general, look at the margins that you have. If you're overkilling, then how can we find a way to kill them at the appropriate level and spread the love elsewhere where other champions can have more use?
And you can also increase the use by the spatula Sean's has, but Avali seemed like you
Starship. Sean's just got an Aurelian install Starship.
That's right.
Starship.
Starship is so ridiculous and so awesome at the same time. It's like, why is there a Starship just floating around the board? It can't auto-attack, and it just kind of ominously hovers around every single champion. But if you remember Singed from Rise of the Elements, it kind of interacts very similar to that way. Aurelian Soul can't be crowd control, so if you Zephyr it, if you stun it with Demolitionist, if you try to freeze it of some kind, it won't work. But you're able to still attack and interact with it. But it does cause a little bit of AI issues in terms of, like, if I attack but it moves out of range, I have to chase another unit instead. It's a very good disruption tool, and it's a great carry. So I look forward to seeing lots of Aurelian Souls throughout this weekend.
I think also is a great reason that one of the more systematic changes they made as far as the chasing of a champion. You know, in times past, someone runs off and you see your champ chasing them to the ends of the earth or the ends of the galaxy. Now, after moving 1 hex, they won't continually chase that unit. So don't worry if they just keep going after Aurelian Soul, that they'll just end up following him across the entire time.
Yeah, so, Sean's taking a pretty significant win over Solo, but this is kind of the breaking point of a lot of people's compositions. You can look at Solo at almost 80 health after that loss, but, starting from Super JJ and Scarra downwards, everybody's at half-life or below. So this has been a little bit more of an aggressive lobby than I was expecting in the very beginning. I was maybe thinking that people would be trying to eco a little bit harder, but it looks like only 1 or 2 people have been doing that, while some people have been on the receiving end of brutality. Look at Lothar right now at the bottom with only 1/3 of his life.
I feel that going into the showcase, you're looking at the people that were experimenting on stream as much as possible and things like that, Lothar being one of them. if this game doesn't go well for him, I imagine he'll pivot pretty extremely, let that competitive nature take over. As far as pivoting goes, Solo Gasang has also stuck with the chrono, but moved away from blasters into snipers, both synergies that end up working well with that.
Yeah, and I'm trying to like wrap my brain around specifically why Solo, who's in the lead, hasn't been committing items. And I guess like because he has all his health, he's totally okay to not use it. But at the same time, he's fully recognizing that some people are still playing Yasuo in their compositions. And Yasuo's ability hasn't really changed much, if at all, from the Rise of the Elements set, which he will target the champion that has the most items on it. So if you try to itemize Jhin too much, it's like, you know what, slam that last Whisper, put that Ruin's Hurricane on, put that Rapid Fire Cannon on, he might just get blown up immediately, and you need him to stay in the fight as long as you can.
Even though you do have some positioning freedom, especially if you're playing something like Jhin with the sniper that is dependent upon keeping him in that backline as much as possible, if things like Zephyrs come into play or all of that, then there's only so much movement you can do.
That's right. The gamble from Solo has been paid off already. He's gone so far without committing to his items, and you know, a lot of high-level play, and believe me, all these players, as much as we memed on them in the beginning, they are, you know, all challenger level players. Some of them have won like a lot of tournaments back to back. They're great players in their own right, despite all us joking around. But most high-level players will not be this uncommittal. They like to slam their items, especially by stage 5, and have everything figured out. But in this case, Solo did a great job holding it. Now Lothar on the opposite end, he's been struggling. Can he turn this around? And if so, how?
34 HP to his name. He has started to win again, though. Maybe this is the delayed power spike that he was working towards. Sold a unit to pop off those items.
And he's found this misfortune. If he can itemize with the Shojin just to help get her some items, or help get her some mana. The most important thing about misfortune, I find, is, well, just getting her to ultimate. The faster she ults, the better.
I was so happy to see the slight change in her ult where she there. So you can see, same as last time, but if those units did die, it would move to go and attack the other units as well. So you don't have to worry about her just blasting into the nether at nobody. But that was super effective with the damage. Crucial
victory there for Lothar. A lot of times at this stage of the game, as you see a 2-star Cho'Gath picked up here for Lothar, big hits. A lot of times people are evaluating how many lives do I have effectively. The damage has been changed in Teamfight Tactics heading into the Galaxies set, where the later the game goes, the higher the base damage is of the player. If you lose just by 1 unit at this stage in stage 5, you'll take 15 damage, which means that Super JJ, Skara, and Honglian have at best 2 lives.
Though when it comes to the damage dealt from the champions on the board, you only have to worry about 1 from each this time around, so it's a bit more capped. And another focus of the change in damage should mean that most players are going to still be alive by the time you hit Krugs. That's the goal. But here, right in front of your face.
Yeah, this looks like to me that Lothar did not hit, the units that he necessarily wanted early game, and he needs to scrap together a top 4 finish. But he has just lost again, and now he's at that 1.5 life range. But if he loses too convincingly, he might be out. So this is a tough spot to be in for our bottom 4 players who all look very close, like they could be the first ones eliminated from this lobby.
No one wants to be the first one out.
Guardian Angel, though.
Yeah, Guardian Angel. That's going to pop through.
The shield. The nerf, and he got nerfed on the PvE, but looks like she's still very strong.
As Lothar was kind of looking through all of his opponents, we saw that some people are already hitting their 3 costs. There's a 3-star Ashe right there, and there were a couple more 3 stars. So we're getting close to the big champs now, guys.
Yeah, he hit his brawlers, great amount of HP, but like some of the most impactful units, he doesn't have the optimal items that he wants on Jinx. He doesn't have a 2-star Misfortune. He's playing a level 1 Malphite just to get the 4 brawler synergy, and that's just a sign of Lothar potentially having an early exit of this lobby.
And Malphite's
oh no, the lobby leader! And his Misfortune's gonna get pulled!
Blitz! Okay, blitz on blitz action over in the backside, and then Misfortune only got part of the ult off and ends up dying. Their double choke do a lot of the damage and the healing.
So many champions have survived, but Lothar looks like he'll barely survive here.
Woo. He got that serious face on. The thinking, going strong.
One last chance for a lot of these players, as we do have the opportunity for a carousel. Skara takes the big L, so it looks like Skara and Lothar will be first pick here.
Pretty decent spread between first and last. 65 at the top, 7 down at the bottom.
That Bloodthirster is really good on a lot of these compositions, especially attack damage, but he already has Jinx fully itemized. Lothar he's indecisive at this point, doesn't even know what he wants.
Lothar, what are you gonna go for, buddy?
He grabbed now I've been corrected, it's not the Cloak of Silliness, it's the Cloak of Stillness, and it kind of
let me tell you, it is very silly at times when it happens.
It is.
Cloak of Stillness shoots a vertical beam towards your enemy opponents. Anybody hit by this beam before the battle starts will have their mana costs increased by 40% for their first cast. So essentially, you are disrupting your opponent's ability to cast any of their ultimates, which is kind of like the whole point of this game. You want to cast your abilities.
He's looking for that last MF. He needs to cross his fingers and hope that he finds it. Even if he finds it, he can't buy it without selling someone else.
Yeah, he could sell that Blitzcrank that he just put together, and now he's at a dead end. He could wait. There's a little bit of an advanced trick. You could wait to place your Shroud of Stillness to the very end, or rather right before the battle starts, so he doesn't have to choose right now.
So he knew which unit he wanted to pop it on, I guess, but wanted to see where it line up.
It hits
it's very,
Ash.
Yeah.
Okay, and Ash got pulled by the Blitzcrank,
Yeah,
so
Ash
that's
got
a win
pulled.
right there.
That's a very big pull, and JJ is not in a very comfortable life total either, but is there enough damage?
Oh, but look at the healing on the Jace. Jace luckily gets popped too, though. There you go. Still
Lothar doesn't eliminate JJ. It is so close. I think that is 1 or 2 HP. Lothar was hoping to kick JJ out of the lobby. This is such a tight race.
2, 2, and 7 in the bottom. But at 19, Hong Liang is still on a hot streak right now.
So we've learned a lesson. Do not leave Ash in the corner. JJ immediately places Karma to take that hit instead. He is scouting for all the Blitzcranks. Sees one on the left, sees one on the right. Most importantly, keep Ash somewhere in the middle, but there's also some infiltrators out there that he has to be mindful of. 4 Protector, 4 Infiltrator with a 3-star Shaco. Shaco is one of the nastiest carries. Infiltrators work very similar to Assassins. If they get to your backline, they can wreck all of your carries.
He's just such a troll in every way. I love to see him just go and backstab in the backline.
Kai'Sa's on top of the Ash right now, but
she got morphed! Oh man, the Lulu hit her. Still able to get a lot of damage off though, but ends up getting taken out. Healing too strong on this side.
Safe, but it's Sean's.
And Lothar takes the L. Skara, Sean's, and JJ all at 5 or fewer hit points. Picked up a second Ionic Spark, which works very well when you start pairing Ionic Sparks together because they synergize very well. Especially on a tanky unit like Jace with 4 Vanguards, it's not going to die anytime soon.
What happened to the middle of the lobby? I feel like there were a few people really low on HP, and then suddenly we looked up and everyone else just started chunking into each other. Heavy damage at this point.
Welcome to Teamfight Tactics Galaxies. Starting from stage 5 onwards, you get demolished if you start taking big losses. The losses hurt so bad because of the late game damage scaling, and that's a trade-off that they've balanced with early game economy nerfs while also nerfing the damage a little bit in the early game.
We'll have to see where they end up turning things out from here, because there's still 7 people in it.
Yeah.
Hong Liang is actually on a 7-game win streak, so while everyone's health is going down, he is staying safe.
That's a really good observation, Alfie. I think a lot of times people look at the health totals only and say, well, Solo's the only person I have to worry about, or Lilo and Solo. But the win streak does imply who has hit their power spike, and Hong Liang, I don't exactly recall what he was playing. Jay's about to show us. He is playing a 4 Chrono build, but you see the laundry list of synergy that he has. That is why I personally love Chronos, because I feel like it's so flexible. He's playing Blasters and Blade Masters, throwing in some Vanguards, maybe putting in some other Mercenaries. It's a very flexible build.
A lot of micro synergies that you can loop in with that one.
Oh, and now we get to see.
Oh no, the Ash got Zephyred! That's a big moment. Hong Liang trying to capitalize on the fact that the main carry has been Zephyred.
Oh, the MF ult though,
it didn't really touch Ash at all.
I don't think.
Oh my god! God. Polian goes from the top of the lobby to the bottom, and JJ is eliminating another player. You know what? That second Ionic Spark, that Jace putting out lots of damage. And most importantly, look at how tanky he is with 4 Mystics. This was something that was called out by our dev, saying 4 Mystics might be the most important synergy you can look for in the late game because you're just withstanding all of that damage output.
Thinking of what the unit that you add in for Mystics too, right? Because Nami last time around, you'd be like, yes, give me that wave. Lulu comes in, Polymorph's the biggest, baddest booty champion out there, and you're feeling good.
Lulu 2's effects is so strong. You know, people talk about late game positioning and whatnot. I keep Lulu in mind a lot because she polymorphs the nearest targets to her. So if you're targeting things like the 3-star Xin Zhao, the 2-star Cho'Gaths on the board, then all of your front line is demolished, and then Jace can get to the back line and start smashing your fragile carries.
There's a lot of ways to power up those defensive frontliners too. So sometimes it's not just taking out the tank, it's taking out that front carry.
With these new spatula items, you said Lulu polymorphs the nearest thing. Actually, I want to see this fight.
Yeah, the mech is going to combine, and with the sorcerers giving additional buffs, it could be big damage. But don't underestimate this Jace that's 3 stars right now. And the Ashe putting out that damage. This is so much.
Oh, they're just womping through.
However,
this was just a ghost board, though.
This was a ghost board. Scar is out in 5th. JJ has snuck his way into top 4.
Ouchie, ouchie, ouchie. Boom.
Oh no. Whoever wins this fight is going to eliminate the other player, looks like. Oh no!
Do you see Super JJ's excitement? He was like, we're top 5.
Yes.
We're top 4.
Do you remember that JJ almost died? He was the first to go down to this low, and he has climbed from the depths of the abyss.
Because Hong Lian was evidence of how risky it can be to get that low, even if you are on a hot streak.
Yeah.
One unfortunate round, and he was out of it.
Yeah.
All right, so we have an Infiltrators, which functions very similar to Assassins. We have Blasters. We have an advanced Zephyr trick being shown to you from JJ, where he can try and look at where his most likely candidate is that he wants to Zephyr. He wants to Zephyr that Shaco, switches at the last moment. A little bit of rock, paper, scissors guessing game here.
All right, ends up popping over on the other side.
You played yourself. Oh, wait, there is a Quicksilver sash onto the Shaco, though, so the Zephyr wouldn't have worked.
Okay, so this
Gosh,
is better
that
off anyway.
Ashe ult is so powerful.
Doesn't even matter. The Shaco didn't get popped her anyway because he's the last one standing. That's the boom, and ends up knocking him out. And Super JJ ends up winning this. It's 2-5. They're both so low, but he has been at that point for so long.
Yeah, the 3-star Ashe is a force to be reckoned with. Ashe has been one of the strongest carries throughout PvE so far. This is not surprising. 3-star Ashe, 3-star Jace with tanky Mystics, 2-star Lulu. Are you kidding me? This is a very powerful composition that JJ has put together. And we were talking about how no matter what kind of strategy game it is, JJ seems to be able to excel when he puts his mind to it. And, you know, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile or 2 HP only. A win's a win. JJ looks in a really good spot. But Solo gets one final chance for a rebuttal here.
And he's also been playing so well throughout the entirety of this game. Noticing exactly where he can make those pivot points has allowed him to stay in this longer if he did commit way too hard to the blasters or something earlier.
Ooh, a little trick here. JJ moving his Zephyr to the front line, trying to disable whoever's in front. It looks like it's the Cho'Gath. Trying to stop the CC.
Oh, I love the zip from the...
That's a bad ult from the Cho'Gath. It only targeted Ashe, and Ashe only.
Oh, that is not what you want to see at all. There's the final blow, and Super JJ from 2 to a victory. He's got to be feeling pretty good about that one.
Those are the sweetest victories in TFT. When you feel like you're down and out, you're saying it's a 6 at best. Okay, maybe top 4 at best. But no, JJ turns it around completely, gets the W.
Yeah, and we definitely thought that Solo was sitting at the top for the longest time. He got that early Cho that really helped put him forward, but at the end, Cho, where were you ulting, buddy?
Well, you know, it ulted him into a second place, which is still okay. And remember, this is a marathon and not a sprint, so we have a lot more TFT to play.
Toast, I know you were watching from the sidelines. I mean, what was your biggest takeaway from game 1?
Just the 3-star is really important. I think one of the big changes in this set is since it's easier to 3-star units, the difference maker between a top 1 comp and a top 2 comp is the amount of 3-stars you have. Super JJ had a 3-star Ashe and a 3-star Jace, both very strong individual units.
And now we can kind of see how JJ got his start right here, starting with like the 4 Vanguards, trying to figure out, where am I going? What synergies am I looking towards?
It's very important to identify what those early synergies you might want to be going for, even if you don't carry them through.
Totally. He had like that early game win streak going, but then his mid game throughout stage 3, he's lost almost throughout this entire stage. But he balanced that risk and reward just enough to not lose too much HP, because the difference between 2 life is basically losing a battle by 2 champions. Right now, the way damage works is every champion on the board is 1 extra damage plus your base damage. So if he didn't kill a champion 1 or 2 more times, he would have been dead and maybe even in the bottom 4.
Definitely. I mean, there were a lot of great plays that we saw there, and we actually have Mort standing by to break down some of them with some analysis. So Mort, take it away.
Thanks, Avali. Really good game to start us off with. I want to talk about a few things that we saw in that game. First off, let's talk a little bit about Annie. Annie is a mech pilot, so it's sort of obvious that you want to use her with the mech, but what may not be obvious is she's the front line for the Sorcerer comp. And so we saw Skara, for example, build her with tanky items and the Sorcerer to allow her shield to be really strong and allow for some really tanky fights that he could pull off. So if we take a look at the fight, what you'll see is that Annie tanking a lot of damage, allowing him to win the fight, while the infiltrators did a lot of the work on the back line, making sure that he could pull this fight off. And that Annie lives most of the fight, I think in fact all of it, plus the redemption, so that even if she does die, it's going to heal his whole team up. So really good itemization there. In addition from Sean's, we saw Infiltrator Aurelia, a really unique combination here. Aurelia's really good at jumping from target to target, but doesn't do well into Vanguards. So by making her an Infiltrator, he allowed her to get in the back, tear apart that back line, and really succeed. So that was a really interesting combination to see. And then the last thing I want to talk about is, while it was good to see Super JJ win, there was one fight that almost cost him, because he only lived with 2 health. So if you take a look at his positioning here, Blitzcrank is back, and so you have to position around Blitzcrank a lot, especially when you see him all over the map. So as you see, as the replay plays out here, he unfortunately has put Jin in a position to get grabbed, or excuse me, Ash, to get grabbed by the Blitzcrank, and it almost cost him the fight. I think it does cost him the fight. So again, positioning really matters here. Even with Mystic, that misfortune tears it apart. So yeah, just really cost him there. And again, that almost kills him. Another positioning error like that could have cost him the game, but thankfully he learned from that, picked it up, and was able to succeed. That's gonna do it for me. Back to you, Avali.
Jeez, yeah, we saw Lothar was like, yeah, I got him. Oh, 2 health, come on. But
not even close, right?
It's our answer of what happened in the mid-game.
Yeah, exactly. But let's go ahead and take one more look at our winner, as well as some of the standings that we have after our first game here. Look at Super JJ and all of his winning comps. I mean, were any of those comps, I know we predicted some of them. No Sorks yet, but we did see some mecha pilots get played.
And Mystic, I think, is going to continue to be a strength in general, with the emphasis on spells during Galaxies.
Definitely. So Super JJ with the win gets the most points going into the standings. So here we have, as it goes for the first game, Super JJ sitting at top with 10, Solo 8, Utenera 6, and then so on so forth through the bottom. Now remember, we decide who moves on from this group for people. Game 4 is our golden game. Whoever wins there, they move straight into day 2, and then it's just a amalgam. I'm trying to use big vocabulary since we're so cosmic brained right now. Whoever has most big points, 3 people move on. There we go.
Big point, good.
Big point,
big point, big
good.
brain.
Big point, good. Okay, but now that we're moving on to game 2, everyone's gotten like a little bit of a taste. They see, okay, 3 stars are very strong. Do you think it's going to shake up how anything's played?
Well, I think for Mystic will be heavily contested. I think the big turning point for Super JJ was hitting the Lulu at level 8, because late game, when you look at Echo, Aurelian Soul, Misfortune especially, like if you saw the amount of time his entire team got blasted by Misfortune, he was saved because he had 4 Mystic, and it's all coming down to whether or not you roll the Lulu. So we're gonna see a lot more 4 Mystics, I imagine.
Yeah, and definitely trying to figure out and play around. Now we have Blitzcranks and the Zephyr, so once you get that 3-star, it's just like, oh gosh, where do I save my babies? How do I put them around?
And I think that players were also going to improve their positioning over time as well. We saw that there was some micro adjustments, so I'm really excited to get into game number 2.
Definitely, and here we go, starting off with our game 1 winner, Super JJ.
Yeah, game number 2. And this time, hey, Toast, what's up?
What's up?
How you doing?
Good, excited to talk about TFT. Basically the thing I do every day.
I'm super stoked to actually get your perspective on it, because Avilee and I have both been watching your videos that you've been posting, going through the Galaxy set. What are you looking forward to most here? You obviously mentioned Mystic, but what are some of the other classes or origins?
Just the items they build, actually. Right now, I feel like the meta is mostly defensive items, like you see Bramble Vests, Guardian Angels, Bloodthirster, which is kind of a mix of both. You rarely see stuff like Rage Blade, RFC, like items that are really good in set 1 aren't as good in Galaxies anymore.
Well, what do you think about if somebody does decide to go into the Rage Blade? I've seen a lot of people choosing for things like Jhin.
It's not great. If you see someone doing that, you might be in the lower elo. Just because Jhin doesn't stack Rage Blade that well compared to other units, because with Rage Blade, the faster you hit it, the faster you stack it. But Jin's speciality is that his attack speed is always 0.9 per second per attack, so do not recommend Rage Blade on Jhin.
Now we saw Super JJ went for Vanguard really early during the last game, which that is going to be closest to the Wardens of times past, building into that armor. Do you think that's going to be something that will consistently be picked up as an early synergy?
Definitely, like for Warden, early game it's mostly about auto attacks, and once you hit the 4 Warden, you go from like 60 armor to 250 armor. So essentially you're taking like 20-30% physical damage. It all comes down to whether or not you roll I believe it's the Jace, because the other 2 Wardens, is Poppy, Leona, and Mordekaiser. So 1 cost, 1 cost, 2 costs. So once you hit the Jace, you get that 4 Warden really easily, and your defenses are great until the late game, in which case it all becomes magic damage and you're looking at 4 Mystics.
That is interesting too, because Super JJ converting from Vanguard specifically into Mystics, is it just the way that the spells end up scaling over time?
Exactly, like late game, you just want to do as much AoE damage as possible. You might get the occasional like Shaco or the Jhin, but that's easily countered with just a single Bramble Vest.
Items starting to get picked up here, not fully committing into forming anything just yet. I want to see if any of these players are going to go for some of the more, I guess, overall applicable items like Zephyr or any of the new ones. ZZ Rod, I feel like, has been a lot of fun to work with to really bump up that front line. Have you been using that?
Early game, sometimes I would use it. Right now, with the new streaking changes, you just need to win 4 games, I believe, to hit maximum gold. So you see Super JJ go for a Deathblade here, a really strong early game item. It used to start at 0 stack, but now they buffed it to 2 stacks. So essentially, it's 60 damage with 15 damage every kill, and he's putting it on his AD carry, Xayah, who also recently got buffed at the level 2 and the level 3, and you see him going up against Scarra's Chrono team, but that Shen, one of the best early game unit, just because your whole team is dodging for 3 seconds, your team's not doing any damage.
Shen has been great for the Chrono compositions, also a Blade Master alongside Xayah. Do you think there's any potential in the way Blade Master can build throughout the match?
Blade Master, you're still building defensive. You can go 6 Blade Master. I like stacking a 3-star Master Yi, because he gets 75% of his health back over the course of 5 seconds. So he becomes an unkillable tank. But again, Dragon Claw, Bramble Vest, always defensive item. Most of these units are strong enough with their abilities to just kill people. What they need is defense, unless you're running Vanguard Mystic, in which case you want to go something like Ionic Spark, which helps your team just deal more damage while being a defensive item.
It is really cool with the changes that have come with Ionic Spark, being able to use it more as a frontline item.
Yeah.
What do you think are the benefits of the fact that we're getting some more hybrid feeling things, right? Whether it's items or the synergies that you can build into.
Ionic Spark is very, it got buffed pretty hard because it reduces the magic resistance of your enemy team by 50%. And if you put it on, say, one of your Mech Garens, it applies the resistance reduction, and then once he dies, the unit itself still has the Ionic Spark, so essentially you just reduce the MR of your entire enemy team by 50% the entire time.
One of my favorite mechanics that I see in TFT now that kind of got carried over from League is the Caitlyn ult, exactly where we saw one very brave unit stand in front. So Caitlyn herself didn't get ulted by the enemy. Caitlyn went down there.
I actually thought for a moment that might have not necessarily lost the round, but made it a lot closer because the 2-star Caitlyn missed the ult on the 1-star Caitlyn on the opposite side, but the 1-star got the shot on the 2-star that almost killed her. She had one other item or something, might have been able to pop her and then end up ending the round.
Yeah, Caitlyn is a bit reminiscent of Varus from their first 2 sets where he charges up that bow for a good 1 second, and sometimes the enemy is just at 1 health and you're just wishing he would auto-attack, and in his 1 second animation he actually gets killed because of it. Happened a lot with my Caitlyn. Here we have Hong Lian with his just a Vanguard comp, very simple, and 2 Caitlyn in the back. Not a very strong comp because you have defense in your Vanguard, but 2 1-star Caitlyn is not damage, and he's up against another Vanguard comp. He's not getting anywhere with that.
At the beginning of the game, we saw both of them talking to each other in all chat. We weren't able to understand what they were telling each other, but maybe it was trash talk, maybe it was words of encouragement.
Oh, maybe some collusion going on.
Collusion, yes.
Or advice. Is this okay? Should I build this?
Yeah, when I play with Scara and we're trying to make YouTube videos, I would be like, I'm gonna 3-star infiltrators, you 3-star protectors, whoever wins gets the YouTube.
Oh yeah. Are there any secret compositions from Scara that you think are gonna...
He keeps talking about Space Pirate, but I haven't seen him whip it out yet.
Whisper voice here.
Whisper.
Space Pirates.
It's not gonna work for him.
Space Pirates, I feel like, are kind of you can splash them in, right? Because they all have different classes that are on them. Do you feel it's something that some people should prioritize early if they can't find other things, or do you just get blasted?
The problem with Space Pirate right now is because with the changes to how streaking gold works, you can get up to, like, I think 4 gold if you're streaking hard. And with Space Pirate, at best, you get maybe 2 gold if you're really lucky. So instead of going for, you know, average comp with the potential for money, just go for a good comp and streak, save your health. So that's why Space Pirates are kind of like not, you know, popular right now, unfortunately.
Good comp leads to good game, right?
Exactly.
Go for what's stronger.
So we're looking from Hong Lian's perspective. And what's interesting about him is you can see him tabbing throughout the entire game a lot. Like every 5 seconds, he's tapping. Because a good player, like a high challenger, what's gonna win you the game, like top 1, is countering the enemy. So you're already trying to scout who's your final opponent.
Is there any point that you feel you start scouting more within the game, or are you kind of just automatically from the start doing it?
About the halfway point, like when round 4 starts, you can kind of get the feel for who's going for like late game comp. Like if people are paying attention last game, Super JJ goes down to 2 health, but at some point he started getting the fire streak on the right, you know, on the portrait, and you should be very scared when someone does that.
What can you tell us about this triangle diamond positioning that we saw one of our players start working out? I think it was actually Sean's as soon as he gets back to his board.
Let's see.
See, look at this triangle diamond.
I think he just likes this. He just likes symmetry, but it's because Shen always wants to be at the very front, so he gets out first. And watch the Shen. He's gonna get wailed on.
Does he protect everyone?
Fiora,
Fiora, Lucian, they're moving away from Shen.
Lucian's gonna try and dash away from the Shaco. One more dash, get out there, Shaco.
Oh, shifted aggro.
Oh boy. He's also introducing a very new trait for us, cybernetic, which this particular origin, any cybernetic that has an item on them will gain the additional HP as well as damage, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's HP.
There we go, yep. AD
Yeah,
and
there
then
it is.
750 HP. So
That's a lot.
yeah, and he didn't combine a couple of his items to ensure that more of them had them, because if you don't have an item on that unit, even if the trait is present, they will not receive that benefit.
Doesn't work.
Have you been playing around with cybernetics?
So I have one game in Galaxies where I ended with 100 health. And that was with cybernetic. And you saw the stats there. It actually got buffed even more. It's at 35 AD and 250 health. And at level 2, it's 85 AD and 850 health, which is 4 giant spells and 4 great sword. So if every single one of your cybernetic unit just has an item, it's essentially like, that's like a lot of, that's like 30 items worth of stats.
How do you balance, though, if you do have the units for an actual item that might be a game changer if you combine them, as opposed to allowing 2 units to gain the cybernetic effect?
Yeah, like it's rough because right now you see Shanzi has a belt on his Leona, which pairs really well with the vest to make a red buff on the Lucian, but because it's on the Leona that he put it on for an early, early advantage, it feels really bad. And also the gloves pairs great with the sword for an Infinity Edge, but the last thing you want is to give your Fiora, who's mostly just there for the traits, an Infinity Edge, because she's just gonna die really early on. So that's the upside and the downsides. Like upside, you gain raw stats. Downside is your item combination is not looking great. And the thing that makes this comp really good is a 2-star Lucian. Right now it's just a 1-star that got grabbed by a Blitzcrank, gets knocked up. The Jinx turns around, focus the Lucian. But luckily the Lucian rolled health on his Hand of Justice, dashes away, and is safe. And I want to highlight the recent changes to targeting, because the thing that makes Lucian extra good this set is how when he dashes 2 spaces away from any enemy unit, they will no longer chase. In the first set, no matter how far Lucian dashed, he'll get hunted down. As you can see, he dashed away, Jinx dropped aggro, Blitzcrank got dropped aggro, and he's in the back just shooting them down.
Lucian with the spell, returning to the times of old. Only 35 mana to end up getting it off, so you really want to make sure that he doesn't die too early, gaining that health to keep him around even more often. Do you feel that building into things like HP have been more effective to allow the spells to be cast, or are you better off building into something like mana?
You're better off actually building resistance. Like health is not that good, but like a Dragon Claw is great, because even though you reduce the damage, you still gain mana as if you took full damage. So something defensive. The nice thing about Lucian, again, is that he dashes around and can get out of danger. Here we have Li Luo scouting. That's not his fault. He's just constantly scouting. And he's on a hot streak, 4 wins. That's when you get maximum gold. But he's up against the first place Shans, but he does have Chronos, Sniper, Vanguard, so much synergy, even Celestial. He might break Shans' win streak here, which is terrible for Shans.
Oh man, because they're both building into the win streak. Someone's going to be super disappointed after. Is that one of the worst feelings when you're just committing to that?
I mean, it depends on which side you're on. Super JJ is also one. Another terrible feeling is if you're lost streaking and you run against another lost streaker, and like you're gonna win, but it feels so bad because you get what, 1 gold for winning. The opponent gets 4 gold for losing.
That's so inverse of what your natural instinct would be, right?
Yeah.
Win everything.
But by incentivizing streaking also pushes more people to it, so it's not like one person's gonna streak, one person's gonna lose. There's gonna be so much interference back and forth.
With Lilu, he is working into the sniper. He's got that going for him in the back line. Also has the blitz in the back that's gonna get the pull, but ends up trading with the blitz on the opposite end. Gets knocked up by the Vi, though. So that's one way to go ahead and access the back line. Who comes out on top? With this one, it looks like he'll be fine, especially with the GA that's been putting in a lot of effect for him. Not even having to pop it in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, like right now, Blitzcrank is so prevalent. Just a great unit, and Brawler, good trait. Chrono, we've talked about. For Chrono, splash into like a lot of things. If you ever don't know what you're building, just build for Chrono. And another thing is both players that fight had Ionic Spark, which is one of the things we keep talking about. Ionic Spark might need a nerf when the patch comes out, but GA Ionic Spark, even when Mordekaiser is dying and rezzing, that item is still taking effect.
Lilu and Skara both have spatulas. Of the new spatula items, what do you think they're going to be prioritizing?
Oh, I hate getting spatula because that's when you have to really think. And when I play TFT, I just want to jam good comps. But when spatula, like a good spatula will change everything. Lilu can only make a protector right now, which is unfortunately not amazing because it got nerfed since people were doing Protector Aurelion. So Protector Sona, Protector Aurelion, Protector Lucian, and just gaining so much shield because Protector grants you a percentage of your max health when you use your ultimate ability.
And then if you build into mana, just keep getting your spell off, and this shield does not want to leave you.
It is disgusting, especially with the Seraph giving you more and more mana. You just create an unkillable tank. But I like exactly just something that never dies. I like Infiltrator. I like Darkstar, Star Guardian on a low mana unit is always great. Oh my god, we have a mirror matchup right here. Two Mordekaiser, both with GA, both with Ionic Spark, just wailing in on each other, but...
One's level 2.
This says something, though, about the item prioritization for this unit, because clearly both of them think it's fine. Caitlyn ends up smacking into the back line there, so you don't have to worry about that. It leaves room for the front line
Ash
to go
whooshes her out, sends it off to the left side of the screen. Funny enough, there was a period where Ash's ult can hit other boards, so you would just,
Wait, so would you just be playing and then this arrow
A random Asher just comes flying in and stunning your entire team, and you're like, what just happened?
And it actually had the effect and everything?
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
But don't worry, it's
That's
fixed.
like ultimate collusion. All right, I got you. You're on the diagonal right now.
I'm gonna position my Ash to miss her out.
But no more fun with that
Lilo
one,
just
already fixed.
Selling a bunch of units on his board.
Yeah, Lilo doing the same strategy as Super JJ last game, which is just 4 Vanguard. And the Vanguard you want to keep is the Jace because his ability, he's like the Aatrox of this set, where he just smashes and units are gonna die.
And especially if you're just building into that tankiness more and more and more,
Yeah, he
he's gonna get to
just
do it
stays
often.
alive.
Because Aatrox, he just kind of got popped a lot of times early on. He didn't have that same stay power that Jace does during
Exactly.
Galaxies.
Aatrox was a Blade Master, an offensive class, where Jace Vanguard gets a lot of armor. You can see Lilo starting to prep for the Mystic transition. He's got a Karma and a Sona on the bench, not selling them, getting ready to eventually become for Mystic.
I wonder if that's going to pose an issue for a lot of the players that are really catching on to this. If they all start discovering the same pivot point, maybe it even encourages it to happen earlier if you're wanting to cut ahead of everyone else that's looking for those Lulus.
Yeah, another Karma pickup.
Ooh, 2 2-stars right there.
Ooh, okay, upgraded his Vanguard Poppy and the Celestial Sniper.
I like the Celestial, the concept of it, having working healing with damage. Have you found it to be effective in your matches?
It's a nice, easy thing to splash in. A bit of healing always helps. So sometimes you just don't have the items to build like a Blitherster or a Hextech Gunblade. Just having 2 Celestial, having a Jhin goes a long way. Just a little bit of healing because Jhin, he can do damage. What he needs is defense and healing.
As far as items, you look at Lothar, and then I believe it was Solo Gasang that are working into some of the things that are going to be able to carry around onto multiple units.
Did Lilo just make his Jace an infiltrator with Warmogs?
He made it an infiltrator so that it can jump in the backline and start smashing people.
Let's go.
It also works nicely because Shaco is a Darkstar infiltrator, and normally you get Karma and Mordekaiser for Vanguard Mystic, while with Shaco you get that 3rd Darkstar now, which gives you Infiltrator, which now gets augmented by the fact that Jace just smashed 4 people in the back, dealing 500 damage each.
You gotta see what's gonna happen if he can get this to a 2-star too, because he hasn't even leveled this one up yet, and he's got a Jace on the bench.
And look how protected Jhin and Ash were that entire fight.
Yep.
And that's a lot of what you have to prioritize with these snipers, because if you're depending on them to be the majority of your damage, then you want them to stay alive. But the Jace really offers him freedom in that way too, being that he's doing work from the front line.
Yeah, he's a tank. That's also an assassin now. As you saw, Jace jump in the back with the 50% MR reduction from Mordekaiser. He smashed and 3 units just died there. Meanwhile, his front line is so tanky that no one's focusing on Jace, no one's turning around. Because the only way they change target is once they get rid of the front line. But because it takes them so long to do that, the Jace just runs rampant in the back line.
You got the Thieves' Gloves on the Leona, pulling the cap and the Static Shiv. Remember, everybody, AP scales differently this time around, so it's not as much of a feels bad if you get that onto a unit.
Every unit scales with AP. Even Yasuo, who gets more and more strikes when he ultimates.
I mean, that time we saw in the last round how protected his back carriers were, but this time Fizz ulted the back line and absolutely.
And this Mordekaiser solo, 3 units by himself.
He's got GA.
Look at that shield and Ionic Spark going in.
Oh my gosh.
Keeps his 10-round win streak.
This Jace is gonna be such
Soraka.
a problem for everyone. Oh man.
Oh, Scar's trying to hyper roll Mech Infiltrator. Okay.
This is actually a really strong build that you can, if you gravitate towards the mech in general, then focusing on either Sorcerer or Infiltrator as your main source of damage can really tap into the mech pilots themselves.
The trick to make this comp work is the 3-star. You're not pushing 8. You already have your final comp here. The best time to roll for 3-cost units is level 7, which Scarra is. You'll 2-star your Fizz and try and 3-star Annie, Rumble, Kaisa, Shaco. Unfortunately, it looks like he's still 4 units off from Shaco, Rumble, and Kaisa.
He's got to take on another Mord too.
At 30 health, Scarra can lose 3 games, 3 rounds.
Before he's too worried. And I think he's got some good stuff he's building into. He just really needs to start leveling them. There's the ult from the Fizz to start take 1 off. The Poppy gets so tanky in the back, and there's the GA.
Oh, the Mordekaiser might out here. The shield's gonna be big. He's gonna do AoE damage.
Oh, and there's no more burn. Syndra's got all of those orbs.
Oh,
my God.
3 health.
Holy crap.
That survives. That allows him to lose 1 more fight by 3 health. If he wins this game, it would be on the back of that Syndra.
Syndra has so much potential. All right, so Syndra, the way she works with her orbs, she throws the orbs for her ultimate, but it is all of the orbs that are currently on the field in addition to 3. So the more she casts her spell, the more damage she's going to do because the damage is per orb. And you saw how many of them were just trickled around there, and she just went, oh, I got you, I'm gonna carry him, I'm gonna throw him in your face.
That's a good point, because normally Syndra does not do that much damage, but because it was almost overtime, by the time she ulted, it was like 5 ults worth of damage.
I think something really important to note about Scarra's build here as well is, where are the Space Pirates?
Scarra.
I think he realized.
He realized.
He realized he preferred to just.
Wait, did Scarra just mute people?
Scarra muted
Look, user is now being muted.
I wonder if Utherina was running the squink and like doing his little taunt, which is again one of the most triggering things in the world.
So is it an accomplishment or not if you get muted? Is it like, yes?
It's like you did what you were trying to do. Scar still holding on to that spatula. I wonder if he didn't have a bow option, but I think he just wanted the GA Ionic Spark on the Annie / Garen. Because if you get GA on Annie, you get it on Garen. And as you can see, gets popped, and now he's winning fight. That combo, like GA Ionic Spark, we already saw on 3 players. But on Garen, it's so good because you essentially double up on it.
Spatulas are also back on the carousel now, not as frequently as they were if time passed. So who knows, maybe a force of nature on the horizon?
Ooh, that would be really good for him.
Especially with a lot of micro synergies available that you can just add 1 more unit and get that applicable.
Yeah, what would be good for Scar is if he does find a force of nature, he can consider pushing 8 and putting in 2 Sorcerer, which also gives him Star Guardian, which gives his backline just a little more oomph, a little more mana, a little more synergy.
For Star Guardian, do you find it beneficial to build it all the way out to 6 or only 3? Because sometimes with the additional units, it can be hard depending on your positioning.
Yeah, with the recent buff to Star Guardian, so it used to restore 50 mana at the 6, now it restores 60 mana. Oh my god!
Wow, Lothar.
That was not even remotely close.
Oh, that's gonna do a very good chunk of
Okay. So
Oh, I thought I didn't realize he went to scratch his head. I thought he was raising his hand up like, I did that. Yeah. Which would still, he would deserve to do that.
that was such a domination. I'm not sure what exactly caused that, but
Was it just the attack speed from the Chrono building into it? Because he's got a brawler comp going on. Maybe the beefiness. It looked like the ults were being very impactful too once Cho'Gath actually came through.
Also the 4 Blaster helps a lot against Mech Pilot because it shoots 6 shots. And because Mech Garen only takes up 1 shot, all other 5 shots are going onto your squishies. They're your infiltrators, your sorcerer, people with no defense. So I imagine that's what countered Scar's so hard.
He also has the Thresh that's constantly dragging people in from the bench and pulling them into the fight.
That is a very great thing to bring up. Thresh is a very, very unique mechanic with his spell. So when he ults, he ends up pulling a unit from the bench into battle. Though this does not impact the traits that you currently have active. You can't just pull somebody in and end up gaining that. When he is a 3-star, he brings in all 9 units from the bench, which is so hard to do that it is worth how OP it can be, because if you commit to that, then you put a lot of resources into making that possible.
You need to get the Nico-verse, you need to get Nico items, and you just need to save
Pray to the Thresh god. They need to go to your dog and say, listen, Thresh, I really need your help right now. Can you give me that for love?
Ooh, Lotar's Jinx, who's his carry, is getting focused by the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa with Protector takes down the Ezreal and the Jinx, the 2 heavy carries of Lotar's team. Stays alive with that Protector Kai'Sa build we talked about with the Seraph, so she doesn't really take damage. And what would make this completely overpowered is if you get 3-star. And with Scarra at 16 health, holding on to the 5 other Kai'Sas, once he goes down, Lothar would be really, really happy. Wait, no, sorry, Lotar's opponent would be happy.
Points-wise, too, Lothar went out really, really early during the last game. He went out first, so he only has 1 point. And maybe you can get away with 1 game going and out in the bottom.
Listen,
but...
all I'm saying is that in game 1, I said, listen, if Lothar finishes 7th and Nathan in game 4 it takes 1st place, I think, maybe he's trying to play out the story that I have written for him.
He said, I got you, Avali. I remember from the time I was there casting. Let's make it happen.
Let's make it interesting.
Yeah.
Here we go again. Watch the Kai'Sa where she jumps. She's going to jump on the Sona with the Seraph, which is one of his carry. Just going to auto, gain a shield, auto, gain a shield with Morello, so it counters all that healing.
You even saw there was barely any static shiv effect from the opposite end because you couldn't really get that many shots off.
Like normally Ionic Spark counters Kai'Sa, but because of Protector, she is essentially negating that damage. Oh, here we go. Ionic Spark versus Kai'Sa Protector.
The anti-heal, the shielding though, the slap, and the Kai'Sa comes out on top. All right.
Solo carry Kai'Sa.
Do it, Kai'Sa, do it.
Lutarina saving his money, getting for the roll down. He would know Scarra is holding most of the Kai'Sa. He's gonna keep an eye on him.
Scarra just 3-star the Rumble?
That's really good because that Garen's gonna be very healthy. But again, he gets countered by Infiltrator and Blasters.
I wonder if, as far as how the carousels end up going, items like Giant Slayer, if you know a lot of people are working into mechs, can be very helpful. Just trying to chunk through that HP as quick as possible. Because sometimes it feels like the mech comps, it's just the delay that they offer to get a couple of the spells off in the back line enough to win it.
Ooh, Uzarina jump in the back line. Gonna focus the Lucian next to
there goes a Jinx!
Jinx instantly deleted. Misfortune getting ready to ult.
Oh, and then Kale barely even got anything off either.
Is this gonna kill Super JJ? No, he's gonna survive with 1 HP.
Oh my god.
Remember, this is round 5. Every unit is worth 1 point, and losing the round is worth 10 points.
Now, if you're on the opposite end, and you're Super JJ, and you see this Infiltrator comp, and you're trying to line up that back line, things are getting pretty scary.
Yeah, positioning matters so much in this set because of Infiltrator and Blitzcrank, and not to mention just Zephyr in general. You want to... So Infiltrator jumps directly across. It doesn't jump like diagonally. It always goes straight across. So you want your units as far as possible. But if it's in the corner, then you run the risk of getting it grabbed by Blitzcrank. So it's this constant, like, is it in the middle? If it's on the left? It's a lot of mind games.
All the more reason to practice your clicking, going around. Make sure you hotkey everybody else.
You have to scout. If you want to be good at TFT, you have to scout.
It's a legitimate strategy if you're top 2, and then even now you have additional items that work into this as well, but the Zephyr battles and the Blitzcrank battles, you kind of try and juke them out until you can switch at the very last minute to protect your carry.
Honestly, at the end, it's just random.
Yeah.
Like, let's be honest, you're just randomly...
It's a game of chicken that is up to chance.
Yeah. Oh, Serena gets one more Kai'Sa. He might hard roll for it. He's sitting at 60 gold. 1 away from 3-star Shin. 1 away. Oh, he wants the Rakan. Has to sell the Shaco because he's also 1 away from 3-star Rakan. He's thinking about it. He's got to sell the Shaco if he wants to make through.
Yeah, you're too far from that Shaco.
Oh, he's going to push level instead. Does not want to sell the Shaco.
God.
He's going to keep it.
Oh man, so he's really prioritizing trying to get 3 stars. Probably at this point just saying, hey, whichever one gets there first, man. Because as soon as he finds another Shaco, he'll find more.
Exactly. Like there's upside to leveling up. You get to keep your Shaco and get an extra unit. The downside is he just reduces his odds of finding 2-cost units, which affects his Kaisa, his Rakan, and his Xin Zhao by about 10%.
It almost feels like, well, then I guess you keep the Kaisa for now, but if it does come push to shove on the bench, might end up having to pivot off of that just because of the likelihood of finding something like the Shaco.
Maybe. Ooh. So strong right now. 5-game win streak.
And right, 6 people only remaining 2 single digits HP. We're getting to that point.
Super JJ bottoming out.
Oh, he found the
You hate to see that.
Kaisa.
Kaisa 3. I can't imagine anyone having a chance against this comp right now.
There's the first time that we've seen an MF ult upgrade in the shop. Larger cone, 8 cost. He skips right by it.
So MF, Misfortune, as well as Gangplank are mercenaries.
3-star.
There's a 3-star. Okay, cool. So we found one for the Rakan. And as far as mercenaries go, for anyone that's wondering, they are both 5-cost units. You do not need both for the synergy itself. They are independent. And when you have the unit, you can upgrade their ability through the shop.
Ooh. Scar and Utherina both on high win streak, but I don't think Scars can stop this.
Yeah, he worked into the defensive on the gear in here with the mech, but now, even though they're popped out, is it going to be enough? The burn off of
the crowd control from Scara.
Oh my goodness! It really was looking bad for him. What was it in the end that allowed it to turn around?
It was the crowd control. I believe Scara has Demolitionist, which is such a big difference because it allows Rumble to keep that Kaisa locked down long enough for Fizz's Chum the Waters to come up and knock her up as well. That 1 second of stun from Demolitionist was the difference because once Kaisa ults, she's gaining like 800 health.
Thinking about the spread of the spell too when you're working into Demolitionists, things like Gangplank, that huge area of effect ultimate, if you can get the stun with something like that, can be a complete game changer.
Scar has a really good team. He's putting all 3 of his mech pilots' traits to maximum because like you get Infiltrator from Fizz, you get Demolitionist from Rumble, and you get Sorcerer from Annie. As you can see on the left, Demolition activated. Infiltrator, Max, and Sorcerer at 2. It's not like great, but it's still 10% damage.
And he's at level 7 right now, so we'll have to see what he ends up doing when he levels up, pivots into some additional things. Sorcerer, I like the fact that you can get that splash at 2, as opposed to having to build towards 3. It can make all the difference.
You can see Scar trying to 3-star Shaco, but remember, Utherina is holding onto 5 Shacos as well. He's rolling, but Ooh, upgrades his Kha'Zix to an Echo.
Interesting. Echo. I think it's probably one of the most talked about initially from what I saw, people being impressed by not just his ability, but the overall look of it.
Yeah.
Being that when he does come in, he shatters the timeline and ends up stunning all of the units and then attacking them as well.
Scar's Echo got Zephyr, which is really bad because Infiltrator gains his attack speed at the beginning for 6 seconds, and Zephyr freezes him for 5 seconds.
He did disarm the other Echo for a while though, but not enough to prevent any action follow-up there. Look at all the Echo ults coming!
All the Echoes ulting, jumping around, attacking, but Scar's Garen still alive, has Dragon Claw, that defensive item we keep talking about, has GA. You can see the Jace, the Mordekais, they're all trying to beat on him, but he comes back out.
It just shows. Look at the defensive abilities.
8 seconds.
Let's go, Scara! That shield is huge, but I don't. Oh no!
It was a draw and Scar. Did Scar lose off the draw?
He died to the tie. No! That is such a tragedy. He was set to win the entire thing because he was beating Utherina.
Sucks. And 4th. There's enough of a point difference between 1st and 4th too, where you're feeling the heat of that. In game 2, it's not even the first game. And he went out early in the first game, so he really needed that win to try and balance it out.
I guess that's the one side about building all defensive item is if you go up against another guy with all defensive item, you're both going down.
Yeah, that is so
My
rough.
heart breaks for Scara.
Well, at least he's gonna have a little bit of time before the next game to maybe allow himself to cool off. As far as this one, we have Shams, we have Lilu, and then we have Uthanera, all still in this, but all fairly low.
Utharina going out. It's now down to Shans and Lilu. Okay, it's not gonna be a double kill situation. We have 4 Vanguard, 4 Mystic versus, I believe it was Cybernetics?
I believe so. I'm sure we'll, once they populate onto the battlefield. Hey,
6 Cybernetics. Fiora does not have an item, unfortunately, so he's missing out on quite a lot of health. I believe he has 8 kills ready, looking for that final kill, for that 3-star kill, but Lilu is holding on to a kill in his shop as well, keeping Shans from finding it.
Selfish.
Yeah, exactly.
it honestly makes a big difference.
And once again, a 4 Vanguard, 4 Mystic comp is making its way to the end. Lilu with his infiltrated Jace in the back line trying to smash some people. Let's see how this plays out. Kale on the left is not going to be under any fire. The Lucian gets Zephyred. Ooh, there goes the Echo. Smashing on the Kale, getting focus. Soraka healing everyone up.
Man, everybody that had the items on them were immediately just obliterated from this field. Look, everybody is still here. That's such a dominating way to go ahead and get that victory. By golly, Lilu, a lot of consistency in his play for game number 2 to rack up those points.
Definitely, and I didn't think that he was going to come out on top. I thought Uth had such a good comp moving in. He was win streaking for the longest time. He knocked a bunch of people out. So Lilu coming in a little bit out of nowhere for me.
Yeah, Utharina, I believe, lost to Lilu at some point.
Lost to Lilu at that time.
Because, once again, 4 Mystic just completely negates. The Kaisa could stay alive for such a long time, but at the same time, your opponent has 4 Mystic, which reduces all that damage taken.
Yeah, and once again, Latigris, you said it earlier today, Mystic is just coming out on top, and it's such a highly prioritized comp that we're getting.
Mystic. When the spells get more and more powerful, then your defensive stats that are going to shut that down become that much more important. And we clearly saw a lot of different players prioritizing this throughout.
Here we could see kind of like Lilu and how he played throughout the game. Gosh, I love Echo. It's so cool how he just freezes time across the galaxy and then just starts taking everyone down.
Fun fact, your little legend also freezes when he does that if you're walking across.
Oh.
I got super freaked out the first time that happened to me.
Oh my, wait, so is this the
This
is the round?
This is the tie, wasn't it?
I think this is, so Lilu was the one who knocked out Skara through a tie.
That's so sad.
You see his little legend try to go through the portal and then the moves just follow. But then in the end right here, it just shows how deserving Lilu was of the overall victory, because it wasn't by a hair, it was by a mile.
Definitely. I mean, we will have an interview later on actually with Skara, but do we think that if that tie hadn't happened, do we think Skara could have gotten further?
I think the problem is he would have to have the tie eventually against Lilu.
Against Lilu.
But maybe he could have gotten a 2nd place instead, because Scar's Garen was powered by a 3-star Rumble with Guardian Angel, Dragonclaw, Ionic Spark, which means it's just not going to take damage. It's going to constantly zap, 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 zap. But against another defensive comp, as you saw, the game it goes on way too long. He could probably win if the timer was infinite, but just took some damage.
Yeah, he took the damage. There were a lot of fun plays, a lot of heart-wrenching plays. So to break down some of them, we have our analysis right over there with Whitrock.
Thanks, Avalie. What a fun game. I wanted to pull out some key moments from that game that I think really were making the difference. First, I want to talk about Thresh as a unit. Sometimes Thresh is about pulling in those really late game units, getting those big spells, but actually Lothar used Thresh in the mid game to really just focus on getting more bodies into combat. So you'll see a fight where he is in the mid game, he's trying to survive, he's playing his blaster comp, needs time for Jinx, and he's not pulling in the big units or the big spells, he's just getting some of those bodies on the field, making sure that he has enough frontline, letting that Jinx get excited and finish off the rest of the fight. You'll see the Jinx gets her rocket form, cleans up the rest of the team, and this allows Lothar to stay alive for the mid game. Eventually he does fall, but keeps him alive. Here I want to talk about just a creative option from Scar. He puts that Demolitionist Spatula onto Kaisa, and man does that hurt. Stuns the whole backline, keeps the MF from ulting earlier in the fight, lets the positioning break down, and he ends up winning that fight. Finally, I want to talk what felt like really the story of this game, even though this wasn't the winner. We saw different diversified carries. So here we have a 6 cybernetic comp where there's multiple important units. First, you have the Echo in the back line, gets that ult off, gets everyone softened up, but you still have 2 important carries. You have a Kayle with 2 items that survives, does some extra damage, and then Irelia, who's just tearing up the rest of the back line and finishes off the fight. So diversified carries, also a strong option. I'm excited to see other ones as well. Avali, back to you.
Thank you very much. I mean, I kind of liked how he broke down Thresh at the very beginning. You look excited. You want to say something.
Well, then I could just watch the Echo Ultimate on a loop all day. It looks so cool. And also a note on Scar, because I know you're about to talk to him a bit. I would be curious to know on where he was planning to pivot, because he put all his items on the Annie, and the Rumble got it to a 3-star. So, like, was he trying to go for Sorks maybe earlier with the mech build, or just had to go in the other direction?
Definitely. We actually have an interview waiting for him. He's up on the big screen. His face is up on the big screen. Let's go ahead and talk to Skara. I could pass on your question, or I could just flame him. Skara, can you hear us right now?
Yeah, what's up?
Hi, buddy. First thing I need to ask you about is how you got eliminated in that second game through a tie. So tell me about it.
I was actually super unlucky because I could beat everyone in the lobby. I did already beat everyone in the lobby, but I fucked up my transition early to mid game. I literally had like terrible early games in both games, and so I've had to like come back from really bad deficits.
Yeah, I think, Tigress, you were asking specifically about a comp or about a transition.
Yeah, I was actually just wondering, so you had all of your items on the Annie, if that was a choice because of what she offers defensively, or because you got the Rumble to a 3-star, were you hoping to maybe have to pivot?
So, like my chat wanted me to sell my Annie items to give it to Rumble 3. The thing is, I was all in at 7 because I was so low health. I couldn't go to 8. And I couldn't roll for anything at 7 because Euthanaria was going Protector Infiltrators, so I was getting my Shaco and Kaisa sniped by him. And so if I roll down at 7, I only have really 2 units to go for, which is Rumble and Annie. And if I keep rolling down at 7 and I can't go for Annie, then there's no reason for me to be rolling at 7. So I was hoping to 3-star both of the units. And the original reason why I had to put items on her is because I got the very second Annie off the carousel.
Skara, now I need to ask you, because you're going to be entering into game 3. You only have 2 games left. What is your strategy? Because right now, you're not really close to the top of the leaderboard. Sorry?
First place, 4th game.
First place, 4th game. All right, Skara, that is a brilliant strategy. I'm going to let you take some time and prepare for game 3. Maybe he's just going to int it. Go super hard in that golden game 4. But we actually have the standings for us right here. And look at Lialu sitting at the top with 15 points. 5 from game 1 and 10 from game 2. Right underneath him, we have Uthenra, Super JJ, Sean's, Sologa saying Skara not last. Lothar at 7th and Hong Lian at 8th right now with only 5 points. Actually, these two are both tied for 5 points right there. But I'm very excited to get into these games, but these players need a little bit of time to cool off, take a deep breath. So we're going to take a quick break. But when we come back, we've got some more games for you. Welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics Galaxy Showcase. We've had 2 games so far from 8 of our tacticians, and we've had some good stuff so far. We've seen mechs, we've seen infiltrators, we've seen 3 stars, we saw ties go terribly wrong. Just absolutely so much action, and for everyone who's watching at home, you could be a part of it. All you have to do is open up your social media and use that hashtag TFT Galaxies. And if you can't wait to play, then I have good news for you, because along with patch 10.6, Galaxies will be making its way into TFT.
I'm so excited!
Of course, yes, everyone is excited for. But let's go ahead and talk. We actually have the standings ahead so we can see where everyone is currently lining up. At first place, I do believe, yep, there we go. We have Lilo sitting up top with 15 points, and falling right underneath him is Uthenera with 12. Super JJ, who was our first place winner in game 1, but then our 8th place loser in game 2 with 11 points. Sean's as well at 11. Sologa Sang at 10. Skara at 9, and Lothar and Hong Lian both sitting at 5.
Why are all the S's in the middle?
Why are all the S's in the middle?
They were all grouped in the middle. Skara, Super JJ, Sologa Sang.
Maybe there's like, is that a origin in itself?
They're rebels. They were trying to stay together. That's what happened.
That's pretty smart. I like these connections that we have made throughout our
Yes, we're humans. We're trying to make sense of the chaos that is happening, but I don't think there's any rhyme or reason. I think the players are trying their best, and some players, I mean, getting first is a viable strategy, even if you bomb out in last, because you will hit higher spikes. There's a big gap between getting third, second, and first, because there's 2-point jumps as opposed to 1. So, it didn't work out for JJ, but maybe he'll figure out something out for game 3.
And your fate is kind of dependent upon how everyone else does too, because maybe somebody else got first in the first game and you're just hoping they get 8th from there on out. Maybe somebody else got first in the first game and you're just hoping they get 8th from there on out, and then you squeeze your way in.
We could have Scar's strategy where it's like, I'm just going to get first in game 4 and that's how we're moving on. But as we see everyone kind of learning and creating their own little metas within, we see a lot of the Mystics, a lot of the mechas. So, I mean, what haven't we seen yet that may make an appearance? Space Pirates?
Let's hope not if we want Scar to actually continue to go through. I think Space Pirates is more of a fun build that has a lot of volatility. The hard thing about Space Pirates is that you never know what you get, and that's part of what makes it super fun. But when you're playing for, this is a $150,000 prize pool, you need a little bit more consistency, which is why, we haven't seen Scar go for that build, I think.
I think it's more likely for whichever players go into game number 4 with no chance of making it through, then maybe you go for something more volatile like that, because if it goes well for you, you get that game 4 win, and there you go.
Toast, now I feel like you have pretty, is it safe to say that Toast may have the most TFT knowledge out of everyone sitting here?
Toast is with the most.
Or am I backhanding you, Frodan?
For our synergy here, yes.
For our synergy here, yes. Yeah. Then I want to hear from kind of your perspective when you've seen the first 2 games so far. Who has impressed you and who has just disappointed you?
Probably Lilu. I don't know too much about him, but his decision making, his positioning, his choice to give his Jace infiltrator just so he can jump into the backline and start smashing the weak units up is very, very unique. Most people would have gone for a Dark Star spatula when it comes to Vanguard Mystic, because you already have Mordekaiser and Karma, but he went for an infiltrator, which is a little unexpected and looked like it worked out great for him.
The one thing that I also noticed, I love that you brought that up, Toast, is that he did it instantly too. He didn't really hesitate, and I think that's a mark of a really good player, because I have some players, or some friends who play and they just hit Challenger, and they say that the big difference is that it feels like Challenger players at the very top, you're talking about like Delicious Milks and Kurum and all these other great players, they instantly know what to do. So I think that recognition is going to go a long way for Lilo.
A great example of that being the fact that when he had to pivot, choosing to go into the Shaco.
Well, we're going to see which of those origins and classes make a second appearance as we get into game 3.
All right, cool. Well, I was told that Disguised Toast will be joining me, and this is a special one, considering that Toast and I, we go way back. So, how was casting?
It's nice. I don't get to do a lot of casting because you're talking about what's happening, right? And I don't get to talk about what's happening besides on my board, because in all my games, I usually am the last one standing.
Right.
I don't get to see what's going on other boards. But now, this is a nice change.
That's right. It's also nice that you give jobs to other people like myself by allowing us to cast and not taking it from me. So
also giving opportunities to these other players to get some glory, because you know, I'm already the best TFT streamer out there, right?
Yes.
It's nice to have someone maybe compete for the title of second best.
Right. Well, as far as I know, I think you're the only TFT streamer on your platform.
No, there's a couple. We see Lilu picking up just a random mishmash of garbage, to be honest. Graves, bad. Malphite, bad. Leona, good for Vanguard.
Yeah, you know, I think that there's a pair of Graves here, and honestly, the early game economy has been kind of an interesting discussion point for a lot of the player base. They're debating with having this early game 2 gold. Some people say they like that because it gives them more decisions to make as opposed to just buy out the shop. But some people say, I feel like it's giving me not enough foundation to make decisions for the future. Where do you stand on that?
Well, it kind of mirrors the current economy, actually, where there's just so very little gold available, and you just have to take risk. You know, it might go up, it might go down, but because it's normally, you know, assuming you don't get any gold boxes, you only have 3 gold, and you have 5 units. So
right.
you're just kind of picking and hoping things are going to work out for you.
Yeah, but we play video games to escape real life. I'm not looking for a Riot bailout. I'm not trying to pick up student loans in RP.
I mean, Riot introduced the streaking gold, you know, they're trying to do a fiscal pump of
That's
some
true,
sort.
compound interest, teaching you the hard way. Oh gosh, very real issue.
Oh, finds a Lucian. I love Lucian because he has another Lucian. I love Lucian because cybernetic early on with the new buff. So nice. He's missing the Fiora, unfortunately, because if he has 2 Lucian, 1 Leona, but no Fiora. So unlucky.
Yeah, this is a decision that I tend to struggle with a lot when I'm playing the early game, which is I have a bunch of these units that I think could be pretty reasonable, right? Like I have the Blasters with Graves and Lucian. I might have Brawlers with like Malphite and Blitzcrank. You know, how do you determine a good group of 3 units when you're looking at this early game, though?
Early game, you really just want any synergy. Vanguard's really good because armor cybernetic, I would say, is the best one. You can get Brawler with Malphite's Blitzcrank, but the problem is just your damage. You need someone to do damage. It's easy to get defense, it's really hard to get offense early.
Right, so I think that's where that Lucian is really key. Finds a Twisted Fate to make it a 2-star unit. Twisted Fate receiving just very minor buffs, but hey, you know, every little piece of damage, as Toast was mentioning, is very useful in the beginning.
Makes a Phantom Dancer, which is a little unexpected because that Chain Vest is so valuable when it comes to Guardian Angel and Bramble Vest, but he just really wants the early game. Also, Bow right now is really hard to build anything out of. You know, you can have Hurricane, you have Giant Slayer, you have Rageblade, all very meh items. Who sells the Lucian just to get the tier off him so he can put it on the TF?
Yeah, there's one thing that I've recognized with Lilu is that he values that win streak very highly, and him being able to go forward just a step quicker than everybody else, has this 2-star Twisted Fate. Getting that Kona damage early is going to be really powerful to swing the board, and looks like he's going to be capitalizing with a 2-game victory, and already the streak has begun. So a pretty good start here for Lilu.
Mordekaiser, one of the biggest surprises of the set. His shield damage will just keep going forever until you break the shield. If you never break the shield, it's just constant damage.
Yeah, there's a little bit of bias, isn't there, from the first time we played Mordekaiser. In the launch set, Mordekaiser was often laughed at as just a synergy slave. At best, he was a knight or, activate Phantom. Now, Mordekaiser is one of the better tanks that even scales into late game.
Yeah, he had to get hit with the nerf pad in the first patch because his shield was so humongous. Still really good with the Phantom Dancer. If it gets stacked up to full, he gets 25 armor, 25 MR. Makes it harder to break the shield.
Mordekaiser got nerfed really quick. He's also kind of a force to be reckoned with on Summoner's Rift. He pushes lane non-stop in top lane and makes it difficult for me, even though I play Ornn every game. I don't know how that I still lose, but it happens. And now we see a little bit of a face-off. 3 players remain undefeated.
Oh, Darius! The anti-shield prevents the reset at the last moment.
That's huge. Darius, when he executes a champion, will immediately ultimate again and just do his very infamous Darius dunk chain. But that anti-shield blocking it stops that damage output, and as a result, Lilu was able to ride to the second carousel with a win streak.
I just noticed who was the player running that Darius Graves combo for Space Pirate, and it is Scara.
Of course.
Trying
When
to
he's back against the wall, go for the Space
going for the
Pirate.
Hail Mary Dunkaroo play. Lilu looking at his option. He has a tier, could make a Seraph or a Hand of Justice. As Sean's gonna take this glove from him. He's gonna take it. Lilu might try and get the glove, but Super JJ snatches from him, has to settle for the belt. Remember, Bo on that Blitzcrank untaken because Bo right now is just not that good in any scenario.
Or at least we haven't figured out how we can use bows really effectively, because it feels like the champions that really want to capitalize on bows don't need it.
Yeah.
You're talking about like Jin, for example. Jin, his passive allows him to get more damage and more attack speed. And as we mentioned before, we're observing the fact that you don't even have to itemize Jin with attack speed because he's overkilling so many units. You don't need to give him more damage. You actually need to make sure he's attacking other targets. So things like Runa's Hurricane actually makes a lot more sense.
That's a good one, because Jin can gain benefits from Chrono or Darkstar, which is just like ramping his damage to insane degree. Having more damage isn't going to change anything.
Yeah, he's still going to kill him the fullest shot. The first three just kind of set that all up.
Here we have the battle of the Ionic Spark. I am 100% certain the first patch we see after this tournament is an Ionic Spark nerf.
Yeah, if it's lobby enough by Toast for sure. But the Ionic Spark is it's the reason why I feel like it's so good is also because it scales really well in the late game. Largely, if you're able to attach that Guardian Angel, even to the point where we saw that JJ in the first game. He got a second Ionic Spark off of that late game Zane drop. So, that helped double that damage and give that Jace a ton of punch.
It's funny because Ionic Spark on the tooltip, it says this effect does not stack, as if like you're not supposed to build multiple.
Right.
But it's so good, it's like, I don't care if it doesn't stack, give me another one.
Yeah.
Super JJ going for nothing special, just infiltrators. Got a Jarvan, got a Fiora. Fiora's probably the first thing to go. Cybernetic doesn't really fit well. The Jarvan you might be able to keep for Darkstar Shaco if you want. And gets the Celestial Protector as well. 2 protectors, not too bad.
Yeah. So it's kind of like what you're saying. I really like this balance of offense and defense. Having the protectors do a really good job having frontline, and then the infiltrators in the back to push that damage out. And we saw last game the effectiveness of giving Kaisa that protector buff and leaning into that infiltrator. And now we'll see if Scara and his space pirates can collect some gold, or will it just kind of buckle under the pressure?
Oh, this cat is just gonna take out the Darius. Jace tries to smash, but just not enough damage. Doesn't even kill. Well, he kills one unit and got a gold from it, I believe.
Did he? There's Super J's at 4,
never mind.
and there's 4 units on the board.
He did not kill anything, huh?
I feel like Scar is missing the points of Space Pirates. You have to kill the enemy champions to get a chance of getting that gold.
Look, Scar's going for the 4th game, win,
That's right. He's trying to make it very dramatic. He is very much a showman.
Gets an upgrade on the Poppy's thinking about it, but you technically don't need to buy anything during Krug's round because you might just get enough gold so that you sell your Poppy instead and just end up making a profit.
Yeah, that's right. Toast is talking about the interest gold breakpoints that we always evaluate. There is a chance that gold drops. So while getting a 2-star Poppy makes sense, you want to wait to see what the item drops first. If you play card games, a lot of times you want to draw first to see if that changes your options. Very similar to this. Watch what drops off of the items that come off of it and react to it. And that's what you'll see a lot of top players doing.
Yeah, always just get full information before you, make an item or buy something from the shop.
Fair enough. So with that, no items being picked up, but he does pick up a pair of Sonas.
Not bad.
And that's kind of hard to want to sell immediately because Sona is also a champion that has experienced actually pretty severe nerfs. Her ability allows her to heal the teammates and cleanse their effects. And because it's a low mana requirement, I believe it was like 60 at one point, she built up that mana pool so fast to ult repeatedly. So if you put like a Seraph's Embrace on her, she would just ult and make sure the battles would never end quickly. And then you would see these protectors constantly refresh their shields, and the Sona protector strategy was pretty insane.
Yeah, Sona protector, Sona Star Guardian is also very good.
Yep.
Just
Sona
jamming so
Rebels
much mana.
was also good.
Yeah.
Sona was just a very good unit engine.
Yeah, still very good because you have to have her for 4 Mystics. So
Right.
once you come across a 2-star Sona just given to you, it's hard to say no because it just opens up that really good Mystic path. Here we have Hong Lian running 4 Chrono, 2 Brawlers. Very scaling team. Early game, it just scales. Oh, up against Scar again. Hopefully,
he got
can
the
get
dunk
some
this
dunks.
time. Yeah.
Okay.
Did get EMP'd by Ezreal's ability, but looks
Jace
like Scar's
working
gonna
on
win.
that. Caitlyn gets the kill, but doesn't get the 50% proc. Smashes the Shen, gets $1. Let's
Wow,
go,
Scar,
let's go.
at the end of the round, the gold is coming to you either way, but he wants to collect it immediately.
Okay, 1 go. Not bad.
Doing his due diligence to collect the gold.
Yeah, he's got 50 gold, you know, at round 3 too.
Note to self: never ask money from Scar.
He's got 4 Vanguard. It's coming together. He needs to at least 2-star that Jace soon. I think he's rolling for it right now.
Yeah.
Level 6 is a decent time to roll. Not as good as level 7.
Darius and Shen.
Ooh, Shen does not fit his combo. If he buys it, he's paying a $2 premium on that when he sells it down the line.
It's true, and Shen has also received a recent nerf because he was just too good at giving tankiness to his team.
He got
That
nerfed twice, actually. Once on his MR and one on his duration.
Yes. Shen, his ability, as you may have seen, creates this dome, a dome of safety, where anybody that's in it gains dodge chance, or dodge to any auto attacks, and also that magic resistance.
Oh, look at this. Ionic Spark Poppy. Her health total is like barely dented. The shield amount, she's tanking 5 units the entire fight. And meanwhile, Lux and Zoe's in the back.
So that, before you were kind of skeptical about the Titan's resolve. Now, do you believe in it a little bit more?
I mean, it's not even fully stacked yet. It's only at 40 out of 50. Like, it's only an 80% damage increase on Poppy, who doesn't do damage. So it's mostly just the Ionic Spark, giving the benefit. Like, once it hit 50 stacks, that Poppy's gonna be unkillable.
It looked unkillable already to me. Scar struggling just a little bit. He's kind of just middle of the pack. We'll check back on him later. For now, we're going to tap into Solo and see how he's doing, who's just a spot above Scarra, but you start to see some separation. You start to see in this lobby a big gap in health between Scarra and Lothar and Solo and above. And these are the people that you have to be kind of a little bit wary of when you're scouting, just to make sure that if you do run into them, can you hold up against their army?
2 Phantom Dancer guys going at it. He's gonna go to Lilu with his Chalice, which is a little unexpected.
Oh, that Twisted Fate! Wow! Getting the exact cone, and I wonder how deliberate that kind of positioning is. I mean, part of it could be a happy accident, part of it could just be, laying that potential for the possibility, but that was a challenger level Twisted Fate.
Here we go. What's he looking for here? He has gloves, tier, and vest. Might go for sword for a GA. That's very common.
Yes. That's perfect.
Yep, there are some universal items, and the fact that he has a tier, he can get a Sairs as well, makes it pretty appetizing. I believe that in Teamfight Tactics Galaxies for this set, there's a lot of high impact ultimate abilities that have big CC or big chain damage. So tiers, and specifically Sairs, to help you get that ability off faster can be such a game-winning fight opportunity there.
Good point. There's a couple of great tier users. Seraph user, Sona, like we talked about. Another great one is Syndra, who got buffed from 60 mana to 50 mana. So now she just needs 3 auto attack after Seraph to ult again. And because she's a Star Guardian, everyone else gains mana, which also then gives her mana when they ult. So it's a really high scaling item on Syndra.
Yeah, you don't really it's really weird to say it like, oh, this is like an old build, but like it's something that when you play a lot of the PBS, much as some of us degenerates have been in the past few weeks, or past couple weeks rather, is that Sorcerer Star Guardian was like one of the first builds people were really experimenting with. But 6 Sorcerer is still extremely powerful. Getting 80% spell power on all your units almost feels like you don't necessarily need to have one dedicated carry. All of your sorcerers are threats.
Ooh, Soliga saying gets his win streak shut down by Super JJ, who's on a bit of a hot streak of his own. 9 wins in a row going Protector Celestial.
Yeah, I mean, these are almost all 2-star units. He got a locket of the Iron Solari on his Thieves Club. I mean, that's kind of that's definitely a spike in a high roll there. But JJ, most importantly, has been protecting his win streak aggressively. Can he continue to find more of these protectors?
Another Nico. I think what's nice about what Super JJ is doing is he's not going for the Vanguards or the Mystic that's being contested by everyone else. He's going for the Protectors, which is the other defensive comp that no one really goes for unless they have a spatula, but he's just running the 4 Protectors as it is.
Yep. I think the 4 Protector builds are still very solid. Perhaps the nerfs have scared them away. You see that the percentages there, they used to be higher. Protectors used to give, I believe, 20 and 40% of their max HP. And so just a little bit of taps here and there, but even after the nerfs, people are like, we need more nerfs.
Really strong. When it comes to nerfs in Teamfight Tactics, people generally get just scared off initially. It's like, oh, it's nerfed, that means it's bad. But after a couple of weeks, people would just come back to it and realize that nerf was not enough, and that comp is still OP.
So that's not a TFT exclusive thing. I believe that is just gamers everywhere. When something gets nerfed, people stop playing it for some reason.
Oh, Skara's unkillable self-healing serve. Jay's just smashing. Gets $1.
Okay.
Can he get one more dollar?
Okay.
I'm just gonna beat her out of it. Oh, nope. She didn't have any cash in her pockets.
That's right, and that we're a cashless society. I think Super JJ, his Rakan probably just carry around credit cards only.
Okay, wolves round. These aren't wolves anymore. I have no idea. They look like turtles, but they jump across you like some kind of shadowy assassin creature. So I don't think they're turtles.
Yeah, but then why do they have shells?
Exactly. It kind of, those shells look kind of heavy. So that's some like strong muscles.
They also dance synchronized, so they make a great boy band. I would like to think that they are very popular in their own time. JJ and Hong Lian, we're taking a look at both of them. 2 different stories. Hong Lian is on a win streak. JJ just got his snap. Let's go ahead and hop onto Hong Lian's board. See what he is up to. He's got 4 brawlers, 2 snipers, and 3 chronos. Looking to see if he can find that 4th chrono, perhaps. Perhaps even also find that Jinx to round out this composition.
Yeah, Chrono Brawlers is a nice complementary comp because Brawler stalls the game out and Chrono scales as the fight goes on. The little hard thing with Chrono is, Chrono Brawler specifically, is you really want the Jhin so that you can have Sniper and Chrono scaling, but that requires you to have level 9, which is extremely hard to pull off. But right now you can see he just has the Jhin and doesn't care about going for Chrono just yet.
Yeah, it feels like people have largely settled on the faster meta. And this big Cho'Gath ultimate just being able to apply massive damage to that Morello is exactly why Hong Lian has that GA and Morellos onto that 1-star Cho'Gath. Be able to get that nice blast and put more pressure on fellow Chinese player Lilu.
Hong Lian is on a win streak. You can tell he's tired of the defensive meta because if there's one unit that can just punch through like all the armor and all the health, it's a Chrono Jhin.
Yeah, Jhin does 100,000 damage. I'm not even exaggerating.
Yeah, no Bramble Vest is gonna save you. He even has the Last Whisper to bust through those Vanguard units extra hard.
Right, and we saw some people trying to do that. It felt like Lothar for the first couple games had that Last Whisper. A couple times it looked like he was reluctant to build it, but when you see so many Vanguards, it makes sense logically. Last Whisper allows you to penetrate through that armor by 90% for 3 seconds. So, you need to have that if you're facing an all Vanguard build. Or if you're facing Scar, apparently. I'm
watching Scar's Jace. He has a Gunblade. He dodges the Cho'Gath out, which means he dodges the Morello buff. This Jace is gonna get so much healing off. Bam! Beat it! Oh, another one. Okay. Oh, so close.
Nice. All right, 2 gold is a pretty good batch,
Yeah.
I would say. And Scar has a full economy at level 7. Even though he was kind of in the middle of the pack, he has risen to the top like a phoenix from the ashes, Toast.
4-game win streak. The scariest thing about Jin is against Scar's Jace is that he has Dragon Claw, but he does have 4 Vanguard. But you saw how close it was. It was like 100 health away from killing the Jace.
6-star Guardian, and this is.
He needs a 3-star, but the problem is Jace is such a contested unit. Everyone's jamming for Vanguard. I don't know if he can 3-star his Jace.
Yeah, it's tough. Jace is just a very versatile unit. You don't have to play him for the Space Pirate whatsoever. Just use him as a frontliner with the Vanguard. Use him as an infiltrator, apparently.
Ooh, here we go, up against Brawler, which makes it hard to smash, but he does, again, have Dragon Claw. Like, his health total is so nice. He's gonna get knocked
that
up.
Shen is stalling for a long time.
Smash, gets $1. That Kale tried to work. Oh, the Trap Claw's gonna stun Jace for 4 seconds. Can he come out of it in time? He does. Gets another $1. How about another hammer?
Oh,
right, Ezreal, don't steal this kill.
Oh,
nice.
Okay. Actually, did get the gold from that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Kind of want your Ezreal to, hey, you know, cool your jets.
Scar making mogul moves, getting the big money.
Kill stealing is now a thing in TFT as well.
That's right, the authentic League of Legends experience. The Jace just being a KSer.
My favorite thing about what Scar's doing is he's keeping a Graves on his bench because he's not happy with gold. He wants the items as well. He wants to find that gangplank and start, you know, farming items.
The funny thing was, in some of our test games during rehearsal yesterday, he had like 13 items, and he was still losing. He had like Lulu too with all these items, but just didn't find it. So it was pretty hilarious to see him have all of these items and didn't work out. Maybe today he'll tell a different story.
Look, if you're gonna win, you gotta win in style. I like what Scar's doing. Has the Darius. Ooh.
You know, I don't even know necessarily if it's style, because the thing about it is Scar, this is the copy he's played the most in the past week, so he's most familiar with it.
I mean, I don't see anyone playing this Space Pirate thing. Also, recent change to Legendary drop rate went from 5% to 7% at level 8.
Big. That's really big.
He's trying to get that gangplank.
And he needs that 4 Mystics in too as he develops it. Right now he is all Chrono, all Vanguard with a splash of Space Pirate. Also wants to place these items somewhere.
The dash of Space Pirates.
Yes, the key ingredient.
We want to save it for gameplay.
Oh, okay, gets stunned up.
No.
The Guardian Angel will prevent
He's getting obliterated by the sorcerers, the magical girls.
He's got the Dragon Claw, but, you know, Nico's got the Ionic Spark.
It's really sad.
You get half damage from magic damage, but you also lose half your MR, so... Kind of damage from magic damage, but you also lose half your MR, so... Kind of cancels out a little bit.
All right, well, Skara is trying to piece together the rest of his composition. We're going to check in with Solo, who is on that win streak, topping out the lobby with the magical girls, as we like to call it. Sometimes magical waifus also applies here.
He's going 6 Guardian and 4 Sorcerer, which is a little change because it used to be the other way around. You used to do 3 Guardian and 6 Sorcerer, but because Sorcerer got nerfed by 40% at the tier 3, now people go the other way.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that mana is really important still too. I think people really underestimate that. But look at this damage output, and that Seraph's on that Syndra. You called it, Toast, and you see it. Lothar trying to put pressure on the rest of the lobby, as we might have Utanera as the first player eliminated from lobby number 3.
So we did a play test before this set was dropped on PBE, and Syndra was at 50 mana back then too. And Mort stole a YouTube video from me by playing it.
He stole it?
Yes, because I was about to be first place, and then he slapped on Seraphon and Syndra, and suddenly I was second place. And that's what caused Syndra to get nerfed to 60 mana. But because it was feeling a bit weak, now it's back to 50 mana. And you're seeing why it was nerfed to 60 mana. This Syndra on Solo Gasang's team is just generating not only 20 mana from the Seraph, but 60 mana from the Star Guardian.
Yeah, really not cool, Mort. Really not cool.
80 mana every 3 seconds.
No thumbnail could save that video, Toast?
Nah, I still uploaded it.
Not even an all caps title, perhaps?
A second place is still, good enough.
Second place is great. I'll take second place any day of the week. Unless apparently if Mort steals it from me. Another Ionic Spark. Jewel Gauntlet opportunity. Continues playing a Sorcerer build.
I would do Ionic and these gloves because the other thing, which is Quicksilver, is not that great after the nerfs.
Yeah, so Quicksilver from the Rise of the Elements expansion gave you immunity to all crowd control effects, period.
Permanent.
So you would be able to withstand all stuns, all silences, all disarms, etc. Now it only does it every 15 seconds. So, before, part of the reason why I think when Mort was questioning why was because there's a lot of CC in this set, and if you just make Quicksilver a mandatory thing, it feels like it actually restricts play options, which I totally understand if that's the case.
Yeah, you can imagine like a Quicksilver Jhin with a Dragon Claw and a Bramble Vest in the corner. Will just never die.
Yeah, and then Blitzcrank's not effective, and just we want to enable things as opposed to just keep taking away options.
Ooh, that Cho'Gath out hitting the whole team. Not enough though. So good saying, having a good laugh on a 5-game win streak.
Yeah, and just holding on to a lot of these 2-cost units, trying to see if we can improve the chances and find perhaps even that 3-star Syndra. And he's looking, and there's a little bit of people contesting that composition as well. Another Soraka. Soraka hitting 2 stars. A very underappreciated unit. I think Soraka is subtly one of the best tier 4 units.
Yeah. Plays well into Star Guardian and Mystic, and just full team healing is very nice when you're going for a tanky comp because that value you get from the heal is just kind of increased because of it.
So you can see that there are 2 Shinzaos on the bench and there's 1 in the shop, but Solo does not actually want to buy it just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Yeah, it will give him Celestial and Protector, but can he fit in it? Nah, he decided he can't. It just does too much.
I don't think it's something that you necessarily need. And there's bigger fish to fry.
Oh, Syndra got grabbed by the Blitzcrank, gets knocked up.
Is it enough though? There's just so much damage being put out here. Ari kind of cleaning everything up.
Takes out Lothar, who was on a win streak off his own.
Another thing too is that Nico was putting out a lot of damage from that very quick flash of a damage report, and I think Nico is being slept on too. A lot of people say it's not that great. Even when the Protector era for that brief 24 hours was very good, or 48 hours, people were saying, Nico, you want to replace her with other units. But now she seems to be doing very well in this game.
I'll be honest, it's probably the Ionic Spark.
Possibly. It could be the fact that there's 3 items on Nico as well to just give her more effectiveness as in general. But, a lot of people look at this comp and they struggle to find a frontliner. They even put Annie at the very front just to fight everything. But Solo's doing a great job finding uses of champions that I don't really get to see them do that very often.
Let's see who Syndra targets with her first elf. Bam! Goes on the Zoe. Auto. Goes for Lux next. Lilo, I believe, is running.
Oh, this Vel'Koz damage! Oh my goodness! Burning through all of the sorcerers on the other side.
That was really surprising because Vel'Koz is a unit people kind of just dismiss as terrible.
He also received the buff recently. So, these values constantly change and cause you to rethink how each champion will perform.
Scar, get the Gangplank! Get the Gangplank! Full pirate, Scar.
There you go. Scar gets it.
Yeah, this is the best time where you want to start scaling with your items, with 1 health away.
Scar just got the Gangplank with the Morel Namkan and immediately starts emoting. That's the kind of gameplay, the quality gameplay and banter I'm looking for.
If there's a point where you want to start winning, it's when you're at 6 health.
Yeah.
Oh wait, ich hätte sowieso Lulu 2 gehabt.
Well, I gotta say, Yutsunero dropped to 5 as well, and he's on a win streak and the only person in the lobby to do so. This lobby still could change dramatically. The landscape of it right now, anybody could get 8th, but it looks like also anybody can kind of sneak into that top 2, top 3.
Okay. Remember, the damage for this round is 10 minimum and about 18 maximum. So 3 guys in danger. Everyone else is completely safe from elimination for now. Scara is doing. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay, I like it.
Gosh.
But he sold the Darius and the Graves. It's just gonna be money, but still.
Doesn't matter to me. Like, that's still a lot of damage. Gangplank with full items. If he gets the upgrades,
He's looking at this spatula.
win fights by himself.
The spatula is just useless, and he's not gonna get any standalone item, unfortunately, because we're at a point where standalone items no longer drop from bosses.
Useless for now, but we can wait to see what happens. Scar not using his items is also just very risky because this could be the last fight for game
know
3.
His chat is going like saving items for TFT Force.
Oh, Jace gets the gold. Gangplank casts the ultimate, but he misses on the back line.
It's all right. He's gonna win the fourth game. No worries. No worries.
Saving items for game number 4.
D'où Jésus. Bon, un jeu contre qui?
Scar, it looks so promising, and he has dropped out in 8th place. But we might have another player following him right after this before they get to see their items off of the end of stage 5.
4 plays in danger. Lothar can technically survive if only one unit survives, but
only with a 3-star Ezreal, by the way. That is also nasty. All of these players that in the single digits of health, they're still very much a threat.
Here we go against Solo Gasang with his Syndra. Is Syndra gonna out the Kale, which is actually really good for him because Kale does have that Trap Claw still.
The Polymorph, though, stopping Cho'Gath from being able to ultimate gives a lot of time for these sorcerers, but this Kale is going off like you mentioned, Toast, and I think it's too much for Solo Gasang to overcome.
Stays alive. Lothar knocked out. Utherina knocked out. Hong Lian on.
He's praying for a top 4. Sean's wants it.
5e place. Putain, Annie, elle a pas tué.
And the little ZZ Rod minion pops out. Not enough.
Oh là, putain, on a tenu, les gars.
Okay, and here we go. Zane drops the last Whisper. It's okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 2 units you wanted on your Aurelia or your KO are both maxed out on items right now.
Yep. JJ, taking a look at the round, JJ has triple 3 stars with Rakan, Jarvan, and what looks like to be Kai'Sa.
Solo.
And Sean's doing something that I think for intermediate players, it's a good thing to do, which is to start looking at your match history to understand who you're playing against and, like, you know, relative to the lobby, how strong you can be. And this is a feature that was actually patched very recently.
You want to figure out, you know, the best position outcome because you're gonna very, very rarely play the person you just played. The only exception is like Ghost Army. So if you played against one guy and he has a Blitzcrank or a Zephyr, you can just kind of ignore him for now and position for other players to maximize your odds.
Now we're entering high stakes. Super JJ also could die now at this point. Base damage is 14, so losing by 1 is 15. Sean's finding a 2-star Cho'Gath on his last gold that he had in his inventory. That's a massive pickup for him, considering that Cho'Gath is one of the most impactful ultimates if you can get it off early in the fight.
Everyone is so strong. Look at this protector. Look at the Kai'Sa, triple 3-star units for Super JJ. But you still have Solo Gasang with the Star Guardians as well.
Sean's at the last-minute rearrangement.
He's gonna grab the Rakan? No, grabs the Nico. He's gonna stop her from ultimate.
Oh no, everything's so bunched.
Got Rakan with a huge knockup. Cho'Gath knocking up the 3-star Kai'Sa, getting her stunned, but ooh, that's just way too much 3-star.
But he gets the 4th place over Hong Lian because he died just a millisecond or 2 right after. And now JJ with a top 3 along with Solo Gasang and Li Lu. These are some of the players who've been doing the best today so far. We'll have to check the standings later on, but we do know Li Lu is leading the lobby in points and once again landing in the top 3.
Ooh, makes the switch, gets 4 Protector, 4 Infiltrator.
Yep, I mean, he had the 4 Infiltrator before, but here's the Echo and potentially can make some big plays with Echo. The thing is, I feel like Echo is one of the more item-dependent 5-cost units there.
He requires so much auto attacks to get his mana to full. And if he gets targeted, he's just gonna crumble at a 1-star.
Totally. I've seen people who say like, oh, I found a 2-star Echo, but they had no items, and then he ultimates, and he does a little bit of damage, but nothing else afterwards.
That's it, he just kills over right
And it's like, if you're gonna have a 5-cost unit do that, you might as well have Misfortune. So here we go, the battle has started. And this could determine who gets a top 2 finish guaranteed.
Super JJ already running into the corner.
In his army.
He knows.
Oh no! 20 health down to 0. Lilu and Solo Gasang are the last two remaining.
I believe Solo Gasang did lose to Lilu in the Ghost Army battle.
Uh-oh.
And Lilu just pushed level 9. Once again, he might just take another first place. And if you're one of the other players in the lobby, you're actually happy. Because Lilu's going to be through no matter what. So give all the points to him. Don't give it to my competition.
Sure. Toast always looking a way to metagame. In this case, I think Solo just trying to figure out one way to take down.
Finding that Syndra.
Ooh. So close.
Any last-second movements?
Moves the Lulu to the corner.
Got some pretty uninspired items on the Lulu. Last Whisper on a Sorcerer comp is not gonna do much. Does allow her to dodge one CC.
This mech pilot's just tanking so much of the Sorcerer's abilities, though. And Lulu polymorphed everything, but there's no damage left. Everything is just tanks.
Garen gearing, Vel'Koz gearing up, getting ready for another big laser.
I mean, tankiness is cool, but you're not killing anything. And that is going to mean Lilu takes lobby number 3 and continues his dominant performance. And you know, I think one thing that we've come to expect going into this entire TFT showcase is that the Chinese streamers that were invited were some of the best players in that region. So, you know, some of us were like thinking that they would do really well, but we weren't sure because it's unpredictable in TFT. And Lilu really living up to the hype.
Yeah, I mean, you say unpredictable, but we remember last time with the Rise of the Elements Invitational, Keen almost clean sweeped everyone repeatedly. So, I mean, looking at Lilu right there, 2 in a row, I feel like, yeah, he's pretty good up there.
He's all right, yeah.
Definitely showing that adaptability. And I also, y'all were talking about how you didn't like Vel'Koz.
Did you see him?
I like Vel'Koz.
He was looking pretty good. I think it was you. You were saying.
The 6 Sorcerer build with Magpie in particular seems very strong.
I mean, here we can see Lilu right here, and yeah, he did have the 6 Sorks right there. One of the things that I kind of wanted to point out was the spell crit item I thought was usually always unpopular, and then now it looks like it really played a part here.
Well, yeah, because Rabadon, actually, if you haven't noticed, no one, I believe, has built a single Rabadon in all of our games.
We've seen it with Thieves' Gloves, that's it.
Because it got nerfed by 20%. Because Sorcerer is in the game right now, if you have Rabadon unnerfed, it just gets way too out of control, which also raises the value of Jewel Gauntlet as the default AP item.
Which has something to do with the fact that AP scaling is working differently this time around. If Rabadon was just as strong as it was before, it would be pretty much out of control.
See, now I was trying to get a closer look. I want to know which little legend has been the most dominant so far.
I know which one hasn't been. It's Abyssia, because I see Skara emoting all the time, and he just took a fat 8th, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely not there. But yeah, I mean, one of the biggest comps that we did see were the Star Guardians. So Mort has some info on it and telling us how it is so dang powerful.
Thanks, casters. Another great game by Lilu there. Gonna break down a couple plays for you here. First off, I want to talk about Syndra a little bit. We saw Solo Gasang take second with Syndra there. Syndra's a unique unit in that every time she casts, she shoots out 3 orbs. But she gets to keep those orbs for the next cast. So every cast she's doing gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And so if you can get her to cast frequently with something like Seraphs and the Star Guardian trait, you'll start doing a lot of damage and start one-shotting all their carries. And so if we play out the clip, what we'll see is using the Star Guardian trait combined with the... Actually, this is a different clip. This is Lothar using the Blitzcrank Zephyr trick to grab the proper unit instead of grabbing the corner unit. This is a really advanced tactic that we saw in the launch set. So very valuable here, allowed Lothar to get the win. So definitely think about using that if you're playing Blitzcrank at home. It allows you to take out 2 units really well. For the next clip, we'll take a look at the Star Guardian comp. And as I mentioned, Syndra with Seraphs, really good. And so you'll see her start to cast multiple times, each cast getting bigger and bigger, eventually taking down really big priority targets like the mech, allowing Solo Gasang to do a ton of damage here. And fun fact, if you've got an enemy Syndra on the board, they'll actually use each other's orbs, so they can get even bigger off of that. For the last clip, I want to talk about one of our new items, Shroud of Stillness. Now, no one built this, but it came up on Thieves' Gloves for Darius, for Skara here, and he placed it perfectly. And so you can see right here, he hits the mech, Ahri, and Vel'Koz, causing all of them to have their mana hit by 40%, So the mech barely casts, Ari struggles to cast, and you can see Vel'Koz barely able to cast. It takes forever there. So a really good item if you're looking to delay some really key spell casts. So that's going to do it for me. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Moore. I feel so much more informed now. But for everyone watching, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings because we want to see who is sitting up at top right now. And I'm assuming that it's Lilu.
Looks to be number one, but it's all about who is fighting for second place. And Solo, with that second place, has managed to take the lead over Super JJ.
Yeah, that's something I was going to say. Solo has been performing very well across all of the games, except for, game 2 right there. But I mean, we've always seen him kind of closer to the top. So that's why I think he's pretty consistent across the board.
I'm also happy to see that because if I remember correctly during the past showcase, I think he had some misfortune during the games themselves, wasn't able to move on as effectively, but still clearly has a lot of the skill.
Yeah,
We're just going to let that pun walk by unscathed. Okay, continue.
I mean, I was going to avoid it, but I mean, if you want it, go ahead and take it. But I mean, we do have that all-important game 4 that's coming up very soon. And remember, this is the golden game. Whoever wins game 4, first place automatically moves to day 2 to play in the finals. Do we have any predictions for who we think that may be?
Well, I mean, Lilu is guaranteed to be in, win or lose, he just has enough points. I wonder if he will, just kind of meme around a little bit to give that golden ticket to someone else. Because if he gets it, it's aw, you're already through. Let's have some spice. But if you're sitting in fourth place like Sean Z right now, you really don't want anyone else getting it. You want the top 3 players to get it. Because if someone below you get it, being fourth, is not enough. You get kicked out anyway.
Exactly. If you're that 4th spot, you're saying, Lulu, take it away, take it away. Get that win, give me them points. I'm okay with that.
Exactly. I mean, we had Skara make the call out, but other players that we're looking for, Lothar, still a possibility?
He's going to need it. He's in dead last right now, so he needs to win in order to... Well, I'm just spitting the facts.
Go ahead.
Lothar, you got to win, man.
But
Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, we are going into that 4th and final game coming up pretty soon. I think I wanted to pick your guys' brains just on itemization that we've seen across the board so far, because like we've seen in some of the games, everything has been looking pretty defensive rather than moving on the offensive. Is that something that we think is going to stay for the rest of the tournament?
Well, interestingly enough, we just saw an all-offensive comp win. They just itemized Nico and just said, you know what,
exactly,
you're the Vanguard, you're in front, good luck.
Well, here we go. We are getting into that 4th and final game, and look at that. It is all cloaks around. Who's going to take this game? Who's going to take first place? And who is going to move on to day 2?
The stakes are as high as they can be. Get that win in game number 4, and you are automatically into the next day of competition.
That's right. And if Lilu or Super JJ or Solo Sang gets this win, then it moves down to the next highest bidder. Who doesn't really already get in. So we'll see how this continues to shape the landscape. After this game, don't go anywhere because we'll have Group B finish up, or start rather, right after. And you'll have some of your other favorite streamers from China, LatAm, Brazil, on North America. But thankfully, we're going to let most of these European players go to sleep because it's pretty late already over there.
And if you end up moving on to tomorrow, you definitely want to get that good shut-eye beforehand. I also want to see if anybody in Group B ends up taking learnings from Group A, or if we see an entirely different approach to the game.
I think they are. I think almost every one of those streamers probably have to be watching right now and saying, these are the comps, maybe even theory crafting, for better for worse, with Twitch chat, saying are these legit? Maybe some of them are in, Discord channels, talking with their practice groups. It's really competitive. I don't think any streamer here isn't taking this seriously given how much money's at stake and also a lot of the pride, but most importantly, that Teamfight Tactic jacket.
It's so
I swear
good.
16 out of 16 players want that more than anything.
If it's still here by then, if one of us doesn't walk off with it on our own. Now, Broden,
Sure.
I'm asking you to role play a little bit. All right? Pretend you're Lothar.
Okay, I'm kind of a role player.
Yeah, there you go. You
Pretend I'm Lothar.
not been doing
I
very
wish.
well.
I really do wish.
Oh yeah, what makes you want to step into the shoes of Lothar?
I mean, he's
I'm agreeing
ripped.
with you,
He's
yeah.
he used to be part of a metal band. He was the lead guitarist.
A beautiful baby
He
girl.
has a beautiful baby girl.
That's another Gabby, so shout out to the
He's
Gabbies of the world.
beloved Polish streamer within his community, and he's he's top 8 in this group right now.
if you are your top 8, but you weren't doing well in the beginning, are you going to go for something more volatile that could just go for that #1 spot then?
I think that's a really good question. All jokes aside, Lothar's actually, for people who probably don't know, Lothar and I have known each other for like 6-7 years, and we're actually, he's one of my closest friends in esports, so I'm very fond of him. I only like to give him a hard time because how much I care about him. But he's also a deeply competitive player, as much as we like to joke around. And I think he completely understands at this point, maybe it's time to go for a build that is a little bit less reliable, but if you do hit that power spike, if you do get fortunate enough to high roll the exact things that you need, items and champions, I think that's worth attempting, because right now, if you get second place, it's worth nothing because he's not going to catch up enough to get through the group stage.
And maybe that could end up aiding some of these players, considering if there is that differentiation between those that are attempting to go for a more volatile comp to get that #1 spot because they have to, or those that are in the middle that want to just earn a few extra points.
Totally. So now we start to see the first skirmishes here at stage 2-1. You see that already, that once again, people are prioritizing the Ionic Spark. And I think I wonder, the first thing that I think about when I look at games like TFT as this TF is going to clean up is how do we beat this, right? Because there's two chains of thought. One, you either join it or you beat it, and try to use adaptation to it. And I'm trying to rack my brain here, and I'm just kind of throwing it out there, Avli or Gabby. What do you think are you on the train of the Ionic Spark is just what you have to build, or do you think there's a way we can beat it here?
I don't think it's necessarily a have-to build, but also on the opposite end, it becomes really difficult to figure out how to beat it at this point, because it offers the defensive statistics to whoever has it on, which is why you're seeing it on the frontliners that want to move into a position where it affects the most people, but there's also that damaging aspect that's just going to really hurt you.
I say the key to winning this game is by sparking fear in your enemies. That's what I'm...
There you go.
Thank you for the emphatic stomp.
Ultimate winning strat. But Frodo, what about you? Do you think that there is a way to go ahead and counter it at this point?
So, the thing about things like Ionic Spark is that it is limited by the fact that it's not supposed to be able to be stacked. And I think that the most important thing is to try and kill the unit as soon as possible. But honestly, the reason why I ask is because I'm not exactly sure myself. And I want to see what these players are going to be able to offer to try and beat it.
And it's also one of those things where I feel like it's harder to beat depending on what your comp is, being that it is dependent upon the casting of a spell. If you're working a comp that's casting very, very often, you're going to be more worried about it as opposed to a more auto-attack focused thing like either Blade Masters or Blasters.
Right. So I guess the first instinct is, can we start building more towards a Mystic's route and try to be more resistant to that magic damage? Yes, you get that magic resist reduction from the Ionic Spark, but you still have 120 that you work with that base from that Mystic buff. So I think more Mystics will start to be included, especially people are still starting to favor their Sorcerer build right now.
And maybe this is probably more geared towards the latter portion of the game, but positioning-wise, that's something that as you get a bit more of a populated board that you have to consider and try and just dodging that effect in its entirety. Because early on, it's very effective, being that most are going to cluster towards that middle portion.
Yeah, it's totally tough. It's a situation that I think people are catching on to, and I almost think that if people can't find a counter, we might expect a lot of it in lobby B, or group B rather, because people will say, well, this is the strategy that people will have to figure out how to beat. And maybe a player will figure out how to do that, but until then, just don't really fix what's not broken.
I do like that we got to see the Space Pirates during the last game. It didn't quite work out. I make that note because I see that there are some graves that are being built into, but it's usually more for the blaster trait than the actual Space Pirate trait.
Because he didn't hard commit. He only went 2 Space Pirates. Didn't go for the full 4.
It's hard. When you have Space Pirates that are the 5 cost, anytime that you're trying to guarantee build into something that is a stronger synergy and you're reliant upon those late game units, it's a risk.
Lilo looking for the Vanguards and Brawlers and has a little bit of Chrono looking for the 3P.
Yeah, looking for the 3P. He's taking this very seriously, it looks like, having a Guardian Angel to start things off with his completed items. Looking a way to make gold, which would require him to sell either Shen or Yasuo or his pair of Zayas. and none of them sound particularly very good, considering that they are by themselves a complete legitimate build to go into Blade Masters. However, Blade Masters are in a weird spot right now. As Solo's gonna pull the Twisted Fate, but not after his Blitzcrank also gets pulled. Little funny exchange there.
And there's that burn in the back. So now with that backline threat taken out, then should be Lilu's opportunity to just close on the remaining. But you said Blade Masters are in a strange spot right now. What do you feel?
Yeah, so Blade Masters just by themselves, if you go 6 Blade Masters can go really tall on this vertical, people have not had good results, largely because Blade Masters feel too vulnerable and you need to start building out some other kind of front line. It's not like Sorcerers where you can kind of use that AP scaling to help give them like a shield buff on Annie or anything like that. The other thing is that the other path that Blade Masters were going was Rebels. They would have Master Yi and Yasuo, who are both Rebel Blade Masters, have that synergy base and maybe start going for 3 stars, but that wasn't really working out either in the previous games.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Blade Masters feels like it's falling a little bit flat, but that Yasuo, I've seen like a early Yasuo 3-star and it just wipes everyone across the board, especially with the Rebels.
So, you know, I think most people would agree that if you are able to get the optimal versions of it, get your 3-star, get the right units, that most compositions are viable. The only thing is the consistency of it. And because percentages, as the bar, the gray, green, blue, purple, and orange bar that you see right next to the 20 gold, that percentages have been changed a lot through PvE. And you can see that the second one, the green one, that's your 2-cost units, which are Yasuo's and Shen's and other really important Blade Masters. To get them to 3-star, those percentages have been changed a lot, and it's been making more difficult in the recent patches.
It can be difficult if you do decide to commit to that, though, being that Blade Masters have been working more as a splash option. If you do have both of them, you're working into Rebels, sure. I've seen people throw in a Kale just because of what she can offer to some other compositions, and then you can potentially balance some of the front line that you might be working into. If you're trying to prioritize your brawlers, you got a Blade Master somewhere, and then you can go ahead and amplify that damage a tad.
Definitely. Another composition that I think needs to be explored more is something that actually Sean's was the one who showed us, which is going deeper into Cybernetic. And the reason why I feel like Cybernetic is entirely reasonable is because it's something that's very flexible. And I think in a game like Teamfight Tactics, being flexible with your composition is power in itself. You don't have to itemize in a specific way. You don't have to get Jhin with those specific things, or you don't have to get, you know, Lulu as your 4th Mystic. Well, in this case, Cybernetic is dependent on Echo, but the idea is that you can itemize however you want. And that, in my opinion, that adds a ton of versatility to the composition by giving that extra damage and that extra health.
It adds another thing too, if you're looking into the mind of the TFT player and the adaptability and how early conditions might dictate what path you go towards. If you're rolling a lot of items and not as much gold, and then you can diversify those amongst your cybernetics, then sure, why not? But if you're only getting 2 items and you're thinking, all right, this is gonna be really hard to build that value.
Well, like one thing that's really powerful about cybernetics is you don't have to commit to a full completed item. You can see that Leona's just carrying the spatula, but she already got that AD plus that health buff. And, you know, if you think about what it means to 2-star or 3-star unit, what are those things that you're gaining? You're gaining ability, power scaling, and you're gaining attack and health. So if you're gaining like all of those things and stats anyways, you're just missing that like ability scaling. It kind of compensates and gives you that big power spike. So I've seen cybernetic comps where people have 1-stars and they're not hitting that 2-star yet, but they're still going toe-to-toe with a lot of 2-star compositions.
It's almost like you can think about if you put a component item on, the synergy itself finishes it in a way.
Sure, yeah. And I think that, like, you know, he finds the J, so he gets the Vanguard and the Space Pirates. So Sean's very happy with his 100% health, that win streak. And I think this is where the strength of Cybernetic lies. You can see that 2 out of the 3 Cybernetics are 1-stars, but yet they're still putting out a decent amount of damage. And more importantly, Sean still has that versatility. He can use that spatula however he wants. He can use that recurve bow into another carry item later on in the game.
Do you worry, though, that while right now, yes, it's effective with using these 1-star units, but if you can't roll into something, maybe scaling might be an issue?
That's always a concern. Quite frankly, that's always like my number one fear when I play this composition.
Yes, and I think the point being when a lot of times with those flat values and things, it can be harder because if you look in Rise of the Elements, for instance, and Lucian coming in light, you could work with a 1-star or Soulbound, for instance, right? The 1-star was enough to keep that active, even if you weren't able to roll into it later. But here you are, it can potentially really be hitting you hard, as we just see.
Yeah, and you can see a big difference. Sean's was on a win streak, which means that he's strong, but he's at 50 gold and Scar's at 10 or around that range. And the way you can tell is look at the crystals above Sean's little legend. Every single crystal in that slot represents an interest goal that's guaranteed based off their current state of their economy. And they have nothing, that means that they're below 10, but if they have 5, that means they're at least 50 or above.
Shout out to the new Galaxy ones too. I
Nice
love
little
seeing
orbs.
the little
That's right.
planets.
So it's a quick way to identify like how someone's economy is, and Scar has spent a lot of gold, so naturally Scar should be stronger than Sean's. But at the same time, Scar is destroying his future chances of being able to level up as quickly as everybody else because he's trying to invest in his power. And it makes sense. Look at him. He's at 68 health. And that's a lot lower than you'd like to be, but at the same time, it's not by any means deterministic.
And that's a great point in using that information to determine the value of someone's board, because we heard Toast say before how important it is to start scouting as soon as possible. And sometimes even seeing that everybody else cashes out at once, that tells you that, oh, maybe I should consider doing the same because things will get increasingly difficult.
Yeah, and you know, Scar has taken this game 100% seriously. He doesn't have Space Pirates on the board. He's going for an Ezreal carry. I do like Thief's Gloves. I believe Ezreal is one of those champions that is very versatile with Thief's Gloves because he can use mana very well, he can use AP very well, he can also scale off of damage very well too.
One that we haven't talked about is Mana Reaver, which I'm not going to get too much into at this point because I basically want to say Mana Reaver, being that itself as a trait does use the first attack to diminish the mana of the opponents, but you also have these spells like Ezreal, for instance, that can throw out this EMP and have these effects with it that are disabling to the enemy, and that alone can be super impactful on top of the damage that he can get if you work into something like Blaster.
Totally. Outside of champions that are trying to use their attack damage, we often notate it as AD in this universe. You know, champions that auto attack a lot, they're scary, but mainly it's the abilities that make things so scary. Oh my goodness! Thief's Glove gets Seraph's and Jewel Gauntlet. Seraph's for the mana, Jewel Gauntlet for the ability scaling damage. That's insanity. Scar
People
must be
search
really
their
happy.
lives for that combo.
He needs to stop streaming and go to his local casino as soon as possible.
For real, though. That is a
That is
godly
insane.
combination that he gets
Oh
right
my
there.
goodness. But it's not a 2-star Ezreal, so it's not that super strong. But just to close that point that you were bringing up, disabling the ability for opponents to use their spells or their ultimates is a very big thing in TFT, which is why I think Ezreal might subtly be one of the better units at 3 cost.
And maybe that's why people don't seem to be gravitating towards the Mana Reaver trait as much, because hey, if you've got some that work in a similar ability with their spell and you're not really digging the units within that trait in general, then hey, you still get somewhat of that effect.
Yeah, this Leona's tanking a lot, but look at how many champions survive. That's gotta be frustrating
and then
for
Ionic Spark
Scarra.
got taken down.
Yeah, the Ionic Spark got taken down, but I mean, it was because there wasn't enough support. The tankiness was there. Is the damage there to back it up? Not really.
That's always going to be a constant battle within TFT, balancing your defensive synergies as well as your offensive for an ultimately winning composition. But with Galaxies in particular, one thing that you want to be thinking about now before you hop onto this when it releases next week is the fact that there are defensive and offensive combinations that you can achieve with the traits, as well as some of the actual champions themselves. Or Celestial, for instance, being something that can build your sustainability based off of your damage.
All right, so Honglian going for an Infiltrator as his damage source. A little bit awkward, but look at this team of 1-stars coming out from Super JJ. They're almost entirely 1-stars. JJ seems to be in a little bit of an awkward transition period right now.
Oh,
ouch.
He does have at least 40 gold at his disposal, so definitely trying to sit on something to potentially transition into.
Yeah, he is struggling. And this is a spot that I feel like a lot of players encounter, which is you have the synergies, but you don't have the power. You can have the best synergies in the entire game, but if you're all one-star units, they have they have low health, they have low attack, they're not going to get their abilities off as often. If they do, they're not as powerful. So you really need to get those 2 stars online if you're JJ. He might have to roll a little bit more aggressively come stage 4-1.
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ionic Sparks out right now. A couple Thieves Gloves as well, which is always going to be a favorite.
Yeah, and maybe Hong Lian has figured a little bit out from how to go about it, because Dragon's Claw will help you deal with a lot of that Ionic Spark damage. So, maybe Hong Lian's kind of figuring out a way to at least keep his frontline tank a little bit more resistant to things like Ionic Spark. So I like that idea there.
Dragon's Claw and Zephyr, also both very diversely applicable items. So I think you can definitely get the benefit from them on many, many units. We were talking a bit about Rageblade earlier. What are your thoughts on how it is within this set?
I totally get where Toast is coming from. I do think Rageblade is still a very good item in general, largely because there's a lot of champions that can benefit from the attack speed and do really well with ability power. You brought it up multiple times, Gabby, but every single champion in Teamfight Tactic Galaxies now scales with ability power. So if you give them any kind of rod item, it will affect their abilities. And I think that's like a really powerful tool, especially for champions that need that's going to be staying in the fight for a long time and can really utilize that spike of power with the attack speed.
In this case, Kai'Sa was around for a decent amount of time, but then you can see as soon as she fell, the rest of the team started to trickle down with her. And the resistance currently with the Dragon's Claw is enough to keep him around, but that shield not enough to keep yourself from getting completely popped.
Yeah, and I think if you're in was it Sean's who was fighting against him? It was. Sean's is frustrated to see that, but at the same time, I think you're just trying to mitigate as much damage as possible. Some players might look at that and say, I didn't win. That's this unit stinks or whatever. This combination doesn't work. But you have to understand that a lot of times you're trying to keep the fights as close. If you're not going to win, try to at least eliminate as many champions as possible. So that was a really good fight, even though I believe Hong Lian lost that.
And we are only in stage 4 too. So this is a time where you can afford to take some damage, try and keep as much control as possible, because those losses will be hitting your HP harder as time goes on.
Okay, well, you mentioned HP being a thing. Scar and Super JJ and Loth are all within critical ranges here. I think they don't want to take too much more. JJ takes big punishment again. And
That's
what is
what
he
we're
down
talking
now?
about.
Oh, he's in the low 30s.
He got all the way to Super JJ at 31 now in last place off of that hit. He was in the middle of the pack, wasn't he?
I believe JJ was third right behind Solo Gassang. So if JJ takes a very big loss, he is at risk of maybe not making it out of the group on points and have to rely upon other people performing worse than him.
So we're beginning to see that spread. Skara, Lothar, Super JJ all in the bottom. Skara and Lothar, more than many of the other players, need to get the ultimate win to be able to move on to the next day. Super JJ, I believe, was quite up there as well with his points.
These are the current group standings. So yeah, Super JJ third and Sean's at fourth, Uthenera at fifth. So that's kind of the watch zone to see who gets that third place spot and who wins this golden game. Remember, this is game 4. The winner of this, aka the first place finisher, will get a spot in tomorrow's top 8. In the meantime, focusing on this battle, looks like Sean's going to take a pretty significant loss over to Lilu. And I want to point out that as we scouted from Sean's perspective, it seems like half this lobby are trying to go for Chronos as their base origin. And I think that's going to be really rough and lead to some polarization, because some people are going to land it and be very powerful, like Uthenera, and then some people who don't get it are going to be floundering and struggling a lot. And this is something that you have to always weigh the risk and reward of when you're playing games like TFT, is that if it's too contested, you're kind of leaving it up to fate and luck in order to bail you out sometimes, or you have to retool your strategy and probably roll at different times or figure out ways to adapt.
But unfortunately for some of them, they seem so far committed that if they do want to retool, it will be extremely costly for them to do so. And you always have to make that decision, right? Is it better for me to pivot, take some losses now, find something that is not what's highly contested, or do I try and bully everybody out of it and just hard stick this composition?
Yeah, it's tricky. And, I think, one of the most, frustrating things as a player that's trying to maybe level up from intermediate to advanced is that whenever you ask a high-level player, whenever I'm in chats for mismatch stocks, you ask them a question, the answer is always depends.
Yep.
It always depends on the state of the game, the situation, what your opponents are doing, what items you have. And so if you are, playing TFT and you experience these situations where you're not sure what to do, a lot of the times you just have to kind of go through it. You have to go through the ringer and understand what's good. You can theory craft all you want, but quite frankly, TFT sometimes is also a game of trial by fire, but that's also the fun, the experimentation of it and seeing what works.
It's true. If you're looking to make your climb, and we're actually going to look real quick, Super JJ is one of the ones that's kind of in the middle portion of the points and really dependent upon getting these wins. And he is picking one up currently against his opponent, so that's looking good for him.
That's great. This was a big win for JJ. He needed to stabilize, and we're talking about how many lives do you have, and when you start entering stage 5, stage 6, you're gonna only have 2, maybe 3 lives at best at that point. So JJ needs to protect his health aggressively. Skara and Lothar are basically at 2 lives from this point on at best. So they have to really start turning this around. And JJ may have found a potential out here. He found a 2-star Thresh. Thresh is one of the coolest units in Teamfight Tactics Galaxy. He pulls champions off your bench. And so you're not just fighting against the 8 units on the board that you see here. You're fighting against a potential 4 that's also on his bench. Oh, excuse me. JJ found Thresh 2 at level 7. That is incredibly rare. Wow.
How, Sway? How? And also when you're playing Thresh, think about who's sitting on your bench, because you want to keep these stronger units for him to try and pull in.
They're 2-stars.
Yeah,
He's pulling 2-star Darkstar units back onto the board, and he's able to get that narrow victory over the lobby leader, Utenera. Can JJ pull this around with a very fortunate 2-star Thresh that was given to him? But at the same time, I haven't seen many people playing Thresh, so it's not like he's a super contested unit.
If anything, it is just the, all right, well, I'm trying to work towards Chrono. I can't guarantee Thresh. Let's see what can happen.
Right, he's not even building towards Chrono.
Yeah, that's I think the only time we've seen him is when someone's saying, all right, I did find him, let's throw him in as our 6. I don't think we've seen anybody that has specifically said, we want this unit.
Well, taking a look at Skara, Lothar hits a 3-star Shen. That could be a pivotal moment for him. Skara, in the meantime, kind of playing item merry-go-round. Not really sure what to do here.
11 HP, 6 gold in the bank, bottom of the lobby. It's a tough spot to be. And he's got 5 sorcerers in right now, so he was really hoping to hit that 6.
Hey, but he did say that he was going to win game 4, so this is where he starts his comeback.
And it's not impossible.
It's not impossible. It's very tough when you only have 1 life left to live. 1 shot.
Well, and that's what happened to him
One
the last
opportunity,
time.
yeah.
He lost off of that tie, or 2 games ago, rather. And it's like, well, cool, great, I got the streak. And then it's just eliminated.
He's 1 Annie away from a 3-star Annie. He doesn't have, he needs that 8th level so that he can get the 6th sorcerer, and he's 1 rumble away. This is such a tough position to be in if you're Skara. There are so many people who have also encountered this exact same thing. He could make a demolitionist off of the needlessly large rod and the spatula, which I think he's going to aim for.
Maybe.
He's trying to find the right item.
For a second. Yeah, that will give you demolitionist. I think at that point you have to.
We're
when you're this
so
low,
close.
He's got his mech, he's got the tankiness, but it's already popped. And
at least he was able to get the stun.
But the Jhin.
No, it's so close to greatness, but it feels so far. Scar should tap out here. That is 8th place for Skara. So close. Very unfortunate. And that'll be the end of Scar's run here in the TFT Galaxy Showcase.
Similar circumstance to 2 games ago when he was trying to get the 3-star. He ended up getting it on the Rumble in game 2, wanted it on the Annie.
Oh, I love the Zeke stacking on the 3-star Shen. You know, Lothar just seems to do things in batches. It's a Costco wholesale over here. You get the 2x Ionic Sparks, the 2x Zeeks. He's got all these 3-star units. He's only level 6 with no eco, but the quality per champion is very high.
He puts the Hurricane on the Sona in the back. He's got 4 3-star units right now.
Too many.
Too many, but like, you know, Sona has received a nerf, and he doesn't have mana items on Sona, which I think Seraphs is one of the most important things you can get on Sona from my perspective. And, you know, a lot of these champions have received minor nerfs, but you can see that the power spike is still there. He's level 6. He's level 6 and he's beating someone 2 levels above him. Just try to process that for a second.
I wonder if he is going to try and prioritize picking up some tiers. Because if you get 2 Seraphs on Sona, you can pretty much just auto-heal the entire time.
Oh,
He does only have 2 synergies for him as well, 4 Protectors and 2 Celestials.
That's all you need. What more do you need, Avali?
I don't know, at least 2 more 3-star units?
The real transition for Protectors is to also go for 4 Mystics, in my opinion as well. So like what you end up trying to do is get Soraka in at level 7 and then try to get Lulu and Karma in by level 8. It's just tricky because Lothar like nukes his entire economy, so he's gonna really have to hope that he survives long enough. But he's on a win streak. He's the only person in the lobby doing so, and he's going up yet against another Titan of this lobby.
Depending how hard he loses, if he did lose, that can determine things as well. That was a lot of damage.
Yep.
The Xinjiang in the back. So
now Xin Zhao has killed the Misfortune and trying to go in. Lothar looking like he's making a comeback here in this lobby.
Oh, there's a slam down. I love the Nico spell. Yep, and that's just one last unit for you. You got it.
And now Lothar still has a high priority pick. I believe he's second pick. Oh, he's first pick now because Super JJ tapped out at 7th. And now he can find a good item if he can find it, but a little bit awkward. No strong mana items here except for Shiv.
This is really terrible.
And that is very awkward, actually. I'm sure he was really hoping to find something else. He goes for the Shiv because it's the only
There's so many. You could get Shojins, you can get Seraphs. I mean, honestly, you can justify Redemption as well on Sona. The Shiv is really, really sad there for Lothar. He was hoping for a much higher impact item there.
Luckily, he has a lot of other items that are working for him. The only thing is that with his current setup, Sona, for instance, doesn't benefit from the Zeke, so he was really wanting to potentially build her up on her own to support the rest of this composition.
Yep, precisely.
Do I keep this slot?
The very awkward thing, too, is that he has a Shen, which kind of messes up that 4 Protector, 4 Mystic, because if he wants to go for 4 Mystic, he would replace Shen at level 8 and go 2 more. And as we have seen, 4 Mystic seems to be very valuable in this lobby. That being said, you know, I think a lot of people will look at synergies on the left-hand side with Protector, Celestial, Mystic, and they'll kind of tunnel in on that. Don't forget that there's just also ability synergy that is not written in the game. You know, if you're able to pair together Shen with, you know, like a very tight front line like this, it's almost catching his entire army, and that's also very effective. So Lothar found a very clever way to find synergy, even though it's not obvious, because Chrono Blade Master is not really worth anything in this game.
Suddenly a single ability, it's adding stats to everybody, even if it is just the length at which they survive. Ones like Nico also, you get that crowd control ability.
Okay, all right. Those items on Rakan are pretty nice. You know, it could be a lot worse, but you're getting 2 full items. And Lothar, you can see he's not rolling. He's not leveling. He's purely saving up to go to 8 and trying to find a way to impact it and doing a little bit of scouting. But Lothar's feeling okay. You know, he's the only one on the win streak. And if he can survive, he might get a really good item off of Zane. There is also this very low percentage chance where you're in a lobby that Zane gives 3 items. I want to see if that's a possibility. But it's incredibly rare and probably we won't see it today.
Maybe. I'm gonna keep my hopes nice and high for that one in today's showcase. Well, everything is on the line with every one of these, so he actually ends up taking a lot of damage. Look, all right. People need to not sleep on the Kayle. I know some people don't, but I've heard some people say, yeah, Kayle's just okay. But when she gets her ult off, she has a very similar effect to Olaf during Rise of the Elements and just completely slamming at a distance.
Kayle was very good there, for sure, because her attacks basically deal AoE when she ultimates, and it's like a point of no return. Very similar like Olaf, if you look from the Rise of the Elements set. Once he casts his ability, he doesn't need to cast anymore. So Kayle scale is very good. I also want to call attention that Lilu puts Morello Namicon on Wukong, and Lothar bunched his units. So he got popped up and stunned and burned for 33% of his max health. So 3-star units have a lot of health, and I think that's also a key reason why that team fight went the other way against him.
And the Wukong with his spinning ultimate does move as he does so you don't have to worry about him sticking too much.
Okay, Gunblade could go onto things like Xin Zhao, give him more tankiness, give him a little bit more scaling, and I think that's the only option there. And now Lothar's in that very awkward spot where he could level, but if he levels, what does he even put in? And he's been saving, and he's on his last life. So this is a situation that so many players get stuck in. Like, I want to save, but I want to spend. What do? I can't really accomplish much. And it looks like Lothar's resigning himself to the fact that he has to weather the storm. He has to hope that he gets a matchup that he can best position against, and if he survives, he'll be able to hit that mythical level 8.
If I was in his Twitch chat, I would be yelling at him to spend.
Oh, no, MF.
Because that is Twitch chat mentality.
Well, you're supposed to do that, and then afterwards, if he doesn't spend and he loses, you were right. But if he does win, you're happy because he's your favorite streamer.
Exactly.
Oh, no.
See? Lothar, I believed in you. You gave up casting for this to get knocked out when you had money? 6th place you could have spent. I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How could you?
Would have been here guaranteed for day 2, Lothar. Now look at you. You ain't gonna be around. Amelie's mad. She's fuming. I see the steam coming up from her head.
I think no one's more upset than Lothar himself. He was looking so good. And just like that, 2 fights that go the opposite way ends his run. And Lilu actually goes out in 5th, so we won't have him repeating for the 3rd game in a row that victory. Sean's looks like he's in a good spot to do it, given that Solo Gasang and Hong Lien are at single-digit life.
Also, Super JJ might be on the edge of his seat because he's already knocked out, and he and Sean's were in those 3rd and 4th positions.
Uh-oh. Well, this fight is going to be a complete deletion of the other team. Sean's trying to book his ticket to guarantee a top spot. Solo Gasang goes into 4th place. So now it comes down to Euthanaria. Euthanaria is the only person I think that can really try to upset him because he got a 3-star Jin.
Oh my gosh. Everybody that is in right now has something that can allow them to get into day number 2, as far as whether it's their pass points. Yeah, 3-star Jin we have not seen yet today. He's got a lot of damage that he can end up dishing out.
He finds the 3rd Lulu in his shop, but he doesn't have enough gold to afford it, so he's just gonna hold on to a round. He is at 46. He could afford to lose a couple of times. But now he's going up against Hong Lien. Hong Lien has that Wukong that lands onto his misfortune. That's a big Zephyr. Sean's was not scouting for that positioning. Does that cost him?
With no mana on her either, he can't build into that too quickly, and it's going to take a few moments before she can get off, but it's fine. It's fine.
Oh,
it's
just
okay.
Too much.
The healing from Soraka. Everyone is just putting in the work right now. Blasters as well with so much damage.
You gotta love it. Shones is gonna take the last lobby and book his ticket to the top 8 for day number 2 of TFT Galaxy Showcase.
Moving on to day 2, and see, that's the tactic right there. He didn't need to place high in any of the other games. He just needed to take game 4. And what a game that was from him. Was that the first time that we saw Blasters, like a 4 Blasters comp in our final?
Yeah, and it was a pretty convincing win as well.
Yeah, definitely.
The fact that he had 47 life when a lot of lobbies have been like 20 and under for like the winners. But overall, you can see his elation. He is popping off to our left. I kind of wish that we could just show him, but he was bouncing up and down on his seat. His chat dropping all the pogs. It's a good time to be a Sean's fan right now.
Definitely. I wonder what he was yelling to, because he seemed like he was just screaming something either to his chat, like, we did it, thank RNGesus, or something like that.
I'm sure he was worried after the Zephyr as well, so he probably was sitting on the edge of his seat.
Oh yeah, and you know, Fort Blaster I think still has a lot more potential. I think one thing that some of the Challenger players are discussing is that they're not sure how to itemize blasters correctly yet. And I think that's something that, you know, it's kind of what Tosa's saying, that we're not sure where we fit attack speed items, but Blasters is one of the first candidates, I would think, to use attack speed items.
I'm not sure if we're able to see it. I know that you can't really tell unless you see him purchase it, but I want to know if any of his MF ultis were upgraded from the, you know, special interaction in the shop with the mercenaries.
Yeah.
I'm curious because I
Maybe that would be a great feature to include.
I know. If only we had, someone nearby, perhaps a TFT designer, I don't know, maybe someone named Whitrock available to tell us what was up with that game?
Yes, thanks, Avali. We'll talk about Misfortune in a second. I want to break down a couple clips from that game. First, I want to talk about Lothar's strategy. So here's Lothar, very early in the game, had made the decision to pursue that 3-star strategy. He stays at low level, continues to roll. Here he's got the Rakan and the Sona. They're just so tanky for how powerful the rest of the team is. 1-star Misfortune, not going to do nearly enough to win this fight. And this stabilizes Lothar for so long. He keeps this comp, keeps building it up. Second, I want to talk about a creative moment in the game. Kael's ability, she takes a lot of mana, she only casts once, but then she does a lot of damage shooting these waves of magic damage. We're going to see that in the clip paired with the Infiltrator Spatula. What that means, she gets that attack speed at the beginning of the fight, ramps up to that first cast. She also doesn't jump as long as she's in auto attack range, so she gets that quick attack speed, gets her cast off, and then just chews through those 3 stars with tons of damage. It's incredible, and another way that you can play Kael differently. Finally, I want to talk about what Sean's did. Sean attacked a lot of those tanky units, the tank meta that we're seeing a little bit in these games, and he's got the anti-tank, the 2-star Misfortune, with the red buff, with the Giant Slayer, and Misfortune doing % max health damage. That's what eliminates Lothar and ultimately took Sean to the victory. It was great to see some different things coming out of that game. 4 Blaster is the victor, and back to you, Avali.
Thank you very much. I'm super excited for Sean's now. He was our Game 4 winner, Golden Game winner, and now he's moving into Day 2, along with 3 of our other players who we're going to see on the standings in just a bit. But look at him and his beautiful face right there. That's a face of confidence and the face of a winner.
Oh, yeah. And he's been showing a versatility of his builds. He's been playing a little bit of Cybernetic, which I think people weren't really doing much of, and he got second with that earlier today. And now he's showing off his Blaster repertoire as well. So overall, you'd love to see it. As much as there's a lot of skill and nuance of learning one composition, I'm a big fan of people that can play very diverse and play wide in terms of their strategies.
And if anything, the top 4, I believe, will know once standings comes out, but they all were doing consistently well because he was already within the top 4 points within the standings. Now he got the victory.
Very convincing from him, but something special that we have is we actually have our loser standing by with us yet again. We have G2's Lothar sitting. Lothar, honey, what happened?
Hey. Well, what happened? Well, honestly, of course I'm disappointed in myself. First 3 games, by the way, I never forced a build in this tournament. I played 3 times Jinx because that was the first character that I could have upgraded, and I had good items for it. And it didn't work out. I honestly have no idea why did I end up on 8th place in the first game, because I felt super strong in the mid game, and yet somehow I was still losing the games. But it was very close. Like 5-7 stage, everyone was alive with 2 HP. I was so close to knock out Super JJ. He had been 2 HP after our game when he lost. So it was actually could have been maybe a little bit different. But in general, I'm pretty happy that I was invited here for the TFT tournament. I learned a lot, actually, and well, to just explain what happened in the last game, my only chance of winning that game, not winning, but advancing towards the second day was high rolling. So I was trying to scout what people are not doing, and no one was playing Protectors. I tried to roll at level 5 as many Protectors as I did, especially since I already had 5 copies of Xin, 4 copies of Rakan. But unfortunately, I didn't hit them till level 6, and natural level 6, and I rolled I think 80 or 90 gold. So I hit those 3 stars, but they were way too late, and my strategy just folded. But if I would hit that at level 5, I think there was a chance at winning the entire lobby. But yeah.
Lothar, as always expected of you, you answered just about every single question I had just in one answer. So I think the only thing to follow that up with is, bro, why'd you have to ditch us casting in order to participate?
Was it worth it, bro? Was it worth it?
Over here, we're like, what happened?
Was the keyboard worth it? Look at me.
6th place.
Hey, the keyboard is worth it. I'm 100% sure that it is. It's beautiful, and it had my name on the screen, by the way, right? So it was a little bit high. But to be honest, I would love to cast it. But at the same time, I think we are all locked in our homes right now, so I can't even travel. I don't know if I could actually travel back to Europe if I would be in LA, right? So maybe that's actually quite good that I played online from home.
That's good.
But I miss you guys.
Who needs to travel when you can just live eternally in the galaxies forever? But Lothar, thank you again. And, you know, at least you get to take that keyboard home. Wishing you the best. Oh, man, I actually love him. I do really miss him. But let's go ahead and take a look at the standings and who is moving on. First up, we have Shans, who is moving on as our golden game winner for #1. And then our point leaders will be Lilo, we have Sologasang, and Uthera.
Super JJ got
Super
knocked down.
JJ, that's so sad, especially after such a promising start. But I mean, if you actually look at his last 3 games, they haven't been too good. So start off strong, but you need to finish strong too. But these are our 4 players who will be moving on to day 2. And now we have to find out who the other 4 players are who will be joining them. And if you guys are enjoying the stream and are wondering, I want to get in on this Galaxies action, well, not to worry, because this patch will be released along with patch 10.6 next week, and you can play some Galaxies. And if you're watching at home and want to interact with us on social, just pop that hashtag TFT Galaxies. Well, we are going to let all of our players who are in Group B get ready to play, and we're going to see them take the stage right after this break. back to Teamfight Tactics Galaxy Showcase. We just got finished seeing Group A and our top 4 who are moving on. And what a top 4 who are moving on. We just had Sean's who won the Golden Game 4 who's moving on. We have Lilo from China. We have Saloga Sang, our TFT streamer from Germany, as well as Uthenra. Uthenra. Yes?
Yes.
Uthenra.
We're
yes.
running with that.
We're running with it. We've said it like 3
It's funny
different
that
ways.
we were calling him Sean's, and as we said Sean's, he says Sean's from France.
Sean's, yes,
And
exactly.
as if he was correcting us and he could hear us,
Yeah.
even though he can't. So we apologize ahead of time for not getting some of these usernames correct.
I don't.
Some of us apologize. Some of us are obviously made.
No, yeah, exactly. But Group A was a lot of fun to watch. We saw Skara get knocked out pretty early. We saw Super JJ win first in the first game and then slowly
Really high highs and really low
Start
lows
to
with that guy.
drop
First, last, third, seventh.
exactly.
So close. What I found interesting was the golden ticket ended up not doing anything because the top 4 winners had the top 4 points.
It's basically that. So I know when a lot of people go like, TFT is a lot of RNG, it's like, well, skill is rewarded, as you could see from the placements here.
I do want to also point out that 3 out of the 4 players that are advancing from Group A hail from the EMEA region / EU. So in terms of the NA side, well, Scar was the only representative.
Yeah, that wasn't fair.
see, he
We
was
had
only an A-rep.
a quarter of the chance.
Yeah, it's just like, I think it's good to have, to just show that they are very good. And I think there's a little bit of that rivalry, like which region can come out on top.
Yeah, Super JJ was pretty close in terms of points, only 2 away from Uthenra right there at that 4th place. But then we have like Lothar sitting at the bottom with 10. So there is a pretty big differentiation between our Group A talent. But I mean, we have 8 more players that we get to meet pretty soon in Group B. And so before we actually get a good introduction of them, let's go ahead and see them in action first.
4、5、6、7，被复活甲又破了，这有 bug。
Los mueren y ahorita Kindred en teoría podría limpiar con casi todo. Easy. Pero mira, sí nos sirvió, creo. Porque si no, mi clan... Ok, sí sirvió mi clan.
Que isso? Patrocínio Hot Dog Produções.
You can do it, Trucks 3. Oh my god! Oh my god, Fiora! Oh my god, what did I just watch?
Blocked. Wait, get him! He can't kill all of us.
There's always these games where like literally everything is like there but not there. I'm not Tobin. Don't pick. Ah!
Meu Deus do céu, velho! Meu Deus do céu, cara! Pegue seus olhos, rapaz!
又是一个剑士装备，之一光击败。还有谁？选装备又一个剑士装，这局游戏。
Oh my gosh. This is a group that I'm super excited for. A little bit because we have more of our NA players like Dog, Hafu,
Right.
Becca coming in, but we also have some more Chinese players.
Yeah, we have 2 other Chinese players, and the majority of the Americas, we have Brazil and Latin America represented. And, I'm actually looking to see if Jay Strike can really follow up his TwitchCon performance, which I think
Exactly.
is the most impressive TFT tournament performance to date so far.
He actually has a really cute story of how he, I guess, won TwitchCon. I know that you have it. Do you want to say it? I think we're going to meet our players first, but then I kind of want to hear it during the cast, so I'm just going to put a quick hold on that. Let's go ahead and meet our Group B players. We have .11 from China. We have Tio Feeder from Latin America, Jay Shrite, of course, from Brazil, Hafu from North America, Dog from NA, and Becca from NA as well. And then we have Leko from Brazil and Ole from China. This is a group of competitors right here. I know last time we kind of joked about how some people were, higher in the ladder, and then we had some people who were a little bit lower. But I mean, this kind of, to me, looks like the high elo group.
Yeah, I'm definitely keeping my eye on Becca. Like, she's not like the most flashiest of the NA streamers, because like of the 4 NA streamers invited, they're kind of like the flashy ones, but Becca has always been kind of the quiet one, but she's also the hardest working one because she's jamming like challenger in houses. Because on PBE, rank mode is not really that serious, so she just grabs 7 challenger friends, go to PBE, and just like non-stop grind games. So keep an eye out for Becca.
Yeah, I agree. I think that out of all like the popular streamers from the Americas region, I think Becca's probably the most underrated because, well, even to her own admission, she doesn't have a lot of confidence sometimes going in. She's like, oh my gosh, I won, and a lot of her friends and competitors are like, you played great. It shouldn't be a surprise to you.
Yeah.
So I think Becca might surprise some people, and I also think that once again the Chinese competitors might surprise people as well because it's a little bit hard. They're a black box because their region is very hard for us to kind of follow what they do.
Of course.
But they are very good players, as Lilu showed us.
So we have to cheer for Becca and Hafu because, I mean, China already has League of Legends. They can't take TFT from us, too. But for everyone who is watching at home, if you want to join in on the conversation on social media, don't forget to use our hashtag TFTGalaxies. And if you're excited about playing the game, well, good news for you because it comes out next week along with patch 10.6. But we are getting ready to get into this second set of games with Group B. Now, I'm sure that these Group B players were watching some of the Group A matches. So what do you think they learned coming into this?
Well, I thought that was a very cool meta developed. Like, in the first 2 games, like, I'm going to jam Mystic and I'm going to win the game. And that's what it was. But by the last game, you saw the Blaster player, Sean
Blasters,
Z.
exactly,
It's
yeah.
like, well, you guys can build Mystic. I'm just going to go all in on physical damage then.
Yeah, and then we saw some Ionic Spark and some people responding to it with the Dragon's Claw just going up, building other magic resist. So we'll see how this continues to evolve. And I also know that some of the players that are competing today have their own pet builds. We'll talk about more as Game 1 gets started.
Now, I know that you guys were asking, I believe we are actually able to get into Game 1 of Group B. So let's go ahead and take it away.
All right, here we have Dog. Didn't play too much of set 2, but when set 1 was out, he was one of the most dominant players. Obviously, a very popular streamer.
I like Rod the most,
hit
though.
challenger,
Rod's ideal.
Grandmasters.
Yeah, probably the second most popular TFT streamer from NA back then.
But
the most popular, of course. The name's eluding me right now.
Yeah,
very
skill-wise.
mysterious guy. Yeah.
And we're actually seeing differences and variety of Little Legends. We see, I think this is our first Starmaw.
I like it.
I mean, the problem with Starmaw is, has anyone done the UFO? Oh,
Yeah,
we
Nico.
see Olay running the UFO River Sprite. So he's
Yeah.
got to represent the free-to-play players.
I think the UFO, when you have to earn it still.
Nico.
Oh, you have to buy the Galaxy Pass,
Really like
don't you?
Nico.
That's what it is, yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Because otherwise it's just River Sprite.
For now, we'll see. I've been trying to buy the Galaxies
fair.
pass on PB. It's been a little bit of a struggle, but they, I believe, have recently activated it.
Leko with the Shisa as well. That's the name of that little dragon or lion thingy.
Not ideal on
Oh, yeah, it's the only
think
player
it's
not
bad.
running Galaxies Little Legend.
Wow,
Bold
what
strategy.
a counter-culture streamer, if you will. But yeah, we're going to get started off with Game 1 on Dog's POV. I believe he has the most question marks because Dog has also, been diversifying in terms of what he's been streaming lately. But at the same time, everyone knows, very similar to JJ, if Dog sets his mind to something, he will do very well in tournaments.
Now, I was sitting on a stream with him and Hafu a couple days ago asking him, I'm like, all right, you didn't really grind PBE going into Rise of the Elements, so how are you preparing now? And he's like, well, I'm just listening to what Hafu's doing.
Yeah,
That's his form
Hafu's
of
been on the
preparation.
grind. She's really been going at it and trying very hard. And, I think that there is that synergy there. We even were in those tech rehearsal games where Dog and Hafu were like bouncing ideas, yelling at each other as they
Yeah.
eliminate the other player from the lobby.
I think it's really interesting how they're always in the same lobby. Like it was the same thing for last time as well. It's like they never get a break.
That's right.
They're always constantly talking to one another, like about strategies, nonstop on stream, off stream. when one of them's streaming, the other one hops on.
That's right.
So
It's like co-op for life.
how does that make you feel as a competitor? Do you feel like it's a 2v1 essentially?
Sometimes, but you know, if you ever do beat them, you can feel good about beating 2 players.
Ooh, 1v2.
That's right, 2
Nice.
for 1. Speaking of 2 for 1, you get 1 shot, double 2 stars.
Zork or Chrono? I think Chrono is slightly better.
He's deciding between Chrono or what's the
Vanguard? It looks like just Chrono.
Yeah, because he doesn't have any
gonna
others.
give him.
Yeah, Chrono early on not bad. Think about Rage Blade. Like, I know I'm not a big fan. I've said I'm not a big fan of Rage Blade, but early game is like the time to build a Rage Blade if you really want to win streak. Because fight just goes on significantly longer. This Poppy's a little tanky, but she is isolated against a 2-star Kazakh. Once that Kazakh's out, she's done.
Both TF can ult again.
Oh, this Kazakh still. Oh, okay.
Looks like he got the win.
You got it.
Nice.
Oh, that was so close.
Good girl. Who's a good girl?
Wow.
Dog who just got a dog, so maybe
Right.
that's where the
He's
it's
practicing
coming
his dog daddy voice. So.
Ooh, Becca
have to
with double
level the
2-star.
other-
It's
not
potentially
starting with
Celestial Protector as well.
Yeah, I've seen Becca really favor early Kha'Zix starts a lot, and she specifically likes to use Kha'Zix as an item holder and also that early game damage dealer, which should make sense since Kha'Zix is pretty solid as a 1-star unit from what we learned in the launch set.
Overall.
2 items on her bench. Like one of the things new players struggle with
it's not a
is
stack of
items
space
early
pirates
on. It's
either,
like
'cause we would need
sometimes they use it
magic,
too
yeah.
fast, sometimes they combine it, build the wrong item, sometimes they don't use it at all, or sometimes they do put it on units that shouldn't have it. So there's a lot of nuances, and the question I get asked most is like, what do I do with early items? Generally the rule is don't be afraid to use like 1 basic items on a unit you know you're gonna sell. Like for example, Kazakhs. It's gonna get replaced eventually by an Echo if you're going for Infiltrator. So if you want to just give him a tier, help him out faster, that's okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of validity to it. Looks like Becca's going to pick up this Blitzcrank, which I do think is one of the better units early on for disruption. It just keeps people honest. I still feel like people are forgetting about Blitzcrank from time to time because they play Rise of the Elements, or maybe they took a break from TFT and they forget about that positioning element.
Early on, it's especially annoying because like you only have 1 unit to put in your backline. You can't really sacrifice your tank to go block a Blitzcrank hook because you don't know if there's even a Blitzcrank player in the lobby.
And I think that's why Kha'Zix feels pretty reliable to me as well, because the Infiltrator does the same thing. Kind of targets that backline Caitlyn or a Twisted Fate early on. This double Sona looks pretty appetizing to me, but it looks like Becca favors that 10 gold instead. What do you think, Toast?
I like the econ. I mean, that 10 gold is going to turn into 1 gold because of the interest breakpoint. But it doesn't seem like much, 1 gold. But you're going to find yourself, you know, at 28 gold, maybe like 2 rounds from now. And that 1 gold would have made the difference for you to hit the next breakpoint. And it really adds up. So, you know, she had 2 Graves, 2 Sona. She could have easily 2-star both of them, but she goes for the guaranteed $1.
Yeah, you know, it's not just a 1 gold thing in this early game, as Toast said. That compound interest snowballs over time. So I like it, although I do see the validity of going for that double Sona early on. But, you know, you might get opportunities like that later on in the game.
I would consider going for it if, like, I had maybe a Seraph, or if I'm losing a lot and I can guarantee a first pick for a tier, because like a 2-star. Oh, Sona with a tier. Becca, why didn't you see the future?
I know. Are you even trying?
We'll see if it drops to her.
You know, being facetious there, I think you bring up a really good point. I think it really depends on your win streak. I mean, maybe if she had like a little bit of early Rebel synergy, early Yasuo, something like that could have been very influential as well. Surprising that no one's taking the tier here early on.
I would have gotten taken anyway. Becca knew that. Deciding between a bow on a 3-cost unit versus a sword on a 1-cost unit.
That is very expensive as a trade-off there. And I've seen a lot of people who stream and even some of my buddies who are challengers, they're like, when they talk about it, they say that if they do find an item that they do want, if it's too low of a cost unit on the carousel, they actually don't buy it because they feel like it sabotaged their economy too much. And I think those are the small margins you have to play with at challenger lobbies, and I wonder if it's going to come into play here as well.
Yeah, giving up 2 gold, that's like 2 wins just so that you get a better item. I mean, but one thing I keep talking about is like Bo. It's just really hard to make work. We saw one guy do it very well with the 4 blaster. He made 2 Giant Slayer and a Rage Blade. Honestly, I don't think the Rage Blade was the difference, but the 2 Giant Slayer came into play hugely, bigly.
For sure. Oof.
Ooh, there's the
Twisted Fate,
Blitzcrank.
which might actually ironically be better for him, given that there's 2 infiltrators that were fishing for Twisted Fate, so he gets the ult now. Really funny how that works, and I wonder if Tio Feeder ends up winning because of that. That would be very funny to me. Oh yeah, looks like Tio Feeder gonna beat Jay Shrite. Now, Jay Shrite, I'll talk about his story when we get a chance to focus on him more, but he is a player that oh, okay, all right, production heard me.
Ooh, Mordekaiser.
Ooh, look at that.
2.
Tell me about him. Tell me about him.
So Jay Shrite is a former MOBA player that unfortunately kind of hit a dead end with where his pro gaming career was there. Not necessarily because of any of his fault, but Jay Shrite was looking for other opportunities and started playing TFT competitively. And when we announced Twitch Rivals for TwitchCon, where we invited really big names like Toast, Dogs, Scar, etc., Jay Shrite really wanted to compete to the Open, but we ran out of spots. So he messaged me day and night begging to get a spot in, but the problem is he had to get his flight paid for, so he begged Cloud9. Cloud9 was like, not sure, TFT's kind of hard to like fly across the world and prove yourself in an Open tournament, game of variance. He's like, please, no, give me a chance. So Cloud9's like, okay, we'll send you, but they send him without a guaranteed spot in the tournament. I waited with him in the wait list to see if we can get him in. Finally, a spot opened. Someone didn't show up. Jay Shrite got a spot to play in the tournament. From there, he went on to perform one of the hardest tasks, I think, in TFT history, which was like, he got first, second, fourth, first.
Yup.
And I think that's how he ended the tournament. And he just never placed out of top 4. He landed like 6 out of 8 first places in a row, or even 9 rounds. It was absurd, and I was so happy for him. And then he proceeded to use that money to get engaged, and now he's married very recently, and it's a really happy story. And overall, I think Cloud9 really picked a good one by getting Jay Shrite. I'm really happy he's here.
I was with him and some of the other Cloud9 people as we were leaving the convention, and I saw him FaceTiming with who I assume is his fiance.
Oh, yeah.
He was just like, screaming, and it was so wholesome.
Yeah.
I'd love to see the rest of his career in the future.
The Brazilian community was like freaking out. His follower count jumped like 10x because they banned it behind him. It was such a great moment, and one of those great stories from TwitchCon that was an awesome takeaway.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about the Latin American community is their fans are super passionate. Like every time there's a player from that area, chat's like cheering them on, and like Twitter's blowing up, showing support. So it's really wholesome to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, speaking of rabid fan bases as well, like, Chinese streamers have a lot of pressure on them to perform. But we have some of the best players. I was told that Da11 and Ole are 2 of the top ranked players from the Challenger server from China. But we'll see how they end up performing, because in some regions, right, we have really entertaining streamers. That's some of the most popular, but in other regions, the best players are the most popular streamers. So I believe that is also the case with Da11.
Yeah, Apple, you were interviewing one of the top challenger players in NA, Solus, right? And he said China sent all the sweats, I believe was his exact quote. All the sweats.
That is such a soulless thing to say, but at the same time, I'm still not sure what that means.
The sweaty boys, the hard, the grinders. Whereas NA sent, the popular. Whoa, hey.
I'm just kidding.
Look, he's already died 4 times, okay? And those 4 lobbies.
He's probably watching this right now.
Oh, poor Skara.
Everyone sub to Skara. I apologize.
I wanted that space pirate build to work. I was so rooting for him.
I did. He knows that I secretly root for him, but I'm not biased.
Who doesn't root for him, honestly?
Becca's at the top with the win streak right now, 96 HP, and the squiggly Sunday squid.
The squiggly Sunday squid. Becca, again, doing a great job capitalizing. I love that she typed in all chat me infiltrators as if that's going to make any influence or impact.
Yeah, that's what I did in the last invitation where I said, I'm going to play light. If you roll against me, we're both going to lose.
I don't think we were gonna win.
She got crushed by
it's the curse.
3 Blade Master, Hafu's team. She's running her protector that she's been going for from the beginning.
It's like 3 cybernetics with an early Irelia.
Good eco.
That is very powerful. Do you, so what, a lot of people are kind of on the fence about some carries like Irelia. Where do you sit, Toast?
Irelia is like, she gets so hard counted by mech pilots because she's best at killing squishies with her ult, so she can get the reset. Against the Garen, she just ults him, doesn't kill him, and then she has to auto 3 times to do it again. And also, she's very squishy. When she's in the backline, if the unit the backline is focusing on is dead, everyone turns their attention on her and blows her up instantly. So she needs Protector and maybe even a Seraph to try and stay alive. She also doesn't scale very well with Blade Master because she's not auto-attacking. She's using her ability.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Anytime I've seen Irelia be effective, it's with specific item builds, and it's not even necessarily with the Blade Master, which is kind of what you originally think about. Is it more cybernetic instead?
Yeah, exactly.
And I feel like Mana Reaver also is in a pretty interesting / awkward spot right now.
Has anyone used Mana Reaver yet? I haven't seen it.
No, no one ever, there's no such thing as a Mana Reaver comp. It's just like maybe you just randomly have 2 Mana Reavers at some point, and you kind of just have to transition out because all the Mana Reavers, they don't pair well with each other. Like, you have Space Pirate, Chrono, Celestial. I can't even think about them.
I think that's it. I think that plus Cybernetic.
Yeah,
and,
Cybernetic, right.
Blade Master.
It's like, you can't really jumble them together.
Right. And normally in TFT in particular, I always feel like triple trait units are very strong in some capacity, but it does feel like Irelia needs to find her identity more. And so hopefully this recent wave of buffs, people can find a build. Because right now, if some people try to play Irelia with the traditional logic that we use, it's not going to work. There's probably some kind of build out there that we haven't found yet.
Yeah, like 2 out of her 3 traits are really awkward for her. Like, she's mostly a cybernetic enabler, which is just weird because she's a 4-cost unit. She shouldn't just be a trait stick. Yeah. Ooh, Blitzerstar on the Shaco. I like it a lot with Darkstar.
Shaco is surprisingly a very effective carry.
An interesting one.
Yeah, and I've seen people just itemize him in just the most damage spiky way possible, and I kind of wonder if that's the trend that we will continue to see. Do you like stacking Infinity Edge and all these other damage items onto Shaco?
One thing I want to try with Shaco is D-Claw and maybe a GA. I don't like more than 1 offensive item. Like Blitzerstar is probably the 3rd item I would use. Because if you're going Darkstar, he's going to have damage. Without defensive item, he just gets focused on so fast. But he does have the benefit of his teleport, which kind of like shakes aggro off a little bit.
Yeah, totally. Like one of the more interesting things, as you can see this fight coming down to the wire, but looks like Liko gets the win there. Shaco reminds me of the Rise of the Elements Kha'Zix, where people started building more defensive items on Kha'Zix, like QSS, Quicksilver, as well as Rapid Fire Cannon, to try to give Kha'Zix a little bit more defensive capabilities while still keeping his offense good. It was very interesting to see.
I would say Shaco is one of those units that would be 100% broken if QSS was not nerfed.
Oh, yeah.
So he can just jump around, lifesteal, crit for massive damage.
Did we see, I know we just kind of clicked through some of the boards, but have we seen a mecha pilot yet?
We've seen components for it. I think someone had a Fizz.
Rumbles. Yeah, there was a Fizz on the carousel that I saw spinning around along with a Rumble.
It does feel like mech pilots are very good to just even hold on to, because if you do end up getting that Fizz and you have a Rumble and you're ready to go, it's just very easy, convenient frontline that you don't even have to itemize much to get effective use out of it.
Not really, yeah.
And you also have 3 really easy traits to work with: Demolitionist, Sorcerer, and Infiltrator. All of them have traits activated at 2. So you just splash 1 unit and you get those bonuses.
Okay, so at the end of stage 3, we can do a quick health check. There were 3 people on win streaks, but only 2 left. We have Liko and Olay. But the top 3 players are 1 Chinese player and 2 players from LATAM/Brazil. All of our NA heroes are mostly in the bottom except for Hafu.
Liko running a win streak with 4 Vanguard and Ionic Spark, not too unsurprising. Olay, the other win streaker, also with 4 Vanguard.
Also staring at Liko's board.
Yeah, he's staring at Liko.
That's funny.
And very
He's like, that's my stuff. He does not have an Ionic Spark, but he does have. Wait, no, he said sorry. But he also has Bramble Vest, like really, really tanky item.
Yeah, I think Bramble Vest is still a very good item. I know people are favoring GA a lot as their main defensive item, but I think Bramble Vest is totally valid just to jam early still.
It's especially good here because we saw a Shaco with Infinity Edge.
Ah, yeah.
That's not going to work. And we also saw a Dog with, I think, an Infinity Edge of his own, which just makes Bramble Vest so good. It also counters any Last Whisper, so sometimes you go Last Whisper to counter Vanguard comps. But when the Vanguard play goes Bramble Vest, your Last Whisper can never crit, which never applies to armor reduction.
Yeah, you know, Bramble Vest has largely replaced the role of Thornmail, but also kind of Phantom Dancer at the same time. So it's a 2-for-1, and I think it's a very good item, especially if you're running high on the vest count.
Yeah, I love... Ooh, Dog with 4... Wait,
4 Chronos?
He has 3 Vanguards, I believe. And
he has that early Jhin, which is nice.
Rage Blade on the Jhin, but ooh, look at that. Not dealing damage, so squishy. Rage Blade is not going to pay dividends for him. Was useful at the beginning, but as you see, mid-game, it just falls off the cliff.
I'm starting to believe it. I'm starting to believe it. And Dog is dipping below half health at 45. And, you know, this is a fairly aggressive lobby relative to what I was expecting. You know, kind of like we were talking about how we expect these people to go to fast 8, but I don't think that's going to be the case here. Aurelion Soul. Yes. You know, we haven't actually seen Aurelion Soul do nearly as much, and I think maybe the nerfs went a little overboard here.
Yeah, the nerfs kind of gutted all the, you know, typical builds you would do, like Seraph and Protector, both scale off him having low mana. They increased his mana cost by 33% from 60 to 80. That's a whole extra second to ult, which means Seraph is not as effective and Protector not as effective. And Rebel also got nerfed as well, so we'll see.
Yeah, well, Aurelion Soul does continue to put out lots of damage if it's allowed to continue.
Oh, well.
Oh, it's gone.
Maybe that's why we don't see it.
Anything.
Well, it did do one small thing, which was to get punched by the Blitzcrank.
Okay.
Doesn't pull it.
Right.
But then
That's
just
true.
dies.
A very expensive QSS.
Oh, this Jace will have to do work. Jace, the damage of all Vanguard comp, essentially just smashing his hammer.
Oh, wow, the emotes. Oh, the emotes as he zaps
Is he really?
him.
He's flashing IG. He's flashing IG.
Wow. Absolutely Seamus, and I love it.
Olay and Leiko both on a hot win streak. Will they play against each other? Which Vanguard player will stand on top? I believe they're also both running Infiltrator unless Leiko has switched off.
Yeah, you know, I think the 4 Vanguard 2 Infiltrator build is something that I'm really looking at right now as potentially being an early mid-game candidate, or an early candidate for a mid-game powerhouse.
Leiko went the opposite. He went 4 Infiltrator, 2 Vanguard. So really excited to see them face off, but just not yet.
Not yet. And sometimes you get these games where you just don't fight. The top 2 players just don't fight, and they're at like 80 HP, and everyone else is at like 20 or below. Yeah, those games annoy me.
You're just like, come on, break each other's win streak.
Okay.
You're getting slaughtered.
Well, Jay Strite repays the debt from early game. Coach trying to be very playful about it. And as we head into the carousel, let's take a look at some of these high impact units. Misfortune is on the carousel.
Ooh, same with Echo that got picked up right away by Jay Shrite. Both a nice little 5 costs. And boom, Hoffa goes from the MF and the Giants belt.
So Dog prioritizes the belt. He probably needs that item more than anything. As that does tend to be the first thing a lot of players do when they pick off carousel. You want to look at the items as the priority, but sometimes just getting the champions is really important too. It's also a big spaceship.
Leiko really happy picking up the tier. He's going to be able to make a Seraph, I believe. I mean, looking at his items, his tier is not going to pair well with anything else besides his current tier. Oh, wants it on the Kaisa, of course.
Yes, Seraph's on Kaisa, great. She shoots out all these missiles. Leiko is a role player, today I learned.
Leiko completely switching off Vanguard because he has the other kind of tank, which is just a Super Garen.
He has an Ionic Spark, right? You know, gotta get it into play.
The Leona is at this point redundant. Yep, there she goes. He's gonna try and 3-star his Rumble and Kaisa. Looks like this game.
Oh, interesting. He's not itemizing his mech whatsoever.
What?
Interesting.
I don't agree, but I'm open to being proven wrong.
Bold strategy, Cotton. See if it pays off for him.
He's got plenty of health to, mess around with, and it looks like
No, he won, so his decision was correct.
Yes,
from
that's
my
all.
experience.
Honestly, the result is everything in TFT.
Yeah. So one thing that I did want to point out, this is something that I asked Mort about, was the significance of this hex, because people are looking and they're like, oh, what's that hex? Is that another elemental hex? And what that is where the 3 mech pilots, go boom, boom, fusion together, and then launch the Goliath that is the Garen in the center, right where that tile is. So for anyone who's, just joining us and like, what does that button do? That's what that stands for and signifies.
It's the landing pad for the mech pilots. That's where they get delivered.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad they visualize it because it does matter for stuff like Locket of the Solari and Zeke's Herald. Without it, you kind of just have to guess where it goes.
Does Zephyr as well?
Yes, Zephyr as well.
Yeah, Zephyr throws up. Oh, you're talking about like in general, yeah.
I mean, like, can they Zephyr that position? Do they have to guess where the mech
They have Zephyr.
lands? Got it. So that's a whole nother level of mind
Zephyr is
games.
one of the best thing against mech pilots because you're getting a 3-for-1 when you hit a Garen.
Absolutely. So, Leiko takes another loss, but seems like he's still comfortable in the life total as we head to the space cogs, or the space chickens. And right now, it seems like he is gearing up to go into the late game behind this mech pilots, but he's still not itemizing it. In the meantime, we're going to head over to Hafu, who is playing a Valkyrie Blade
Triple
Master.
Valkyrie.
Is better.
Triple Valkyrie. You only need 2 to activate it.
Yeah, she'll probably have to toss most likely the Kaisa at this point. I mean, Kaisa has Valkyrie Infiltrator, but she does not have any Infiltrator trait active.
She's got the MF. That's the important thing.
Yeah, you want to get that 4 blaster.
You'll push 8.
Yep. I like this push for 8, and I think she needs to get that 4th blaster, and she gets the Jinx. Big moment. Lulu, also another big pickup. Can she find a way to 2-star these units? The big thing is that she has a lot of her carries as 1-stars.
Oh, double upgrade.
Double 2-star if she could sell something, and she
Oh
does.
my goodness. What a roll down here for Hafu.
Dang, girl.
She's gonna use her item. I mean, best case scenario is probably the GA on the Misfortune and then a Hurricane on the Kale.
That does sound entirely reasonable to me, especially with infiltrators coming.
Make it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Oh, to it. Oh, blast to the right and eliminates 2 units.
The Shaco's dead though.
Fizz is gonna have his.
No one is focusing this. Oh, there they go. Oh.
Can she finish it? Can she finish it? Can she finish it? The stun from the demolitionist. Right?
Ouch.
But
Irelia too.
Sure.
Dang, does she want to go for it?
I think so.
Yeah, she does.
Very much so. I think that's important. I do think that she is running into that awkward Valkyrie situation.
Yeah, she will probably like replace it, but she needs a better option for it right now.
She could go for a 3rd cybernetic instead of it, and then make Irelia and potentially Lucian a little bit stronger.
What would the other cybernetic be?
Probably the best case scenario would be Echo.
Ooh, that would be a good one.
But there's also probably a need for frontliner as well, so I wouldn't hate even just getting like a Vi or a Leona.
Yeah, you're right. Cutting Kaisa.
Thank you, Hafu.
It'll be difficult to try to get,
Oh my God!
Need anything.
Misfortune damage.
Out.
Feeding the lobby.
Yikes.
Out in 8th place. Okay, what can Hafu do to improve her lineup here?
Besides the level 2 Misfortune, all her units are pretty much gonna be as strong as they're gonna be so far from any 3-star. Replacing Kaisa, Misfortune 2 is on the only things on the table.
Just hit a 3-star Vi, it looks like.
Oh, wow. Well, that makes Vi's a lot harder to get for Hafu. So then Is there any other units that she could look for? For now, she's very clearly waiting for the carousel to see if it determines. She needs to also scout to make sure she's not getting Zephyred or pulled.
Up against 4 infiltrators.
Oh, a 2-star Echo!
Ooh, that nice EMP by the Ezreal to hit all 3 infiltrators.
That was a massive ult, but too much damage.
So close. The RFC from the Shaco.
Unfortunate.
Stabs her.
This is a tough lobby. It feels like there's so many powerful compositions right now.
Yeah.
Another Lulu.
It's an infiltrator item.
Seraph.
Protector.
Turned down. But she already triple itemed her MF, right?
Yeah.
So, dot 11. Goes for the. Is that the first cap that we've seen all day?
Becca has a death cap.
Becca's got
or unless that's the one that she just got right now. No, she didn't. She picked last.
I don't think Kale is my carry right now.
So if Hafu has this Seraphs, I guess she's gonna try to itemize Irelia at that point, or perhaps Ezreal.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Irelia usually is the best user of it, but like we discussed earlier, she's not really carry material compared to like a Shen or even an Ezreal or the Lucian. She does have Ionic Spark. Ooh, she definitely wants that.
Yeah, that is the fabled upgrade for mercenaries, and that's a new thing.
There's the cybernetic that she was looking for.
Excellent.
Yeah, Kaisa instantly comes out. She's gonna want to use this Seraph on either Lucian or Echo. Echo's level 1, which makes she dies really fast, but with the Seraph and the bonus health, it might just live long enough.
I think it's Irelia.
Ooh, she's making a decision.
Tough calls.
Ooh. It's gonna get grabbed by Blitzcrank, right?
Oh yes.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
Oh
Getting
no,
knocked up.
Irelia.
Okay, she zoomed away into the Cho'Gath.
Oh no!
No, that was a good MF.
But wait,
I think she has a chance. She has a chance.
Nice.
Oh.
Oh wait, Dot11, is he dead?
Dot 11 is alive by just a sliver of health.
That Guardian Angel on the Misfortune coming in clutch so many times, comes alive, shoots off 2 bullets.
Look at this bottom 3 right now, 14 life and then single digits from there. It's very tight.
Olay sitting with 53 up at top though, and on a win streak.
Yeah, a lot of pressure.
2-star Lulu for Jay Shrite. Hafu can afford 1 loss at 14 health. She just needs to make sure only 3 units live.
Looks like he may be looking for that final Lulu to get a...
Yeah, and she has 4 Chronos to put in as well at this point if she wants to start ditching things like Irelia and the Cybernetics. Because honestly, her Cybernetics aren't even that powerful.
Ooh, reposition on the Misfortune. Is it going to pay off? Oh, does dodge the Kaisa.
Protect her Aurelian Soul!
Oh no! Here comes the starship.
Aurelian Soul has that spatula in the
Oh my god! Misfortune fired at the one Shaco behind her. Oh!
Wait!
Oh!
The Misfortune trolling. Look at how the healths have gotten even more dense.
No
here.
one got knocked out. And another upgrade from Misfortune.
Big
more waves.
opportunity here for Hafu.
Which I didn't get to read the upgrade. What was it?
That one was more waves, so she just shoots
She
more.
shoots more. And then I think the last one is larger cone?
Yeah.
Yes.
More waves actually used to be true damage, and then people realized true damage is kind of overpowered.
You don't say.
Yes, Misfortune with the Sorcerer's buff for a brief period of time actually double dipped, so she did like 99% of your opponent's max HP just with 6 Sorcerer buff. It's pretty silly.
Something that's very fun about this Galaxy set is, you know, we see the minions have changed, and Elder Drake is now edgy Space Odyssey Kane. So that's one of the really cute things that I appreciate with the introduction.
And larger.
Oh.
She hit all 3 Misfortune upgrade.
Yeah, that is great. Now she just needs to find a 2-star Misfortune. She finds a 2-star Wukong.
It's hard to fit in.
I don't know how important things like the Blade Master Cybernetics is, but I guess you do have KO. That's the important thing.
The thing about Cybernetics right now, she only had it on 1 unit, so it was only worth 350 health. But now that she has an Echo, it's tough. It's a really tough
Yeah,
call.
that
I
is
don't know.
true. That is true. With the Echo there, it is harder. It is harder to justify
figure it
removing
out.
that.
Ooh, Jay Shrite might be out. Is this a potential elimination
There's
round?
the Vi who's going to target the Irelia, leaving the misfortune unanswered. But the Cho'Gath
She got popped
at the last second.
No.
Run, Hafu, run!
But wait.
Run, Hafu, run!
No.
Close.
From 4th to
Ouch.
6th.
So close.
That timing
Oh,
was
Jay
tiny
Shrite,
bit
the
off.
crusher of dreams. And his brawler composition, I mean, that Cho'Gath ult, like you were calling, very opportune moment to shut down that ultimate.
It would be fine if it was like an earlier ult or a later ult, but right when she started blasting.
Yeah.
So anyways, I started blasting.
And then the Cho'Gath ult interrupted me.
Yeah. Well, okay, so taking a look at the other lobbies, Infiltrators and it seems to be dominating this lobby. Top 3 lobbies are going for Infiltrators as their core damage.
I think Becca was the one with the Aurelion Soul Protector, right?
Yeah.
That one's gonna be interesting because she 2-started with a Seraph. Oh, Blitzcrank grabbing Soraka. Can she kill it before the heal?
Misfortune just does so much damage, but this Jinx is about to pop off now.
Oh,
Oh,
GA.
the damage.
Okay, looks like Jay Shrite lives another day, but it is a clone.
Fights are so
Dog is out.
Becca beat Dog with just Aurelion Soul alive.
Wow. First her best friend, then her fiance. She is on a tear. I will be the last NA player remaining. 3-star Jarvan, the Protector Dream.
Goodness.
Oh, but Leiko has a 3-star Annie and a 3-star Rumble. The health bar on Garen's gonna be so huge. We'll see if it's enough to deal with Becca's.
Ooh, I like this
flying
positioning,
Aurelion Soul.
recognizing all the infiltrators. Come at me.
The Jay Shrite big brain this. Oh, kinda. The Infiltrator will jump the Vi.
Yeah, and Jinx is safe.
Yeah.
Jinx is completely in this pocket.
No one's on Jinx. She shoots the Karma that got picked up by Blitzcrank, gaining the attack speed buff, I believe. Oh, but was it enough?
Just too much damage out of Olay's composition. Who hit 9 in that 2-star Echo. That's a 4th place.
Still well played by Jay Shrite. You know,
I
giving him
think
the little odds.
Yeah, and that could have made a difference between him getting 3rd or 4th with Becca.
Oh, interesting enough, Becca got crushed from 22 health
Yeah.
down to 1 health.
Yeah, Liko seems to be leading this lobby and in good position with that win streak, but we'll see if Olay can fight back. He does have that 4 Vanguard, 4 Infiltrator build. Is that Jewel Gauntlet going on Echo?
2 GPs in the top.
You know, the thing about Echo is that I've seen what feels like to be a dozen variations of how to itemize him, so I am completely like willing to just learn what's the right way to build him from this tournament.
Oh.
3-star Rumble,
Well, they just kind of
4 Infiltrators, 4 Protectors.
And
What a
these
build.
synergy are all golden up for these players.
You can see him just playing this Irelia just on the board, which is pretty fascinating to me.
I think he had swapped out the Karma for it.
Oh, here we go. Leiko with the Super Mac in the back line. He's probably going to tank some Infiltrator. Going to tank 3 Infiltrator on the Super Mac. Look at him.
Oh.
Brings down the out.
Super Mech has its own ability that does AoE, but look at this Echo popping off a little bit.
You may have killed the Garen, but remember, there's 2 3-star units left to go through.
Yeah, there's not enough damage, there's too much stats. And Olay barely survives, and Becca won the fight versus the clone.
So she's still in there, and look at that. It's 38 HP to 2 and 1.
I believe this match will be Becca against Olay, which is very favorable for Becca because both of them will get destroyed by Leiko. Whoever plays him last is the winner.
Right. And so Olay, he's put in the Irelia to try to get Mana Reaver, and I wonder if that gamble is going to pay off. Oh, looks like he replaces it. Says he wants to go instead with the Shaco number 2. Rather 2-star Shakos. And it looks like Olay gets the clone. Becca has to face Leiko.
If Becca's clone kills Olay fast enough, she has a chance, but she has to play against the Garen, which does take a lot of time to kill.
I can't.
Is it enough?
Wait, Becca
Wait,
won.
Becca won.
Becca's gonna beat Olay.
Let's go, Becca.
Olay takes third place. And Becca has found an opening. She's laughing. She found a chalice. That's great.
This is such a close game. It's insane.
Whoa, is Rift Herald? Can Rift Herald exist in space?
Yeah, it's a giant space rock.
Guess so.
Space rock?
Just slap the Odyssey skin on it, I guess. What did Leiko get? That's another question that I have.
That's gonna be a big difference maker.
So part of the reason why Chalice is good is that she can get her abilities like Lulu off quicker. That's going to be massive for helping the fight tilt towards her favor.
I'm okay. We need a remake, Fizz or something.
Aurelion Sol, but she already has Star.
There's a world where she remakes Aurelion Sol with Chalice and Seraph.
Oh, yeah.
Those have great synergy with one another.
She's trying to remake Fizz. She found Fizz number 2. Oh. But one more roll? 2 more rolls?
That's not,
she can't get it.
Just slap the Chalice on the Lulu or just...
I would say Lulu for sure. Yeah, you just get that polymorph out, repositioning, gets the infiltrators.
Aurelion Sol all the way on the left. So it's gonna go forward, away from the infiltrator. Yeah, there's the Aurelion Sol. But the Shaco loses interest.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to fight a Starship.
Falls away the polymorph on the Shaco. That's a big moment here for Becca.
Oh, with Echo eliminating the squishy. It's gonna be giant robot versus giant robot.
Oh.
But the protector gaining shields.
Run!
Oh, look at those starships.
There's 3 star units chasing.
Look at it. Holy crap.
Is that it?
She's gonna do it.
I think she's got it.
I'm really happy.
Becca takes the first lobby of Group B with an amazing 1 health comeback.
Are you kidding me? We were just talking about Becca as we got into the day. She was lacking in confidence, and yet she's the first one to pull off an successful Ace-Sol Starship Command. Oh my gosh.
Good lord, the amount of starships, like fighters coming out of that Aurelion Sol, it didn't physically make sense.
Oh my gosh, and Becca was just on a rampage too. She took out Hafu, and then she took out Dog, and then taken down Ole, who we thought, okay, sure, he's gonna go until the very end.
Yeah, that was an incredible finish. And like more importantly, just showing that maybe even though some compositions get nerfed, there's still a viable path for it. And she found the exact timing window when everyone else was ignoring Aurelion Sol. You mentioned the first time today, she has no like previous record of someone else doing well to have that guarantee, and yet taking that gamble was the ultimate payoff. Well done, Becca.
Look, and we get to relive the final fight right there again. Look at her face. She's smiling. She can't believe it.
I mean, this is literally as close as it gets. There's no half health points in Teamfight Tactics.
If she lost any of her fight with just 1 more unit on the enemy team, she would have been eliminated.
And she kept her composure, and more importantly, kind of like positioned Aurelion Sol just like awkwardly enough, because the way pathing works is that if they move 1 hex away or 2 hexes away, then they'll start tracking something else. And that's particularly because for Singed in Rise of the Elements, he caused a lot of AI bugging issues.
Oh my gosh.
So they've decided to change that, where instead of chasing Singed, chasing Aurelion Sol, they'll switch targets, and that was masterful manipulation of positioning by Becca.
Yeah, well done to Becca, but there's so many things that we can cover from that game. So let's go ahead and throw it on over to Mort, who's gonna break down some of those elements.
Thanks, Avali. We've got 3 plays to look at for you this time. The first of which, we're going to look at something Olay did, which is really an advanced tactic here. Coming out of the carousel, he actually had a full bench, which allowed him to get an extra unit on the field. He was win streaking at the time and made a tough choice here. He could have sold his whole bench for a lot of economy, but instead gets an extra unit, allowing him to continue his win streak. So this is a really advanced tactic that we sometimes see. In the next clip, we're going to talk about the power of Guardian Angel. You've seen a lot of people building it throughout all the games. This fight ends up really, really close, but saved by Guardian Angel, because what happens is, as you die, instead of dying, you come back to life, but you drop the aggro. So the Misfortune here gets some time to stay alive and do the damage she needs. And then lastly, we have to talk about the Aurelion Sol. This was basically the perfect Aurelion Sol build. You've got a 2-star Aurelion Sol, 4 Protector with the Spatula item that gives it a shield every time it casts, Seraph's, which makes it cast 1 second earlier every time, so it's getting a shield for 300 damage every 3 seconds. Combine that with the fact that Aurelian's Soul is a champion that stacks up over time, and you end up with a very powerful win that destroyed that really powerful mech. That's gonna do it for me. Back to you, Avali.
Absolutely. I was super excited to see Ace Soul pop out there. But let's go ahead and take a look at our first game of Group B's winner. Once again, it's Becca off the back of that superstar ship Ace Soul. And we can also go ahead and take a look at the standings after this first game. We have Becca in the lead in place number 1. We have Leko falling behind, followed by Ole, Jay Strite, Dog, Hafu, Dot 11, and Tio Feeder. This is actually, I mean, kind of what I expected. I expected Hafu to maybe be a little bit higher, but then again, I didn't really know the full strength of some of these Chinese players that were making an appearance. What about you guys?
There's definitely some wild cards. You know, again, I haven't heard too much of Tio Feeder and even some of the other players that were in Group A as well. But when doing the research, it does seem like everyone has their ideas. And like I said, some of them have their pet builds that they really like to go for. The one standout to me about this game was that how well Infiltrators did behind the Vanguard lineup. And I think maybe we have to evaluate Infiltrators once again as potentially being a top meta comp. But I keep saying that after every other game.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the biggest changes are like people are going for units that jump backline now. Because the original strategy early on is have one super tanky unit in the beginning who's wasting the time of the entire team. But Aurelian Soul and Infiltrators, they just bypass all of the front line and just start killing the back line. So the last unit alive was the Garen.
Right.
But you don't have any offense besides the Garen because the Aurelian Soul just killed them all.
And that's how she was able to pull off the win at the end of the game. But I just want to do a quick reminder to everyone who is in the chat. If you guys want to be a part of history and be a part of the one-of-a-kind TFT jacket trophy that will be going to our first place winner tomorrow, all you have to do is type in support followed by your favorite streamer's name. So let's say, I was streaming, you just type in !support Avali. And if, adjectives. And if I was to win tomorrow, then your name would be sewn into the lining of my very own custom-made jacket, which you can see up on the wall right there. It's actually super cool. And if you look at the little tag on it, it says remove before team fight.
Very clever. I only poke fun because I'm jealous. I would want a jacket to commemorate too. It's kind of like, the golf events where you win the jacket and you get the crown. And overall, I'm really excited to see, how the rest of the lobby plays out because Becca, with that momentum, I think that's really big for her.
Yeah.
Can she continue that? And I feel like a lot of times when players are struggling early on in lobbies, they kind of get down on themselves and say, whatever, I can't really win anyway, so I'm just going to play out these last lobbies. Early momentum is a really big thing. And it'll be a big factor as we continue on in this group.
Yeah, hopefully we don't have a super JJ
Exactly.
situation. So hard to see, like first place, and then you just kind of have a couple bad games and suddenly you're out of the tournament.
Yeah, completely out of it. One of the things that I noticed, I think Hafu was the first one who tried to really bring out cybernetics. Didn't end up working out for her towards the end. Am I correct? She was the one who brought out cybernetics, right? She had the echo at the end.
Yeah, she had cybernetics. It's just that it's kind of exactly how Toast was describing it. It felt like she was putting her eggs in the Irelia basket when Irelia doesn't have that ability to deliver as much. She seems to be much more of a secondary carry. She will be effective if she gets to the back line and everyone's focusing on someone else, and then she'll assassinate a bunch of carries. But at the same time, you could do the same thing with Infiltrators and not have to worry about whether or not your carry will actually carry. So, I think Hafu might have to go back to drawing board because it wasn't that her late game decisions was anything wrong by any means, but maybe the foundation of making Irelia hold those items could be improved.
I mean, I'm not nervous at all for Hafu. She was the one who found that first light strategy for Rise of the Elements. But let's see how all of our players adapt as we get into Game 2. And joining us for the cast, we have Latigris coming back, who is joining me and Toast.
Hey, what up?
Welcome back. What did you think about the first game?
Oh man, that was crazy. I was watching from the couch and, thank you all for hanging out here because I got a whole couch just spread across back there. It was great. And I love those games where so many people were still in for so long. We finally got to see the Rift Herald come through.
There was one moment where there was 3 players at single-digit health.
Yeah.
And each of them managed to stay in their fight.
That was so nuts. And I feel like I couldn't help but jump up and down in the same way Becca was during that last fight, because that was just nuts seeing Aurelian Soul really stick it to the mech there.
Yeah.
A whole new game. I hope I didn't caster curse Super JJ earlier, because I did say before that, oh, someone's going to win game 1 and then not win again after that and not get through. So I really hope that doesn't happen twice today.
Yeah, here we have Becca, obviously winning. Always really happy for her, because if you ever met Becca or you know how her personality is, very overly humble to a point where it's like you gotta talk yourself up. I remember at the All-Star where she was crushing a lobby so hard, and I was trying to convince her that she can sell a unit and still win the fight. And she knew she was strong. She's like, yeah, I can do that, but I'm afraid people will think I'm being rude or something.
It's so much her personality. I remember I met her actually, we were both on a TwitchCon panel together was the first time I met her, and she was so humble and so, just really chill and everything. And I thought, you're here for a reason. You're so awesome at what you do. Believe it the way everyone else does. And clearly she put a lot of work going into her preparation for this. Because you're saying she's scrims even and sets that up.
Yeah, every time she wins, I don't think anyone is more surprised than herself. It's like, huh, I won?
Right? Just like, yeah, you did good things, Becky. You did good things. And a lot of the players here were, which is evidence at how tight the lobby was for so long. Why do you think that was? Were people just going for a lot of diverse strategies, or?
I think this lobby is definitely a little more competitive, and when it comes to competitive lobbies, everything counts. Like that one health, that one health Becca saved herself on, maybe like through a positioning early on, was the difference. Like winning with 1 HP. It's like you think about all the games that someone took 1 extra damage or maybe 2 extra damage that they could have came back from. Same with Super JJ. He came back with 2 health. So like it's not just, they got a little lucky at some point. It's because they shave off these percentage points every chance they get.
If you're trying to get to that challenger level, these are the tips to get you there. And nice thing about the showcase here with Galaxies is all of you know this will be releasing next week. So this is kind of your preview into what you should be playing once Galaxies actually releases. And no surprise, Vanguard still seems to be popular early. We saw Infiltrators really effective during the last game. Do you think more are going to try opting for that?
Oh, it's hard to say. Like Infiltrator is obviously great, but they also counter Vanguard and Mech Pilots. But if less people are going for that, maybe Sorcerer could come back, because Sorcerer, they have a lot of area damage. So when 4 Infiltrators jump at you and your Ari just throws out the ball and hits them all, they're going to get deleted so fast as well. So these meta, I believe, will develop as the day goes on.
And we didn't see a lot of Sorcerer or Star Guardian during the last game, did we?
No, I don't think there was any, actually.
Yeah.
But I know one of the games earlier today, some players were doing pretty well with them.
Towards the end of Group A, I believe there was one game where a lot of people were going for it. And it's evidence also of the fact that when this first released on PBE, and that was one of the first compositions that was showcased to everybody, it's a bit more straightforward, especially because of the innate synergy within the origin and the class as well. But now we get to see kind of even more of that experimentation, seeing where those micro synergies and those splashes come on through. And itemization in particular was really imperative towards the end of the last game.
Here we have Da11. He makes the Seraph right away because tier right now, the best item to pair with the tier is another tier. Sure, you can get Hand of Justice, you can get Shojin, but Shojin's only good on very specific units like Soraka and Lulu, whereas Seraph is good on Lucian, Aurelia, Sona, Aurelion So, Kaisa. You got so much carry potential. And obviously just early on, so strong. Lucian, one of the best early game carries, paired with a 2-star Graves, that's good blaster damage.
The blaster damage in addition to the Brawler HP increase. Brawlers, I feel like, are something that can be slotted into a lot of compositions, and you'll see people defaulting to them as a front line when they're wanting to run those blasters in the back, or the snipers, or whatever it may be.
Yeah, I'm curious if Die11 will go for one of my favorite combination, Chrono and Cybernetics, because Chrono and Cybernetics actually share the most synergy with one another. They both have Brawlers in Vi and Blitzcrank. They both have Blasters in Lucian and Ezreal. They both have Blade Master in Shen, Irelia, and Fiora. They both have Vanguard because of Leona and Wukong. So literally every unit in Cybernetics except Echo shares something with a Chrono counterpart. So you'll see those two traits paired together very often.
It's nice too that one of the things where you were just mentioning all of the synergies that are within them that kind of overlap. There's a good balance of the defensive and the offensive units, which sometimes that can be the hardest thing, right? You think of Rangers of times past and, oh, cool, I have all this damage from my back line, but who is really here to protect me?
Yeah, that's a good point. With those two, you have Brawlers and Vanguards, which are very tanky, which is why it makes bad pairings. Like you said, some bad pairings are all offense, which is like Chrono and Rebel. They share a lot of synergy as well with Blaster, Brawler, and Blade Master, but Rebels have very little defense besides the one Malphite, you know. The Blade Master don't tank, the Mystics don't tank, the Jinx definitely is the squishiest of them all. So, very good point. That's why those two pairings work much better than others.
Now we're getting into some more itemization though. Everyone's starting to get those components on through. Are there any that you feel have been more effective in the early game as far as things that are safe to go for even if you have to pivot your composition?
Early game, you know, you got your Death Blade, 60 damage. You got your ZZ Rod Portal for 1,000 health, you know, tanky unit.
Which I feel like we haven't seen a lot of ZZ Rod Portal.
I think it's too early game focused because late game, it will die in one hit. You don't want to spend 2 whole items for a unit that will absorb, sometimes not even a hit because it just gets hit by collateral damage.
Suddenly it starts looking smaller even though the size doesn't actually change.
Exactly.
Why you look so weak right now, especially when the mechs start to get online. Thinking
Like you compare your 1,000 health ZZ Rod Portal unit to his Mech Garen, which has like 6,000 health, and you're thinking, why did I do this?
And that's one of the most effective uses of the mech, right? He's just this beef box that's going to be eating a lot of the damage. But as you noted earlier, a good workaround that was things like infiltrators, trying to kind of skip that process to get to the back line. And here you're starting to see some of that sustainability work in their favor.
What's interesting here is Jay Shrite has 2 1-star Syndras, each with a tier. So he's really happy that during one of the carousel, he came across a Syndra with a tier. Like obviously he wants to combine it with a Seraph because it's like insane power spike, but because it's on 2 separate units, he just has to be stuck on running both for now.
I love Syndra and how much she can pop off.
Insane.
It's super, especially more during the analyst segment earlier, getting a bit more deep into her mechanics, saying that if you're going against a Syndra, being able to grab all of the orbs of your own and your competitors for that increase in damage is just one of those unique kind of nuanced things I feel like TFT offers for these interactions that even as you're playing more and more, it offers that replayability because these are situations you can only come across once in a while.
Yeah, one of the big things they strive to improve on from the second set is like having abilities that's just not, oh, it's some damage. Because Syndra from set 2, she summons a ball of water and deals damage. She does it again, same damage, literally nothing interesting about it. But this time it's like, oh, it targets one person, hits them for damage, and then targets another one and doubles it up. And what's also unique about her is she will always target the unit with the most current health, which is insanely good because the units that are the healthiest are usually the units hiding all the way in the back who's the super carry. And when they have the most health, that means Syndra is eyeing them for her next ult and just instantly taking them out.
It also forces you to think about the length of each of these rounds, because if you have a champion that is dependent upon getting their spell cast multiple times, then hey, maybe you work into whether it's items like Warmogs or otherwise, or champions that can just stick around. And especially if you bring things like Soraka into it, it can get super powerful.
Ooh, Dog on a 5-game win streak, doing very well for himself.
We got 2 undefeated so far. Da and Dog both sitting at the top at 100 HP.
I can tell you, everyone else in the lobby are just getting upset that they haven't faced each other.
Yeah.
Because the longer they go without facing each other, the more money both of them have, and they might just end up first and second place. They're just praying they face each other so that someone's streak gets broken at the very least.
Meanwhile, both of them are like, nah, man, I'm good.
Yeah, you're good, I'm good.
Leave me alone. Now I'm totally cool hanging up here.
Dog going for that Lucian with the Giant Slayer and the red buff. So good against Vanguard comp. Has an Ezreal for the Blaster double up as well. 1 away from Cybernetic if he chooses to go that route. 1 away from 4 Vanguard as well.
And what do you know? He has the Giant Slayer right before going against a Brawler composition where you want to chunk through that HP.
And what's great for him is it's the other win
Get
streak
the other
player.
Yeah, oh, that's true. We're just caster cursing.
Should be okay.
But Dog's gonna get the better of him this time. They both have Lucian, but Dog's Lucian is a 2-star unit. And unlike the first set Lucian, Seraph is not as good this time around. Mainly because the first set Lucian, his mana cost was 30, which allowed him to dash again after autoing once. Now it's 35, which means he needs twice the amount of attacks. That's like doubling up the time between every ults, which is a lot.
Also interesting to note, it was a Blaster Vanguard versus a Blaster Brawler. So both choosing to pair that damage with something a bit more beefy on the front line. Do you have a preference between the two when pairing with Blaster?
Ooh, it's tough. I probably still prefer Vanguard overall, but what makes Dog's team especially good against Brawler is Brawler has a lot of health, and Giant Slayer scales off the amount of health you have. So does Red Buff. It scales off the amount of health you have. So 2 items that are just literally meant to destroy Brawlers.
You can see it. You can see the damage coming through. And looking over on the sideline, 2,700 over for the Lucian at the top. And eventually that Ezreal is going to be able to help too. Because he's only a 1-star right now. Take a little bit before you can start rolling into those more often. And then if he can get both of those available, then the shutdown potential with the spell of Ezreal with the EMP can really allow a delay for further damage.
Yeah, Ezreal, the EMP is so good. Like his damage isn't that impressive from an auto attack standpoint, but
Did Dog just rage quit? He got up and he left.
No, he is so strong that he's gonna
go pet.
Yeah, he's gonna probably take a 20-minute break here. By the time he comes back, he's probably still in the lead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, Dog's in a great position. Puts a bow on the Fiora just for the buff for now. Doesn't want to put it on the Leona because he can easily switch out of cybernetics at any point, and Leona is needed for Vanguard. So this is a tip for new players, right? You might think, oh, why not put on a Leona to give him some extra health? But Dog is for sure keeping Leona for a long time, whereas the Fiora is like he can toss it at any point, right?
Let's see.
Both of those being 1-cost units, you usually kind of have that in mind, right? Which one of these am I going to try and trade out for a stronger unit in the end? The synergy from Leona too strong. Leona's also my bae. I'm so happy to see her in every single set.
Ooh, Dog's looking at his item options. He has a bow. Might go for a sword for another Giant Slayer if he wants to turn that bow into something. Other than that, he can start picking up pieces for other comps, but ooh, normal sword. I don't know if he wants an RFC. RFC with the nerfs to it such a long time ago where it can no longer bypass dodge just makes it very... Doubling a range isn't that great, especially on Lucian since he's already just dashing around. He doesn't need that range safety.
Yeah, I've seen that built on a couple infiltrators and things like that, but aside from that, I feel like RFC just hasn't been very popular during Galaxies.
Yeah. I mean, when it bypassed dodge, it was too good.
Yeah.
So ever since the change, RFC's always just been, if I only have 2 bows at the end of the entire PvE rounds, sure, I'll slap together.
Also, a good sign for Dog. He hasn't been defeated yet, but he also is working with interest gold too. And a lot of times you're kind of having to trade one off for the other, but that puts him in a good position for the latter game. Pretty tight lobby though so far. Letgo down in the bottom with 52 HP. Not sure exactly where he's with as far as if he's trying to lose streak or if he's going to be pivoting anytime soon. But we'll probably start to see kind of a bit more breakup in this lobby.
Dog up against Brawler comp. As long as his Lucian doesn't get... Exactly. As long as his Lucian doesn't get grabbed by the Blitzcrank. Oh, kills it right in the nick of time. He's going to be just fine. Now,
all right, so what can stop Dog?
Well, he's running a very early game, Cybernetic Vanguard, very early game focus, can easily fall off at any point. It just takes one lucky Zephyr, one lucky Blitzcrank, one lucky Vi out to send his win streak crashing down. But honestly, for him, he already got his profits. He won 9 games. That means for 5 games, he got full streak gold. Oh, is he going to push a level? It's just 10 gold away.
He could. I mean, he would still get a decent amount of interest off
you only
of it.
lose 1 gold if you level up 3 times here.
And it guarantees, well, not guarantees, but you feel much more comfortable in your odds of continuing the streak.
1 extra unit goes a long way. Oh, he goes for it. Gets the chrono.
You don't want the greed to get to you, right? Well, I lose all this potential gold.
Like, It's just like 1 interest gold for an entire unit. That's definitely worth.
Definitely.
And that can make the difference. You and Froden were talking earlier about when it comes to carousel, even sacrificing the better items sometimes just for 1 or 2 extra gold. And seeing how things go right here, though, there's a lot of anti-heal that is happening to Dog's composition from Lele.
Lucian's at 5 health.
Oh, but he's still alive. It doesn't matter if he's at 5 health. He's still here to do my damage.
Ole more like, oh no, 'cause Dog just whopped him.
And the crazy thing is, all of the health bars are below 50% HP, right? And you get the additional tick of damage from each unit that is still on board. So when you lose that, it feels even worse because you're thinking if it was just concentrated on a bit more. But the nature of the abilities of the champions he was running meant that they do target multiple as opposed to single target removal. Sometimes work against you.
Yeah, well, Dot 11 is still also sitting at a win streak right now, and he just pushed to level 7. So, I mean, maybe after this minion round, we'll see them go against each other, and then hopefully, you know, one of them's gonna have to drop the streak.
Yeah, keep in mind the game Dot 11 did lose was against Dog.
Was against Dog.
He has about like a 6-game break between having to face his nemesis once more.
Yeah.
Which, it's just that much more salt in the wound, right? They both have streaks, and he's thinking, I could have the bigger streak right now if it went in my favor.
Like, having his streak interrupted, like, he only lost to 1 person, and it was Dog. Like, having his streak interrupted right in the middle is, like, one of the worst feeling ever. Especially since he knows he was beating everyone else. Ooh!
There's another upgrade for him, though, and a 2-star Ezreal.
That's huge. Ezreal was, like, a strong EMP.
That's what we were talking about. Do you think because you're not reliant upon Ezreal for his direct damage as much, you can afford to leave items off of him, or would you still build him as another carry?
You would rarely stack Ezreal. Even because, like, his synergy just doesn't work that well. His ultimate forces him to, like, take a moment to send up the EMP pulse, which is just time he could be used shooting people like Jinx or Lucian. Ooh, Lucian gets hit by the Lux ult. Oh, there's that Syndra we're talking about.
There we go. There we go.
Wait,
Wait.
7 health.
This Lucian is putting so much work in for Dog. Put the team on his back, Lucian!
7 health to preserve that 11-game win streak.
After a 5 health Lucian game that kept him the win before, I mean, he's still winning, but it's getting slimmer and slimmer each time. It's like as slim as you can get.
His Vanguard and Cybernetics are gonna fall off soon. He needs to find a Wukong for 4 Vanguard to replace that Shen while maintaining Chrono, but he is choosing to go for that 50 gold interest. He has a belt. If he really wants emergency health, he can slap it on someone. But we'll see. He's up against Becca, who is near the in 4th place.
That Fiora, right?
Oh, that's really good.
Man, so his Lucian's still going to be alive here in the back.
Ezreal ulted the Vi as it was charging towards him. Oh, but Lucian dashed into the corner, so Jinx isn't focusing on him.
Lucian did not need to leave from the back at all. He went from one side to the other and was like, I'm still alive.
That is the one upside about the RFC on the Lucians, that he can just start dashing way further back than usual.
And Becca hot off the win in game number 1. She's still hanging in this strong.
Ooh, look at that.
He could just push to 8 right here, and he does.
Will he try and 3-star his Lucian? Yeah, Wukong would be good, or he can give up on Shen for 4 blasters.
Dog is doing so much with. We talked about how he's able to build his economy continuously. He's still staying up there. His board cost compared to others is still on the mid to lower end, but he's doing just fine with those synergies.
This might be bad for Dog. He does not have 4 blaster or 4 Vanguard. Got caught in a very awkward transition.
Oh, and he's going against Hafu.
Oh, the Shaco is working on the Lucian. Lucian dashes to the right into the Kai'Sa, though.
Lucian finally goes down.
Oh, and Lucian's so important.
His board isn't going to be able to clean it up.
Unfortunate for Dog. I mean, he's got his win streak go. He's got his tendies. He's happy. But you wonder if he just maybe was able to find a Wukong or a Force Blaster. he could have made a small difference there.
Do you think that maybe it was just like a little bit of panic from when he saw like 2 Ezreals in his shop? He was trying to rearrange and then trying to rearrange, and then as he went into the battle, he ended up selling half of his bench.
Yeah, I think he just got caught a little with his pants down there.
Yeah.
Was trying to go for a good transition, and I think he just didn't get the rows in time.
Yeah.
Like, he had to juggle between leveling and finding a row, but he just didn't hit the rows he wanted, so it was really hard for him to transition.
And who else but Hafu to come in and punish?
Hafu to do it of all people. And it's feels bad, man, when you have both Vanguard and Blasters at 3.
Yeah.
Then you have an extra of both, but there's nothing for you to pivot to, at least for a round or two, to try and make up for it. So you kind of just have to go with it. I think he's totally okay sitting at 92 HP at the top, though. Now Hafu is the only one on a hot streak here.
Yeah, a little. Maybe there was some, communication back and forth. It's
Yeah.
like, I made enough money. Let's put you on a win streak here.
Hey, can I have some of the gold now? Thanks. All right. She's working into Valkyrie and Infiltrator, which she was prioritizing during game 1, wasn't she?
Thank you.
I think so. Yeah, she had. Oh, she was the one with the triple Valkyrie misfortune. Yeah, you're right.
I wonder if this is a composition she has been directly working on for this, or if it just happened to be, because that's always the balance, right? You want to be as flexible as possible, but have some compositions in your mind, and it worked out.
Oh, she's up against the mirror matchup. Mech Pilot, Valkyrie, Infiltrator versus
Look how ZZ Rock got popped so quickly after.
It's like, was it even there? Did it bug out and just not show up? But 1,000 health.
You get this mech, and then it pops another unit, and so it's kind of cool to have that extra step in just the HP for people to build through. But like you said, I don't even know if it was there after a blink.
Oh, Olay doing what Hafu's doing, but finding the Valkyrie before she does. They have the exact same comp, which is Mech Pilot, Valkyrie, Infiltrator.
That's not going to be good for one of them over time then.
See,
the MF upgrade in the shop, but he needs to sell a lot of stuff in order to go. He
sells the
past
MF.
It.
Oh, so he's not even going to bother with that, I guess, because he already has the 2 Valkyries that he wants.
And he just 2-starred his kill right there. And there we saw the ever-popular Infiltrator item.
5 Infiltrator KO. Let's see. She does not jump because she's just in range of the Shen, but if the Shen was on the right, she would have jumped in the back. And sometimes it's not the worst thing to have like your KO jump in the back.
And look who she took down, or look who he took down, Dog again.
Ooh, Dog feeling the sting of early Cybernetic and early Vanguard falling off.
I'm not sure if he was able to bring any of those traits to next tier, but even if he does, if you're not able to get some of those into 2-star, it feels like it might not be enough to balance the fall off of those compositions.
Yeah, Dog's gonna struggle a little bit. He might have to try for 6 Cybernetic. For Vanguard at this point, with so much people running Infiltrator, you're not gonna be able to protect your backline that well. He's gonna have to really think about his next moves. Well, Olay here, enjoying a 4-game win streak. Can he get some items? Does not have any uncompleted items, so we'll just work with whatever he gets here. This is the last round for basic items. So for those who don't know, we used to call them raptors or chickens, but I don't know what these...
Space
There's
Kog'Maw.
still chickens in my head. They're just space chickens.
Giant Space Kog'Maw.
Yeah, that works too. Space stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe that's our brainstorm for tonight. What
Space
are the cool
Kog'Maw,
names?
space chickens. At this point, the odds of you getting basic items is close to 0 because Carousel, you rather just get completed items. So in these scenarios, you're better off just slapping whatever items you can together because you're not gonna have any more options.
Yeah. There's slight changes to the way itemization and things are working. So yeah, even though there's technically somewhat of a chance for something to pop up now, you're right. It's still, unless you have a certain item that you're really hoping that you get something on, maybe you even put that on the unit that you would intend to build that item into anyway.
Ooh, oh, the kill's in the corner, but there is the Blitzcrank. Forgot about that little thing. Can we focus the kill in time?
GA was popped on the Jinx, so she goes down.
Ooh.
And then some work, but
Olay. making that little rookie mistake of having your carry right in the corner, gets it sniped by Dow 11, does take out the Jinx, but that GA on Jinx coming in clutch, dropping the aggro, coming to life, and just destroying Ole's team there.
I'm not sure if anyone else is running Blitzcrank either, so it's one of those things too where maybe you just haven't seen him for a while. You don't really realize anybody is running that comp, and then you think, oh man.
I don't know if he caught it, but I think he just rolled past a 2-star. Okay, he's rolling past a lot of 2-stars, so apparently that's not what he's going for.
I think right now he's trying to reduce the amount of purple units in the pool so that he can hit the purple unit hit once, which is the Jinx.
Perfect.
Yeah. Jinx is there, fully equipped with 3 items, GA to keep her alive. And that Giant Slayer, again, is just going to continuously be a popular item for anybody that wants to chunk through the HP of the enemy.
Jay Shrike running the 6 Sorcerer. Let's see if it... Oh, but the EMP blast from the Ezreal hits so much units.
And not the GA pop.
It's going to come alive and laser down.
Oh! The question mark
things.
Vel'Koz surprising a lot of us.
Today especially.
Vel'Koz, you don't see anybody prioritizing Void, but he doesn't even need the true damage to be impactful with the right itemization, and particularly in Sorcerer. You can see that J-Strike is even working with 7 Sorcerers right now.
I've never seen someone go 7 Sorcerer.
I'm assuming that partly is he's really just trying to see what he's going to put in that extra spot. You might as well just have somebody with a powerful spell until you can build one of those additional synergies.
He took out his 4th Star Guardian for a Chrono. So that's nice. Everyone's going to be shooting a little faster now.
His Twisted Fate and his Wukong probably can be replaced at any point. The problem right now is like he does not have any money or any units on the bench, so there's no better option. He's holding on to a Fizz, so he wants to transition to Mech Pilot with 6 Sorcerer.
That was an early pop of the GA for the Vel'Koz.
Yeah.
That made all the difference there.
Unfortunate for him.
Kaisa, big part of that. Infiltrator able to get to the back line, takes out the Vel'Koz's GA before anything can happen. And even the delay, the GA when you're waiting for it to pop is enough to have an issue.
The Morello's on her as well.
Rafu sitting at 10 health, looking for Blitzthirster goes well with Infiltrator and Valkyrie to get that extra heal and damage. Everyone else.
Another Giant Slayer out there.
Low HP, but everyone's still in at this point.
Important. To see what they end up building into. Looking at some of the items on the right, obviously GA is still very popular. A couple Hurricanes popping up more than they did earlier in the day, but I think that's more composition dependent.
You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 GA this game.
A lot of the spells being so powerful, GA, if you even get the spell off one more time.
3-star onto the Kaisa.
Especially with Infinity Edge, because Valkyrie does crit for spell and auto attack on anyone below 50% health. So you're guaranteed crit, and with the Infinity Edge, you increase that crit damage by 100% again. So if you get hit by a Valkyrie ability with half health, you are probably gonna die.
10 HP for Hafu. She can't afford to lose anymore after this. So while she did get that power spike, is it gonna be enough is a question.
Oh, the Valkyrie will jump the Ashe, but the Ashe isn't really that important. And the Ashe even gets her ult off before dying.
Against Lekka, who is on a win streak, they're able to take down the mech.
Gotta take out the Jhin. Jin's down. We're safe. Puts huge damage to Leiko. Ole surviving.
Oh, 5 health. He still has the GA, so.
Oh my God. Okay, well, I mean that little boiling's not doing anything.
Yeah.
And we are looking at the perspective of J-Strike right there.
So Ole has been knocked out.
I can't get stronger right now.
I was saying like she cannot get stronger than this. She's at level 7. She could try and push levels, but you can probably
There's
just put
nothing on the bench.
maybe a demolitionist. If she wins this fight, she can get to level 8.
It's so scary though when you're at this point at 10 HP and at the most powerful that you can be, because it feels more out of your hands. You can't make any additional moves.
Roll the dice.
So who am I gonna go against?
Just spam the Star Maw and, Let it be what it is.
Go.
And the nice thing is the Shaco and the Kaisa are both
That's a
reds.
3-star Cho'Gath.
Oh,
Wait.
With Thieves' Gloves.
It deals 2,000 damage when it ults.
Oh, let's see the ult. The first ult's gonna come out right now. Oh
Look at
my
the Shaco!
gosh!
But it's not enough. She kills the 3-star Cho'Gath.
Wait. The Cho'Gath ult! The Cho'Gath ult!
Oh, the ZZ Rot stayed alive right as Cho'Gath died.
Oh my, we were clowning on ZZ Rot throughout the game, and then now that's the whole reason that
And
Hapu
the
got
craziest
eliminated.
part is it was from a thief's glove.
Yeah,
Oh.
That's what we need. That's what we need a replay of. More. I don't know where you are right now, but please bless us with some
That
knowledge.
is such a feels bad.
that hurts my heart. That hurts my dark
Because
star
I thought Hafu won until that little boiling just popped out.
Yup.
Like, hey, I'm here.
Holy crap.
But a little unlucky for Die 11. He got a Celestial. I don't think he has any Celestial on his team, right? No Celestial,
No.
so that item is essentially a Negatron cloak.
Yeah, who do you want to be a little tankier?
The worst thing for him is he also has just another spatula
Oh my
doing
God.
nothing. He has
Can he extract the spatula? Creative force of nature.
Yeah, exactly. He has 2 spatulas not doing anything right now.
Man.
But he might still be okay because I have not seen a 3-star Cho'Gath this set.
But to be fair, the Cho'Gath was defeated during. If
That
you take
is
the ZZ Rot
true.
out of it, he was killable, and he doesn't have that off of the Thieves' Gloves this time around.
Yeah, what's keeping him back right now is just the fact that he has a 1-star Jinx and a 1-star Misfortune. And a 1-star Lucian. All 3 units he has a pair for. So he got really lucky on the Cho'Gath and really unlucky on his offense.
The Brawlers are good to be those.
Cho'Gath's gonna get Zephyr here along with the Malphite. It's just the Vi tanking. She is tanking for a long time, gonna go across the board to ult, but his backline, remember, those are just 1-star units. They get crushed very easily, but Misfortune survives with 5 health. Cho'Gath soaking up so much damage. Vel'Koz this time does not get to respond with the GA.
It's enough. The power of a single takes somebody down in the process. We are down to the final 3, everybody.
Becca still in it on a hot streak. Dog, Dog might be falling off, but because he has such a strong early game, like, he can lose. Like, that's the benefit of having a strong early game. Like, you might eventually lose, but since you have so much reserve health, that's fine. You will just limp across the finish line at that point.
Especially with the point system, you don't always got to get the #1 spot. Just get as high as you possibly can.
Ooh, who's playing who here?
Yeah.
Dog's going up against Becca. Dog has a 3-star Ezreal with some good items on him. Jinx is also upgraded. Here we have Die 11 fighting the clone of Dog. He does have red buff, Giant Slayer, and Last Whisper. Really good at killing tanks, but that Cho'Gath out is just gonna kill you. In the backline, you have Jinx.
It's got the Warmogs right now.
Oh, Becca 1 HP again.
So she's done it before. She can do it again.
She can do it again.
And her comp's strong too, so she could definitely just keep continuing to push this through.
So right now, Die 11 beats both of them. Dog also beats Becca.
upgrade.
Becca's in the rough spot. She needs to find some kind
I don't
of
think we're gonna get multiple of these.
upgrade for herself.
I
don't
mean,
know if she can,
a couple
though.
people going for Blaster too, so
Yeah.
if you're trying to search for those 5 costs, 3 MFs.
This might be it for Becca. She does not beat anyone on paper.
She did get the ghost though.
It will grab the Jinx from that angle on the Blitzcrank.
No, it
No,
should be
it
blitz to
doesn't.
blitz. Yeah, blitz to blitz.
Blitz to Blitz. Oh, but the
I
Vi.
did get an ult off, but it's okay because they still have the GA up. MF ults to protect Jinx, but who's protecting MF? Becca is finally out. She is in 3rd.
Still working with that 1-star MF, and then she went against the 2-star on the opposite end. That's gonna be it for her.
All 3 players were running blasters, huh?
Yeah. Which usually one of them, if there's 2 other people in the lobby going for a similar comp, I feel like it's fairly reliable to assume one would have been eliminated.
And they're all top 3.
As far as full items there were some of the spatula items.
Yeah,
So we got the final two with Da and Dog Dog. Also similar compositions between them. Full Brawler and Blaster for Da. And we know Dog Dog was working into some of that earlier, and it looks like in the time that we were away from him, he worked into the 3-star Ezreal.
Yeah. So one of the rare things we don't see is 3-star and 4-cost unit. But 4-cost unit and 5-cost unit specifically have insane scaling on them.
Yeah.
Once you 3-star them, essentially Riot wants to encourage, like once you hit a 3-star 4-cost or 5-cost unit, you should be winning the game. Like 2-cost and 3-cost are too easy to do. But a 3-star Cho'Gath is doing 2,000. Here's the ult. Gonna hit 2 people on the right there.
Oof, Jinx just dealing damage from afar.
Ezreal trying his best.
Man.
Not enough.
There you go. That is the victor of this game, Dog Dog, falling in spot number 2. But hey, at this point, I think anyone is happy to be in the top half of their lobby for game 2 of Group B.
Definitely, and oh my gosh, it was so close getting towards the end. We saw Becca, our game 1 winner, in that top 3 again. We thought maybe there could be a comeback with that 1 HP. But I mean, like we saw in the final lobbies, like blasters, all of a sudden they blasted their way to the top of the comp list, at least from what I can tell.
Yeah, very common to see the Blaster paired with the Vanguard or the Blaster paired with the Brawler. We obviously saw Vanguard falling off a bit after the early game, but Brawler was able to continue through to keep all of them in the top 3. Unfortunately, you get that point of everyone's trying to run the same thing, and I've got the 1-star here, and you've worked into it, but still props to all of them.
Yeah, it worked in Da11's favor because while the Blasters were contested, his other side, the Brawlers, were completely open. And he took that decision to go for a 3-star Cho'Gath, which is so expensive. It's, what's the math here? 9 times 4, 36 gold worth of investment. And it paid off because that Cho'Gath, once he outs, it was over.
Now I want to ask you from like a competitor's perspective, at what stage in the game are you scouting out everyone's boards and then making the decision of, oh no, these people are going blasters, so I should just try to pivot to something else?
Generally, like by after Krugs, you should be taking a look already. And after Wolves is like when you make that decision, all right, this is the point where I hyper roll. So if you're the only person going Protector, if you're the point where I hyper roll. So if you're the only person going Protector, if you're the only person going Brawlers or Blasters, you take a look during PvE rounds because it's easy. There's no one to position against. It's just free time. And you decide, is this the time where I hyper roll for my comp?
You know what? I think I've decided that this is the time to hear from Whitrock, who has some analysis and some breakdown for us. So take it away, bud.
Thanks, Avali. I just wanted to point out some key moments in that game that really led to some pivotal times. First is Dog Dog, his gigantic streak. He's still at a 10-win streak here. He has 100 health, but he equips an extra item right at the beginning of that fight to really make sure he wins it. And goodness, does it matter. This fight's extremely close. Lucian's his carry, also has the red buff with Blaster to spread that damage, gets the dodge at the last moment, the double tap gets that kill, and that holds his win streak together for a little while longer. Next, I want to highlight a champion here. We haven't talked too much about Jhin today and his synergy. He's one of the best units at taking out high health targets, lots of single target damage, lots of multiplicative damage with things like Darkstar. So we'll roll to a clip here in the mid game of a Jhin fight. This Jhin also doesn't even have very many items. It's a Last Whisper Jhin empowered by Karma, but it is one of the better units at taking down the mech. That 4th shot, getting that big crit, chewing through a lot of these units here. And there's a big Kayle in the back that's going to be a problem, but just keep an eye on that Jhin, taking down those targets one at a time, getting those 4th shots. Jace gets a little bit of tanking at the end there. It's very, very close as Jhin gets the clutch kill there, and that keeps Lekko alive for a few more rounds, put solely on the ropes. Finally, we got to talk about the Cho'Gath. There's the 3-star.
So big.
And not only does he 3-star the Cho'Gath in that fight, but immediately has a very close fight. And it's important he has that Thieves Glove, still very good on Cho'Gath with the new item. Zerat Portal gets that Voidling when the Cho'Gath dies. When we were looking at this fight, we're like, that doesn't matter. That Cho'Gath's never going to die. Boy, did it matter. Zerat also scales with the star level of the unit, so you get an extra tanky Voidling, gets that kill at the end, wins that fight because of the Zerat. It was a really exciting game. Back to you, Avali.
Oh my gosh, that final replay was just disgusting because we saw everyone was full HP and then it's like almost like from a movie where it's like na 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 na, and then all of a sudden, boom, the spikes come up from the bottom and completely wipe the team.
The Voidling deserves a treat. Some shit.
Yeah, well, let's go. Could go ahead and celebrate our winner one last time. Let's see his beautiful face up on the screen. Dot 11 with the blasters, the brawlers, the chronos, and that's the mercs. Whew, and you know what? We do have Becca actually standing by for an interview. So let's go ahead and see what she has to say. Becca, you were so close, 1 HP again, but you still finished in the top 3, girl. Tell me about your game 1 win and finding success in game 2.
Okay, game 1, I was so super nervous. So I'm really glad that I was like 1 HP or 2 HP from dying. I'm just glad that person didn't kill me, and I would have gone for it. And then it's so funny because both games I was playing against. I'm so nervous. Okay.
You're good. Deep breath.
I was playing
go.
Yeah. Calm. I was playing against 2 other people that were going the same comms as me. First game there were 2 other people playing infiltrators, and the second game there were 2 other playing blasters. So I was really scared of, and I was thinking about pivoting. First game I got really lucky because I found that early and sold really easily, and that one definitely catapulted me to first place. I knew I was going to sell my Kaisa because she already had AP items, and I knew I wasn't going to get her to 3-star because the other 2 infiltrator players. So I was just ready to pivot with an AP champ, and then an early and soul came out with protector item, and then for the second game, I'm really glad to have gotten 3rd because Dog had like 6 jinxes. Dog had like Lucian too. Like on like the second round or something, I was like, oh god, no. But I already like committed with my items because my items weren't too good, and I was worried. I was like, oh, I don't think I'll get any good placement with these items in any other comp anyway. And then, yeah, it turned out okay.
Okay, so Becca, I need to ask you, girl, how are you so nervous? Because I'm speaking to TFT players, both in the community and the competitive side, and everyone is giving major respect to you. I hear that you're like in all of the challenger game in-houses, super grinding TFT every single day. I see you as one of the top competitors here. So in my head, I'm like, how is she nervous? She should be owning this entire thing. Bring out the confidence because I just want to see you continue to take these people down.
Okay, dude, I am the biggest tilter. We talked about this in the first one, but I tilt so hard. You know, I made a challenge for myself to get to challenger in like in like a week or something, and I did it really quickly. I got it, and then I lost it really quickly. Like I went from D2 to challenger, which is like 500-ish LP, and then I went from challenger to D2 just as quickly. So I don't have confidence. I don't know.
Girl, you still
all the time.
You have 2 more games, so maybe ramp up the confidence through there, but wishing you the best of luck with your last 2 games. Now, that was Becca. We're going to give her some time to prep for the next 2 games. Let's go ahead and take a look at our standings. Becca leading #1 with her first place win, or first place placement, as well as the 3rd place at 16 points. We have Dot leading in at 12, who's actually tied with Dog for 12. We have Leko at 10, Jay Shrite at 9, Ole at 7, and then Tio, Feeder, and Hafu. Surprisingly, Hafu's tied for last. I thought that she would be a little bit higher, but you know, there's still 2 more games for her to catch up on. Now, if you haven't heard, Galaxies is coming your way next week, along with patch 10.6. So if you are super excited for it, why don't you join in on the conversation? Open up social media and use that hashtag TFTGalaxies. We are getting into Game 3 shortly, right after this break, so everyone, stick around. Welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics Galaxy Showcase. We are getting towards the end of the day. We already have 4 players from Group A who are moving on to tomorrow, and now we're getting pretty close to finding out who the other 4 are that's going to be joining them.
And the competition has been close.
Oh my gosh.
So close in both the first games.
It's pretty tight and narrow. Really happy that Becca was able to follow up with a great performance. And, you know, it's really tight when you know that some of the top players in the group are also tied for last place. So, you know, the standings are going to be really tight, but I'm going to see what happens for the next 2 games before I make my final judgment.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings because, yes, the points are incredibly close. We have Becca, who's topped at 16, and then we have Dot 11 and Dog both tied for 12. Leko trailing at 10, and then, again, this is the big surprise for me, Hafu tied for last with Tio Feeder at 6. Becca's in a pretty nice position, depending on however her game 3 goes. If she could place in, you know, like top 3, top 4, then she's pretty much secured to make it into tomorrow's finals. But everyone else on the list is going to have to do a little bit more heavy lifting if they want to secure their spot.
And with only 2 games deep, there's still a lot of opportunity for pivot. Only a 4-point differential between last and fourth, which you only need to be top 4 to move on tomorrow.
Definitely. Well, I'm sure a lot of fans are showing their love and support for the streamers, but if you want to get rewarded for some of the support that you're showing to your favorite streamer, well, you can be a part of TFT Galaxy's history. All you have to do is type and use the command support followed by your favorite streamer's name, and then the special surprise for you is that your name will be sewn into the lining of this one-of-a-kind TFT Galaxies jacket that our first place winner will receive. Now, that being said, the streamer that you support must win. You can't lose and get the jacket. It just doesn't work like that. No, definitely not. I still want to know where our jackets are, but you know what I do know? Game 3 is starting, so we could go ahead and take a look at our players who are loading into the convergence and getting ready to kick some intergalactic butt.
All right, so, you know, now that the butts have been primed and ready to go, let's go into game number 3, ready to see what's going to happen. Now, you know, one thing that I've been kind of hoping for has been whether or not we get a universe sometime
we
today.
haven't seen the Nicoverse
and
yet.
we haven't been able to get it, so... Yeah, hoping to maybe be surprised with the 2 Nikos on the bench, but looks like it is not meant to be.
Hold up, Becca is getting a little cocky. I asked her for confidence, but now she's popping in all chat saying, I have the best Starma by far, look at my map, and Little Legend Synergy.
All right, well,
Dot listen to
Dot
it?
11 has to
There
do
you
it.
go.
Oh, Dot's listening.
Ah, the Little
Whoa.
Legend with the lava space map. Very nice.
Have you seen the Twitter picture of this Jin map?
Oh, I have not. What is
Okay, I'm just gonna let the people at home to Google the Jin space map hidden message
eggs?
meaning within. Yes, it's amazing.
Well, I see that ahead
It's
in a
amazing.
couple of hands, but yeah, I'll let
It's
the
a JoJo reference.
the internet detect.
I see.
As I walk.
Gotcha.
I just realized that was a face in the top left and the hands on the dang.
Yeah.
What happened to this?
Well, I'm waiting for Avali to tell me more Easter eggs. In the meantime, we can talk a little bit about how the meta has been evolving, so to speak. So what have you been observing? Is there anything that you feel like we're starting to converge towards as we get to the end of groups today?
I was very stoked to see it seemed like a different prioritization on what the damage dealing traits were going to be. The first 2 seeing Infiltrator come all the way through, but not just with the innate infiltrators, but turning others into that as well. Things like the Kale. I'm happy to see Kale in general being used effectively. Blade Master kind of splashing in there for some additional procs of things, but I also like that no one has been too hard hitting into it. Brawlers also, and the frontline emphasis seems to be where a lot are building out of and then figuring out what damage they can actually line up behind that. What about you?
Yeah, you know, I think the infiltrators have been pretty good. I think that there's still a lot more exploration to be done around some of the blaster builds that we've seen, and largely because blaster builds seem absolutely insane to me if you're able to get them rolling because of how much damage output that they have. They can just melt every single front line.
Avali is showing us the ways of the meme image behind this, so feel free to look that up if you so desire.
Sure. All right, well, as we go into stage 2-1 here, As we can see that people are really prioritizing getting those early game Vanguard stuff, but I want to see these Space Pirates go off too.
Yeah, you've got the Graves already at a 2-star, which is nice, especially considering people playing blasters earlier. And then Darius, while the Mana Reaver trait hasn't been emphasized because it's kind of that extra one that can sometimes get tacked onto things, early on, Darius is very effective as a unit because his ultimate, if he executes with his dunking ultimate, he will apply it to another unit and just go dunk to dunk to dunk. So you want to really take advantage of that before these units end up getting to those 2-star levels.
Certainly. And, I like that Dao's holding back on some of these items. I think, people look at Infinity Edge and maybe old habits die hard and they really want to jam it, but he looks plenty strong to me. And he's even able to collect that extra gold, 2 extra gold. Very nice. So he can pick up the rest of the shop. So, looks like Dao11 off to an excellent beginning of this game. Being able to have that early eco is massive to improve your chances. And it's something that continues to build upon yourself. When you start getting early game gold, that helps you find the 2 stars a little bit more effectively because you don't have to decide as much with your shop. When you hit the 2 stars early, you're more likely to win the fights, which more likely to get gold and help you snowball even more. So the idea is that if you're able to get that early game gold, it is a big difference. And I think this was underlined by the Rise of the Elements expansion when some people got those drops in the PV rounds that sometimes had up to 6 gold. You saw them really leverage that to get powerful economy engines going early on.
Especially with the gold changes early on within the game, since you don't necessarily have as much access now. Perhaps trying to make a way for Space Pirates to work could balance that.
Yeah, and then you suddenly get the team anti-synergy. Lucian just kept stealing all the kills right under the nose of Darius and Graves. And that Infinity Edge with the Kha'Zix is pretty scary, given that Kha'Zix will be dealing big crit damage all the time.
And then having somebody else that can take most of the damage while Kha'Zix is slapping through. That's what makes Malphite pretty good early on. Different ability than we've seen with him in the past, focusing more on tankiness.
Ooh, wow, 2 Kha'Zix that have achieved that silver status, aka 2 stars. Maybe it's an opportunity for Jay Shrite to explore having Kha'Zix go to 3 stars?
I would like to see that. We haven't seen that at all today. And with infiltrators being somewhat used more within this group, and as you said, I also am looking forward to seeing more of the exploration, then maybe we'll get a chance, because we didn't see it paired necessarily. Was it with Brawlers in game 1? Or I'm trying to remember back. Yeah.
Infiltrator's been paired with almost every frontliner at this point.
Yeah, I was trying.
Protectors, Brawlers, Vanguards. And that's kind of the versatility of it is, and that's partially why even having a infiltrator be put on your normal carry, like a Jhin, like a Kayle, etc., is because it's such an easy way to achieve such a large attack steroid. Being able to get that attack speed, like we were talking about at the very beginning of the show, attack speed is a very powerful thing to have in Teamfight Tactics because it not only outputs your damage better, but also gives you that mana increase and likelihood that you'll be able to cast your ability.
And if you can, go ahead and execute some of those in the backline early on. Also shorten the round length, really shut down maybe some of those that are waiting to get those spells off. But now we are at the carousel round and starting to maybe see some of those items combined depending on the compositions that they decide to go for.
Yeah, so in this case, Jay Shrite has a rod and a vest open, and he could try to go for this belt to make a Morel Nomicon. That is something that I'm looking at very early on. He looks like he was trying to see favor going for the cloak, but now kind of stuck in a position where he doesn't really want that because he has that Kha'Zix. And even though he could go for a Morello, it doesn't really pair with any of his units or his champions. So he goes for the bow instead, which is a little bit off of the narrative that we've been kind of talking about, which is trying to favor other items that are not the bow. So, I think that this is a pretty heads-up observation from Jay Shrite, recognizing that, yes, traditionally, if I'm playing comps that have Cho'Gath and other champions that can leverage Morel Nomicon in a big AoE cone to try and hit a bunch of enemies, I'd rather have more DPS output for things that are going to be attacking a lot, like this Kha'Zix.
I'm also wondering what direction Becca's going to end up going to, because she had a tier already and then picked up a tier from the carousel. Seraph's is obviously a very prioritized item through and through to get those ultimates off.
Oh, totally. And you know, this double Kha'Zix coming in big just to snipe that back line. And you can see that Caitlyn's going down. Ooh, that Jace getting that splash, though. That might end Jay Strite's win streak. Or will it?
Oh, I really thought he was going to make it through there. And it's enough to go ahead and finish that off.
And you know, a difference that might be what helped influence that result was that Leiko had committed his items versus Jay Strite hasn't. And I think that's like a really big difference that you'll end up seeing is people who commit those items will try to be going for that win streak earlier. And Jay Strite, he's still very open because he's playing that Brawl Infiltrator, but he's not sure what he wants to do just yet.
Facing off against Leiko, we saw he was placing pretty high in the earlier games. He got a bit more on his background within the TFT community prior. And now he has 4 Vanguards fairly early at this point. We're still in the second stage, and he worked 1 into a 2-star, but everybody else is still on the weaker side with not as much damage to back it up. That's the question.
Yeah, look at Olay's board. He has his entire bench filled. He has all 1-star units except for a Twisted Fate. He is accepting the fact that he is probably going to be on this losing streak for a while, already at 65 life. This feels reminiscent of, you know, the previous set where some people would intentionally lose streak to try and get their lose streak going and their economy spur, but also get that first pick. This was also during a time when people would try to intentionally lose for the carousel to try to get spatula and maybe convert things into Blade Masters, for example, or turn things into lights. This case, you don't really get to predict the carousel very often, and because of the changes to the carousel mechanics that can give you full items or a full defensive carousel, like all belts or even all spatulas, that might throw you into a mix when you're looking for things like a tier.
There have been things like Full Force of Nature, too.
Full Force of Nature, but I think that is one of the rarest carousels that you can get.
Definitely. Well, and it shows the differences between the system for these two, right? With Rise of the Elements, it was kind of this guaranteed, okay, if I'm in the bottom, there is really likely to be a spatula, so I know what I'm going for. Now with more variance within the carousels and just the pacing because of your ability to get complete items early and then even some incomplete components later on in the game, it's not as set, right, as, okay, I'm going to lose streak because I want to get this specific item on the carousel.
Yeah, and you know, I think because of that nature of it, people are losing. If they're losing intentionally, they're losing purely for the economy. I think that the carousels are a little bit too hard to predict right now. That being said, you still have your generic game plans with like, I want to pair this tier with a second tier. If I have an open belt, maybe I make a Zephyr or a Morello Nomicon. These are still kind of the general rules going through a lot of these players' heads as we continue to develop their strategies. In the meantime, though, you can see that some players have opted to go for more aggressive stuff, and some people have chosen to go for more defensive things. Dog, for example, with a double Chain Vest, double Negatron Cloak, making a Dragon's Claw under Bramble Vest.
And you've got the Thieves Glove and the Seraph for Becca as well, so that can be very effective to get those ultimates off, but Thieves Gloves too, coming in with some clutch units during the last game. But here it is, Jace, only one standing. It seems like Leiko also benefited earlier from who he was pairing against with his Vanguard when he got that victory, because he was going against somebody that was intentionally trying to lose with Olay in that last position. But he's still not quite at the point of choosing what his damage application will be yet.
Yeah, definitely a scary moment as we will start to see power spikes. At that right side of your screen, you're going to start seeing a bunch of notification pop-ups where people are hitting level 6, people are hitting 2 stars. Often on stage 3 too, due to the way that your EXP lines up, which is the bar that shows 8 out of 20 there, it's a very natural interval to level up and commit 12 gold to it. So you often see people at stage 3 to go to level 6. In rare instances, some people will end up staying at level 5 to try to roll really aggressively for 3-star units. But we haven't really seen that be popular today, given that I think that it's unreliable. But, you know, I feel like Teamfight might have been in a position to do something like that, given that he already has the Protector Vest on his Blitzcrank.
He wants to be prioritizing building a lot of different synergies, because a lot of times you don't see those kind of items built into this early on unless you're trying to go for the complete vertical of one of the origins.
Right, and so I think that, like, you know, Teamfight either one isn't necessarily isn't confident in that build, there's a possibility that TO Feeder isn't aware of that build. It is something that, for certain regions they were spamming a lot, and I believe in others they weren't really even playing those compositions whatsoever. And that is one of the more interesting things when you start going into different servers. Every region's top players are incredibly opinionated on what the correct things to play are, but they disagree almost server to server, which is a very fascinating thing for me to observe whenever I'm looking at some of the leaderboards.
That's a very good point. I've definitely watched the streams back to back of TFT players, where in one I hear an emphatic emphasis of a particular composition, and in the next they just crap all over it, saying it's the worst thing in the world. But it shows that the emphasis is on adaptability, right? You want as many of these different synergies to work as possible from the gameplay perspective, so you have the options of multiple things to pivot into.
It is a little interesting that, things like the Protector's Vest is on a Blitzcrank too, because it will most likely only use its ability once per battle. So, I'm curious to see how TO is going to transition the strategy away, but for now, it could use a lot of work to improve.
Dog, on the other hand, during game number 2, we saw him really hard commit to Vanguard Blaster early, and when we left him in kind of our viewing experience, he wasn't able to convert it, but he had so much HP that he was able to survive long enough to get a decent placing. Now he's got the Sorcerers that he's starting to work into. He's got incomplete items on his bench right now, and that's kind of just going to dictate what do you think he's going to start really maybe committing towards. Is he going to keep going for Sorcerer?
I think Sorcerer is a completely viable strategy just to even one trick when you're first learning the new set for Teamfight Tactics Galaxy. I think that people really underestimate the power of simplicity in Teamfight Tactics, because everyone's always saying, to get good at this game, you have to understand the web of decision trees and understand, and people are like pretending that you have to be, John Nash from Beautiful Mind, and in order to understand Teamfight Tactics. In reality, I think people get lost in the macro picture of stuff because they start to think about all the possibilities that they can pivot, when you have to understand that if you simplify those things, then you can focus on other really important things like what items you're going to build and, how you're positioning your units. And I think that Sorcerers are a really simple composition because you get a big power spike and you know exactly what you're going to buy, which is most likely Star Guardians and Sorcerers, and maybe some kind of variation like Mech Pilots. But the power in that is that you get to really scout constantly, you get to focus on ways you can position better, and more importantly, see what other opponents are doing to try and play around that.
And with something like Sorcerer as well as Star Guardian, we've seen both versions where one is built out to full fruition, whether it's Sorcerer all the way to 6 or Star Guardian. So there are different ways that you can approach the similar composition, and things like Chrono, for instance, that Dog has worked into slightly, are going to amplify the entire comp that you're running right now. Currently on an 8-game win streak for himself.
Yeah, I don't think the Chronos will, in the end, be that big of a deal. In fact, I think Twisted Fate doesn't usually make his way into most Sorcerer comps, but it's a nice early game bridge, especially with that small buff to TF, get that AoE cone going. But generally, you do want to transition to having better frontline. I think that's the one thing that Sorcerer struggled the most with, which is how do I stall this fight long enough to keep casting abilities? Enter Mech Pilots, and I think that's ultimately why Annie, Fizz, and Rumble have made their way into a lot of the Sorcerer comps, because it gives them the ability to stall out the fight long enough to cast abilities multiple times, and that way, carries like Syndra can really show what they're worth.
Because Annie herself works as a tanky frontliner Sorcerer if you're looking at all the Sorcerers, but you need that extra level to really amp that up, and the mech does just that.
Oh my goodness, Dog bought a pair of Mordekaiser, sacking just a little bit of eco by not hitting that 50 interest gold. But it's important that he's hedging his bets because he is win streak. He's on a 10-round win streak. The last record that he set was 12. So Dog almost kind of outdoing himself, and he needs that because Dog seems to be really capitalizing on snowballing that early game advantage. And, that health is a really big deal. We've seen some people slow bleed into like a top 3, and I think that's a complete legitimate strategy if you're just trying to rack up points in a tournament.
And he was doing that during the last game. At one point he was at 100. We peeked in, he was down to 36, but still in it within the top spots. And you can sit a bit comfortably. He got Ionic Spark, as you hear, brought that onto the bench.
Yeah, Dog kind of correcting himself. It's a family-friendly show, dog. Please keep it together.
Or do you think the
You have a new puppy in the house. Puppy ears.
Yeah, 4 Sorcerer, 3 Star Guardians. The 2 Chronos being 2 stars is probably what keeps him there.
I also really enjoy Sorcerers having the 2-4-6 split, because sometimes when there's that big gap, if you're going for like the 3 to 6 jump, for instance, then you kind of go to a really hard mid game. But the 4 is a nice little spike right there in the middle. Ari is also a unit that even without units in the earlier portion of the game can deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, you know, I think that kind of like what we're showing with some of the replays, and we've seen it in previous games, is that you don't have to give that many items to the sorcerers themselves. And that's another big reason why maybe mech pilots fit so well with sorcerers, is because the mech pilots really do need the items to be at maximum efficiency. And yes, every sorcerer could use an item, but if you have mech pilots absorbing it, that spell power boost you get from the sorcerer buff is good enough to basically count for items, right? Like if you get 80% spell power, that's worth like a Rabadon's cap and a half already. So you might as well just kind of keep bolstering your weak side, which is your front line.
Still sitting at 100 HP, 1 win away from matching his win streak of the last time.
Ooh, I love it. It's been a while since we've seen a fast 8 strategy. That's when we shorthand to say you're rushing to level 8 as quickly as you can. In the past, we've seen some people really look at stage 4-3, because that's kind of again another natural interval where your EXP will fit nicely in. But towards the end of the Rise of the Elements patch, which is currently going on right now in 10.5, people are rushing as fast as 4-1 to try to get those legendary units like Zed. So it's going to be a really interesting way to see how Dog chooses to adapt that second set ideology of fast aiding into perhaps the Teamfight Tactics Galaxy set here.
And he's running the 2 Mordekaisers, clearly trying to build into a 3-star unit for that. So when he does get to level 8, it almost feels like you get 2 additional units, because hopefully by then he can switch that out for something else to amp up either a synergy or maybe get closer to that 3-star that he's working towards.
And it makes sense that Dog lost here, because he's been investing his gold into leveling, and so Dog's like, yep, the win streak ends here. Nothing really lasts forever. No king rules until the end of time. And now Becca is the one on the win streak, looking to see if she can cement that with, you know, she just finished that 2-star Graves. I wonder what she's going to do with that. Perhaps go for 4 blasters?
Yeah, because her Lucian right now as a 2-star is doing a lot of the damage for the team. That Giant Slayer and Seraph that combination. Because he's already only at 35 mana to be able to get his actual spell off. So if he's constantly zipping around and dealing that damage, you got Ezreal that is 1 unit away from becoming a 2-star. So yeah, maybe bring that Graves in eventually, but waiting for the misfortune.
All right, so you know, if she can get that misfortune, as you mentioned, that'd be great. But for now, she's going to just go for that 8. That second Cho'Gath, I agree with. You know, redundancy in that CC from the Rupture is a massive, potentially battle-winning swing.
Yeah,
and you know, this Lucian getting to behind enemy lines, almost acting like an infiltrator, being very powerful. And I like that she's continuing this win streak. Now Becca is threatening to be the lobby leader.
It just shows how threatening a lot of those spells can be, because Vi, while she did not manage to kill the Lux in the back when she zipped over with her spell, she ended up taking a lot of the damage because of the refocus onto her. So Lucian could just get right over there towards the back. But it's another carousel. You see a lot of the big little legends as these streaks get strong.
Yeah, that's one of the fun things about you know, Teamfight Tactics is there's a lot of subtle ways that you can see what people are doing. One of them being like the size of the little legend. the bigger the win streak, the bigger the little legend gets. And I really enjoy those kinds of small visual indicators that to help you understand the state of the game. And it's really intimidating because Becca can waltz her way onto the board and kind of distract people with her emotes if she'd like.
One of my favorite little kind of quality of life changes is when you hover over the synergies on the left and they highlight on the board where they are.
Yes, that's very nice.
Because sometimes, especially if you're really quickly trying to make decisions, and it can be, where are my Dark Star units? And just to get a good snapshot.
Yeah, they've been doing all those kinds of small improvements all throughout Rise of the Elements. Like, for example, the match history from who you're fighting. I feel like that was like a long time. They're like, why didn't we have this like way earlier? But it's a really useful thing because, one thing that Becca could do, for example, is hover over every single enemy she's faced and then look at who she hasn't faced yet and then look at the probability of it. So if she's just played dog and let's say she played the next 2 highest people, she can look at 4 people and position around those 4 instead. So these are ways that you could optimize your gameplay if you are an intermediate level TFT player looking for ways to level up your game.
And being very aware of, just as you're saying, those positional changes that have to be made. Because we've seen what Blitzcrank is able to do when he's targeting one. There are items that you have to be considerate of, even Shroud of Stillness being a new one that can end up affecting everybody within a row.
Yeah.
And there's a lot to think about in TFT.
There's a ton. And in fact, I think that people overthink very often in this game because there's a lot of decisions to be made. And that's partially the allure of the game because you always feel like you have agency to be able to make a bunch of game-impacting decisions. But then it also could feel like overwhelming at times. Like, I don't know what I could have done better is a very common thing people say. And the reality is there often is many things you can do differently. But you just have to be a little bit easier on yourself. This is a self-love speech. Be kind to yourself. And Becca's like one of those people. She's self-admitted. I tilt way too hard. I'm way too hard on myself.
Or you can just do what I do, immediately close the client and then give yourself about 15 seconds and just open it back up if it doesn't go well.
Or you could do what I do, which is immediately queue flex ranked and then lose and then rage even more.
I love that everybody has their strategy.
Yeah, we all cope in different ways.
Yeah, we really do. And awareness is the best thing, right? As Becca showed
us
earlier.
It is step 1, as they say, admitting that you have a problem.
Speaking of self-awareness, Becca on a 10 streak right now.
Yep, so she is the very clear lobby leader. And, she just faced Teofeeder, who's still kind of struggling, having that protector carry Blitzcrank. I think that's a funny build, but I anticipate Teofeeder to keep dropping. But he might just slow bleed and get those placings higher than Olay and Da11, the 2 Chinese players struggling in game number 3 right now.
Which Hafu would be totally okay with that. Hafu and Teofeeder are both tied for last right now with 6 points. And the fact that they're both kind of in that top portion.
Yeah, this is an interesting graphic that we don't really get to see much in-game. The total value of your board should imply the strength because, you are limited by your level. And so theoretically, if you have a higher board cost, you have higher tier units and you have higher per quality champion. And I wonder how much that correlates to how strong they are because, as you can see, Da11 and Olay, they have some of the higher cost boards, but yet they have some of the lowest HP. So that is a really interesting relationship that I'd like to explore more.
I would love to see almost how that stat would relate to number of items, whether completed or components, because overall value in that way. That's something that you as a player have to decide too, right? Do I level for number of units? Do I try and get these stars higher? Do I prioritize combining early items?
Yeah, speaking of combining items or not doing it, Becca did not commit her GA and her misfortune got almost sniped immediately, but it might not matter because she just has a very strong composition with 4 Blaster, 4 Brawler. And now she is going to beat Hafu. You heard it from her mouth just now. She says, I feel strong enough to go to level 9. And I think that's a really good recognition because I think a lot of people, when they get ahead, they're usually very quick to pull a trigger to keep rolling at this point. But Becca has, outside of misfortune at 2-star, her comp isn't really going to get that much stronger unless she finds like Lucian 3, which she just sold her second pair of Lucian, so not going to really be the case here. So instead of doing that, she can use her health and lose a few rounds and use that gold to get to level 9 and then start hitting all the Cho'Gaths, get Cho'Gath 3, as it's clearly shown that it's won lobbies before, or potentially find Misfortune 2 way easier.
I do love her choice to do that too, because MF with the Seraph and then also being able to eliminate the possibility of some crowd control, you want her to get that ultimate off. And while it's easy to think sometimes about her auto-attacking ability, she can just be an ult machine.
Right.
And instead, Jinx is the one doing the auto-attack damage. Look how quick that was.
Is that death? Oh!
Nice try. With how much? 2 HP?
2 HP.
Oh, I wonder if
Olay.
Olay's gonna die. We see the ... the dot.
Still fighting.
Oh, he ended up winning.
Marquis safe.
But then
So look though, while it's really close in the bottom of the lobby, still a big spread between 85 and 2. So if you are Da between Olay,
Oh my gosh. Ezreal got Giant Slayer red buff off the Thieves Gloves. That is silly.
those are top items to build on the blasters to begin with, and he just gets them right off of the Thieves Glove. You see them on the Jinx purposefully.
Right. I mean, Ezreal is also a great caster because of his ability EMP, which basically poisons the mana usage for people to cast their ability. But, you know, having that blaster effect with that Giant Slayer and that red buff is great. And that's why we were talking about Ezreal's a good user of Thieves' Gloves because he's a very versatile unit.
At 12 wins.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Cho got Zephyred, took a tornado up for a ride, but doesn't look like it's gonna make a difference.
Not even close. And with this victory, Becca has officially set the record for win streak today at 13 rounds in a row. Jay Shrite out at 8th place, Da11 out at 7th. And now the rest of the lobby is starting to drop like flies, and you can see there's a heavy separation between Dog and Becca and the rest.
Lucky number 13. And what do you know? The one that previously held the win streak record of 12 is in second currently with Dog, and Becca's there at the top. You can see the items really starting to build out. Couple Seraphs over for Da. A lot of the traditional items that you like to see prioritized with that. Couple GAs. But some of them also look like they're kind of I need to combine just to try and have some kind of extra amp from my items as opposed to specific choices.
All right, so Becca is at 40 gold, which would put her at 29 to roll with, even if she wanted to roll. That's always a tough call, you know. I think a lot of times people aren't sure when to level, and oftentimes you have to think when you level one, what are you going to put in? Is it that big of a deal? Right now, she has a 1-star Cho'Gath and a 1-star Lulu. Both have reasonable impact, so it's not an awful decision. But the second question is, are you going to start rolling? And if you do roll, what can you find? In this case, she found the third Rebel, which now buffs Misfortune and Jinx and gives them that shield as a temporary stopgap until she figures out what she wants to do with her remaining goal, which is ideally complete the 2-star legendaries that she has.
There's the Echo ult. It always looks so pretty, but not gonna be enough against this composition from Becca. It just shows a lot of control, right? She built that heavy economy.
Oh, Teofeeder finally transitioned to protect her items onto what looked like Irelia, but still got blown out by Becca.
3 HP to Teofeeder, and now that we will soon be going into stage 6, these are going to be hitting a lot harder with the losses.
Now, I'm not very good at math, but I'm curious. What place does Becca need to secure in order to almost guarantee moving into day 2? Because she finished first with 10 and then third with 6, I believe. And I believe our lowest person who moved on from Group A was about 21. So again, I am not good at math. What place does she need to hit?
I am not good at math, so let me issue a very hard math problem that I might not know the answer to. Obviously, May 2020. I don't know the answer to that, but I would say that at first place would probably be a very good chance to move on.
First place, I feel like if it's first place, it's almost secured because then she has, what, 26 points?
There is an inevitability when you start having too much life that you're almost kind of guaranteed like a top 3. And I think Becca's almost at that point where it's like too hard for everyone else to catch up to her in health unless there's like an absolute catastrophe happening.
And she just 2-starred her Aurelian Soul. She was the first person to find success with it for all of today. So I am very excited to see what she's able to pull off.
And she's done a Seraphs. That Seraphs goes really well. I actually wonder if Seraphs is better as a second Misfortune item, just so that she can ultimate even quicker.
I think so. Oh. I think she should do it.
And and I think that like her being able to ultimate at the very beginning of the battle will almost just like determine how the battle ends up going. So I think I like that, especially because she is still yet to hit like the 2-star version of it and yet to get upgrades for Misfortune. There's a lot more stealing to this to this carry on her team.
Yeah.
And because she built that economy so well earlier, is already at level 9 and is building it up once more, then you're just more likely to be able to finish that off and bring it to a 2-star potential.
What happens is
I imagine she's going to wait, though, before she commits to
if
this
we get the Lulu
decision.
upgraded, we just take out 2 brawlers.
2 Threshes in a row as she rolled.
Yeah, I think she's got a lot of ways that she can go with this direction. She has 2 Mystics. She has extra Brawlers on the board that she can try to go for 3 stars. Not really finding the Cho'Gaths. She's finding almost every other epic unit besides them.
And she seems to be pretty
Put
comfortable
it on
with
the Aurelion Soul.
I mean, Aurelion Soul is a great candidate because there is a downside of like if you put too many items on a 1-star carry, it's just gonna have a muted impact compared to a 2-star. That being said, I mean, can you really go wrong? Aurelion Soul and Miss Fortune are both great champions to put Seraphs on.
Yeah, and she had the Seraphs on the Aurelion Soul, I think, in game 1 too. So we saw how quickly that just fills up there. And when you're at this point, even though she has 85 HP, you want to commit an item like that as opposed to waiting for the misfortune.
There's no way that's happening.
16 rounds. Cho'Gath, so that's the second Cho'Gath that she got to 2-star. Can she get to a 3-star Cho'Gath? Second misfortune.
Looking for that last MF is what
Another
she needs.
Cho.
Oh, she's even holding those Lulus to try and increase the chances. She's trying to pick up all these 5-stars to do it.
I am going to.
I mean, if she does find Lulu as a 2-star and she can finish Soraka, I do think that it'd be better to replace 2 Brawlers to try and get Lulu's effect in and get 2 Mystics. The Brawlers are just frontline to stall for Jinx and Misfortune to go off, which does massive damage, but Haku obliterated that army with her Sorcerer Burst, and that was the first loss. The streak ends at 16 for Becca, but that's not going to be a streak easily broken by any means.
And Lekko just got knocked out too, so we're officially in the top 3 now.
Yep.
Hafu really needs to perform well in this game to still be in contention to move on to tomorrow. And there was a while in the middle portion where she had a really hot streak going, and it looks like she had to take some time to pivot because I think she was around 50 and then has dropped down to 7. But she is in the do or die territory now.
She's so close to a Vel'Koz and a Rumble 3. Rumble 3! She's found it. That's a big pickup because it adds a lot of stats to the mech, and Rumble 3 as a fighter afterwards is quite the force to be reckoned with.
Annie has the more defensive items on her too, so when they pop out, that's going to be effective. It's going to also keep the lifespan of this mech even longer. Look at the damage from the Vel'Koz into the bag.
Ooh, and with that Seraph, he's able to pull.
Got blown up at the last
No! The Rumble! The Misfortune is just too much damage with the Aurelion Soul. And that's going to be it. Eliminated by Dog.
By Dog.
Guess who sleeps on the couch tonight?
Hey. But now we're in top 2.
Dog and Becca left.
66 to 39 HP here in the top of the lobby. Wait, what? So let's see what he's got. Valkyrie. He's got Mercenary and Starship.
I want more damage.
Star Guardian, Mystic Infiltrator.
Yeah, so it seems like Dog kind of is just playing like, you know, a lot of times I like to call it just the good stuff. He's just playing like quality units that all have decent synergy, but nothing is really outstanding outside of the fact that his carries are very well optimized in the sense that he has a Misfortune with a lot of mana items. It looks like she has upgrades. Aurelion Soul with a lot of tank items. But it doesn't seem like he has any standout synergies. So he's probably just kind of piecing together a top 2 solely off of just playing what's given to him, which I really enjoy these kinds of top finishes. It doesn't seem like it's going to win the lobby, but if he does, it'll be one of the most satisfying victories you can get in teamfight tactics.
And see what his Valkyries can do in the back. The fact that they guarantee crit once the target is below 50%.
His Misfortune just deleted everything.
Yo.
Blew Becca up. Now, luckily, both of them still have a lot of HP, so they have a couple turns to make any adjustments I mean, they only have one opponent left, so now this is the time to really try to break out that strategy against each other.
Should I just roll it? I mean, what's this one?
So,
Another threat?
let's see. The items that MF is working with.
The upgrade, the Mercenary Shield.
But he'd have to get rid of either the Thresh.
Yeah, and he's got so many 2-star legendaries. 2-star Lulu, 2-star Echo, 2-star Misfortune, 2-star Aurelion Soul. Wow, he's pretty much got the entire suite. If he finds a 2-star Thresh, it'd be great. And I also realized that he is a few Lulus away from 3-star Lulu, which is just, that is
needs the
GG.
chose. Oh, she's going
And
for the chose.
she's
Okay, well, she found the misfortune too, and now Becca gets to swing back.
But it's still not enough.
Oh man, that damage.
Oh, this is looking like Dog may be able to pull it off.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Becca found the 2-star Lulu, and I think this is the stage where a lot of players have experienced who've played Teamfight Tactics for a while, where you're in a big lead, but you don't know how to close this game because you feel like you're capped out.
And I feel like she's actually been in this spot for a while.
She sees Dog gets the Guardian Angel.
Oh, and she
That's
just gets
tough.
the redemption.
Yes. Although,
Aesol and they like his carries have all their units on them.
yeah, Dog doesn't exactly, from a very quick glimpse, he doesn't have a spot available on his traditional carries for the Guardian Angel, so he probably has to figure out a different place to put it.
Yeah, both of his Valkyries.
Where are those 2 final Cho'Gaths?
Looking for Cho'Gath 3. She's also passed a ton of Jinxes while holding some on her bench. Looks like she found Soraka as a 2-star. But, you know, I gotta say 2 Mystics is only a band-aid onto the problem. I think 4 Mystics is where you start to really find that big impact.
But where's she gonna make that pivot happen? You can't, so it's a tough spot to be in. She's been so locked for so long, because even before she got to level 9, she was saying, I think this is pretty much where I stand, and her comps have been very similar.
And another thing, too, is that Dog's Misfortune goes off earlier than Becca's does, and I think that's a big deal. And now the Misfortune got stunned very temporarily.
I wish I could have calmed down. Lulu threw the polymorph down.
Yeah, and the Lulu's just getting blasted there in the back. Cho'Gath ult.
How much damage is this enough? It
is! Oh, wow.
Dog is going to close out with a comeback victory over Becca with him and his team of legendaries just closing it out strong.
It was almost a battle at the end of the win streaks. Dog's like, what, you broke my win streak record? I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to break your board wide open. So congratulations to him.
And it looked like he was going to repeat a similar thing to game 2, where I got such a lead early that I'm just going to fall off and place 2nd through 4th. But the legendaries came in clutch. He was able to pivot onto them.
And I think that like this is probably a really good demonstration of like how you're trying to itemize for the late game. Becca spread a bunch of her items wide, and I think that that really leads you to have breadth, but not a lot of depth to the units. And you see that Dog's Misfortune has 2 mana items plus Star Guardian, so he's able to ultimate way quicker than Becca's Misfortune was able to do.
Yeah, I'm sure we can take a quick look when we have our highlights ready of how Dog was, finally able to find that winning team comp. And there it is. He has the 2-star Aurelian Soul that's just flying around, dropping little starships, as well as, was that his echo or the enemy's echo? His echo that basically just stopped time.
In contrast, Becca's Aurelian Soul only had a Seraphs. And so, the Aurelian Soul never lived up to that potential. And then Becca has 2 items in the Misfortune, but, Dog has 3 mana-based items because the Star Guardian Jewel requires a spatula and a tier itself. So don't forget, you just get that 20 mana as well.
And the way she had to react to, because Seraphs was on the Aesol because she didn't have the Misfortune in a place to continually build upon that, eventually found the 2-star, but you gotta think if there would be any impact if she did roll into that earlier to really start building her as even more of a carry.
Yeah, that was gonna be my next question. Like, would that have made a huge difference in the game, or do we think ultimately it would have just played out the way that it still did, with Dog being pretty ahead in terms, again, of items?
I do feel like his backline was really strong in addition to the Aurelian Soul, so having those different modes of attack from the angles really allowed him to kind of have a bit more confidence in the consistency of his comp.
Now, I posed a math question to you guys while we were in the game trying to figure out, how many points Becca, or what she needed to place in order to rack up enough points. And I think that's going to take us a while to, break out. So while we try to do the math, I believe Mort has some stuff that he wants to break down.
Thanks, Avali. Really exciting game there. Really good showing from the Golden Guardians players. Want to break down a few plays. First off, Dog win streaking again for the 2nd game in a row, but this time doing it with a creative Sorcerer build. Sorcerers give spell power to your entire armory, and he uses that with the Mordekaiser to make sure that the Mordekaiser gets the biggest possible shields. And that Mordekaiser is really hard to take down because of it. So really creative use of the 4 Sorcerer there to empower his team. Next up, we're going to be talking about Sona. Sona was used pretty interestingly as this game. She's a champion who heals your entire army for a little bit at a time, but only has a 40 mana cost and cleanses your team. So if your team is stunned, she can cleanse it. And what we saw in the play that we're going to bring up is DA11 actually had really good items on her, double Seraphs, making it so that she was basically a heal battery. And you watch this play, and the heals just keep coming out. And that allows Yasuo and Xin Zhao to stay alive and not get crowd controlled at all. And so that's just a really creative use of Seraphs that's going to allow him to pull out the fight here. So really creative use of Sona, even though not being in the Rebel comp here. So really happy to see that here. And you can see just ekes it out because of those Sona heals. Those are really important here. And again, every second because of that double Seraphs.
Wow. That's
a really good play there.
Insane.
Speaking of double Seraphs, I have to give a shout out. This is not the right clip. This is a different clip. This looks like Becca doing wins with Misfortune. This is really good here. Really close game. Yep. All right, so that's gonna do it for me. Gonna toss it back to Obley. Thanks, everybody.
No, I mean, that was still great more because I didn't even notice the Sona with the double Seraphs because I'm so, okay, she's shooting something out, but to really see how quickly all of those heals are just being flung across the board. But let's go ahead and recognize our Game 3 winner one more time. Give it up for Dog. Everyone clap, 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 clap.
Round of applause.
Round of applause for Dog. He knocked Hafu out and then smacked out Becca. Congratulations, Dog. Let's go ahead and look at how the standings are. Becca still sitting up at number 1 with 24 points. Dog following with 22. Leko with 15. Dot 11 with 14. Hafu making her way up the board with 12. Tio Feeder, Jay Strite, and Ole all tied for the last position with 10 points. Now,
I believe that locks her.
I think Becca's safe.
Yeah, because if she gets last and the 4th place person, which I think was Da11, gets first, she still beats them by 1 point.
Toast, I know you just joined us. You were backstage, hopefully with many calculators. Is Becca safe?
Well,
math symbols.
yes, yes, because as long as she can secure 3rd place, she's fine. Because 4th place, worst case scenario, someone gets the golden ticket, and there's no 4th place prize. So at most, the 4th place player can get 6 points. I'm doing the math. No, she should be good.
Good math. Okay, well, let's talk about Game 4 because this is the most important game of the 4 games. For Game 4, the 1st place winner automatically moves into the finals tomorrow. It doesn't matter if you're last place, it doesn't matter if you're 2nd place. Boom, you've got the golden ticket and you're moving on to finals. And then that leaves the remaining 3 people with the most amount of points moving on along with them. Now, we have a bunch of people who are moving on to finals tomorrow. We're going to find out who the final 4 are with this game. But let's talk about what the 1st place winner of tomorrow wins. And that is a one-of-a-kind trophy TFT Galaxies jacket. And if you're watching at home and you're watching your favorite streamer going like, oh man, Becca, Hafu, or Dog, they're the super best. Well, you could be a part of their trophy and a part of history. All you have to do is use the command !support followed by your favorite streamer's name. And guess what? If they win tomorrow, your name will be sewn into the lining of the jacket and they will carry you around. They'll carry the game and they'll carry you around in spirit and
like your
in
high school
heart.
Bowling team. Here are our boosters, our gold sponsors, our silver sponsors, our bronze.
Yeah, you have like all the sponsors and partnerships and then just says like disguised toast. But we're just about ready to get into our 4th and final game. As we allow our players to load in, do we have any predictions on who's going to be that golden ticket winner?
I'm going to say Becca's going to do very well. It's
like
a bold guess, but I'm going
Way
with
out of
it.
left field.
I'm going to go with my main man, Jay Strite.
Jay Strite. All right, well, golden ticket to the end of the galaxy. Let's see who takes it.
Wow, Dog getting a
This is the
very
best
slow
item
pick.
out of
He
those.
just hovered on the edge for a good 10 seconds.
More.
Yeah,
that's
the
like a-
carousel dynamic has actually shifted some where before, if you clicked past the wall and that's where you were, you would stay in place, but now you'll actually go around it.
Pause. We haven't had a single Nicoverse or Purple Haze.
I know.
I know.
The RNG has betrayed us.
It is, I believe, I actually was told that it was like a small percent chance to happen every time.
Chance. Okay.
So you know, it's not actually likely that we encounter a universe, but it's still disappointing.
But today is special.
Yeah, it's a showcase. Why didn't we just rig it so that's like all Nico versus or all purple hazes?
Mort, where are you at?
We got tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. We got tomorrow.
Yeah.
It makes it that much more special when it does pop up.
Feels
And we
like
can
the-
all have a celebration.
Golden game in particular should have something like that. Like it's like a guaranteed universe, so it kind of ups the stakes and ups the ante.
Call it the purple game.
Yeah, exactly. Just as a refresher for people who are joining us for the second half of the day, the 4 players who will be moving on from Group A will be Shons, Lilo, Sologasing, and Utanera. And they'll be joined by the 4 top players from Group B.
Yeah, looking like Dog and Becca in great positions to do so. I think mathematically Becca's guaranteed, but we could be wrong depending on how
We're all
if any
bad at
surprises. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see Dog do so well because, you know, when he was announced as one of the invitee, there was some, you know, hesitancy amongst the community to say, is Dog even good enough to, like, perform at these tournaments? But as he shows, like, there's a reason why he's one of the top strategy game streamers, in addition to being such a nice guy, chill, good looking. At the end of the day, he's just really good at strategy games.
He's really good at strategy game, and he's also played in a lot more tournaments and he's won more tournaments than a lot of other TFT players have competed in so far. Not to say that, you know, other players aren't good at whatsoever, but it's like Dog does have his own competitive pedigree that is, I think everybody respects. And I think he's showing off his chops right now as well. So overall, I'm really happy to see like some of our friends do well, but also, I want to see some of these underdogs. Like, can the Chinese players really keep up with Lilu, who's also kind of set the pace? Can some of our Latin American / Brazilian players win this final lobby to also be able to put themselves on the map and join the mainly European top 8 so far?
Have you all noticed kind of any differences in the styles as far as the different origins or classes any of them gravitate towards based on region? I haven't seen anything major, so I was just wondering if you all have caught anything as far as what maybe Olay or Lilu was going for earlier compared to some of the NA players in this lobby.
I think it's a little different from League of Legends, where in League, like each region has its own playstyle and everyone kind of matches it. In these tournaments, it always feels like it's its own meta that evolves as the day goes along. Because, like we said, the first 3 games, 0 blasters. Now, the last 3 games, it's blaster, blaster, blaster. Everyone's running blasters. So it's not necessarily a region thing. It's just like you're learning so much as the day goes on that your meta develops differently.
Well, I was curious because Keen, during the last showcase, it felt like he had some compositions that weren't necessarily run by anyone else. He just had his own kind of way of thinking of it and tried to blast through, whereas a lot that play together probably are exposed kind of as you're talking through it, right? Froden, you and I were talking earlier about how different people have strong opinions on what might be stronger or not. So this is kind of the time where everyone is deciding before it's all released next week.
That's right, it's releasing very soon. And we're trying to like download all these strategies, but keep in mind that some of the changes that will be going for the live patch of 10.6 aren't going to be reflected in PB. As far as I know, PB is going to stop receiving updates while they do the final tweaks over the weekend and leading into 10.6.
Yeah, one of the nice things about tournaments like this is it gives the developers a very clear idea of what is overperforming and what is underperforming. Blasters received so much buffs in the last 3 patch, and now you can see Blaster being used to great effect along with Ionic Spark, so we'll probably see some adjustments there, but this is the time to do like extreme testing. If you remember from the first set, we had stuff like Volibear and Draven and Aurelion Sol, like things that were just not okay, but it was during PBE, so it's fine for them to be completely out of line.
So much of it, it's so hard to see until you see it,
Yeah.
right? You can theorize as much as possible, and then you see a Jhin doing something crazy from the back as a sniper or something of that sort. Though sniper definitely not one of the more popular ones here today. Though I feel like that's a bit expected, just because one, only needing 2 to build into that synergy, sure, but because of how it's reliant upon the distance between that unit and everyone else, and there's so much chaos that happens as everybody is just trying to figure out how all of these interact with each other in different ways.
Well, looks like this early build of Ionic Spark is still something very popular, at least among the Chinese players. It seems like that's what they've been leaning towards, almost like as they universally agree that everyone should be building Ionic Spark early. But that hasn't really been the case reflected for the rest of the lobby. And I think the results for Olay and Da11 haven't been backing it up yet. And it could be because people are adapting to it, or it could be that Olay and Da11 very simply haven't been able to get the hits that they're looking for.
Yeah, it could be just a case of the meta wrapping back around. You know, Vanguard is good against blasters, but if the blaster starts picking up red buff and Last Whisper, it can counter them. Maybe you need to start looking for Bramble Vest. So it's going to be interesting to see if it's like we're going full circle and back to a Vanguard standpoint.
Yeah, that Vanguard, obviously something that's been very popular today. We've talked about it a lot because for those that are looking to play this during next week when it releases, that might be one of the traits that you gravitate towards, not just for the early game, but just for early understanding.
All right. Olay with the 3 win streaks. He's going to start racking up some gold. Finds a Poppy too. Can he integrate it? Just going to play it for
yeah, this is pretty much just playing things for tempo, just trying to have as much stats on the board as possible.
Ooh, 4 2-star units.
Sometimes you don't even need synergies this early if you've got that going for you.
He's gonna toss the Malphite, huh?
Oh,
Oh, he's making adjustments. There's a 2-star Poppy that he doesn't want to run, even though he can do it with Vanguard.
Yeah, I would almost want to see the Poppy in just because, regardless of synergies, it feels like the 2-star units just smack people better.
She's a great early unit too.
And I feel like this is something that's like really common, which is just you have too many things you can do, so you just don't decide. And then almost when you see it happens, you have hindsight like, oh, that was the wrong thing. I should have done something else.
Yeah, that Zaya, he chose the left in. Unfortunately, went up against an infiltrated team, especially with an eye edge on the Kazakhs.
And he faced Dog, who's the only person with a win streak left. Oh, that's not true. Teamfight just started his win streak.
That's the gamble you take.
Dog. We saw him streak for about 10, 11 rounds straight. We might try and go for something similar.
And that's multiple games in a row that he was going for that too.
Level 2 Mord with a level 2 Poppy ready to go and a Ionic Spark. This is going to be good for Olay.
I like it. Trades him in, makes sure to pop off those items. Who do you think of the 2 he's going to put the Ionic Spark on?
Definitely the Mordekaiser. I'm like 90% sure he'll
Definitely
put it. Definitely 90% sure it's the Mordekaiser. It's just not worth it.
Maybe the Mordekaiser.
50% of the time works every time.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, and this makes more sense to me in terms of just like raw stats onto the board here, and I like it.
Don't do it! Put it on the board! Don't prove me wrong!
He has 2. He has 2 Ionic Sparks.
Oh man, it's almost he was waiting to see if he could win it without.
He heard what Toast said and said, you know what, I don't want Toast to look that smart. He's been saying way too many smart things today.
Which, do you think that means that he's going to continually commit toward Vanguard?
Yeah, it seems like he does, and specifically the Chinese players do like 4 Vanguards a lot. And it could be that the fact that they've maybe practiced together, maybe they're talking to each other, maybe they're just simply trying to stress test this build and push it as far as they can because it's had decent results.
Look at this wall of meat, 4 Vanguards, some brawlers. God, Jin, this is a nice, cute little combo. Pretty simple, just a tanky front line, a Jin in the back line. Unfortunately, it's a level 1 Jin with no item, no Dark Star.
He is also costing himself a lot of economy. Jin costs 4, Cho'Gath costs 4. You're at 10 gold at the end of stage 2. This is not really a common thing that you see very often. A lot of people like to be at least in the range of 20. And he does find a gold drop from that, so that could be a blessing in disguise, even though he didn't find more items.
And if you're going to hold on to those units this early, when you're not going to be able to complete those into 2 stars until later when you're rolling into those units much more often.
Wow.
He wants to start his win streak.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen people play this aggressively. A roll down to 0 at 3-1.
Level 6.
This feels like a set 1 strategy where you would like hyper roll all the way down.
0 gold. He spent all on levels, and he as soon as he hit 6, he just started rolling.
I guess he's hoping that the defensive stats from Vanguard are enough to keep him through with a little bit of the. Sometimes early on you can get away with that because people haven't built into their carries yet.
I'm surprised he's not making a second Ionic Spark. Ooh,
He loves waiting.
Like he has so much tankiness. I'm feeling a second Ionic Spark here. Chalice doesn't seem that effective on his team without like good repeat mana casters. Like Cho'Gath's gonna ult once only.
Right, and I think he realized that as soon as he was about to buy something, or as soon as he was about to combine it as well.
Does this make sense?
Finds the Infiltrator, finds the Wukong, he's got another 4th Vanguard. We'll check back in with Olay later on. In the meantime, Hafu, the lobby leader, she's developed her own win streak.
She's one of the ones that's in the middle of the point standings too. So even if she doesn't win, depending on how everybody else places, she could slide through with a decent finish.
She's got the Space Pirate synergy.
Oh boy. Have we seen that work at all today?
I mean, Scarra with his Jace got like 10 gold, I want to say.
We saw him second last game.
Yeah, he came 8th eventually, but he did it with a lot of money.
Yeah.
Ooh, Darius got 4 gold off that Darius dunk.
That's impressive. That's totally worth already.
Well, and that's something to consider too. Maybe it is one of those things where you really could just use it for a few rounds early until you roll into something that 4 gold or so.
Yeah, the problem is when you abide a little bit you're too loyal to the Space Pirates, which is something you should never do. Don't be loyal to pirates. They're definitely not loyal to you.
Arg.
And when you roll into a late game with 4 Space Pirates, I don't think it's going to pan out very well.
What do space pirates say?
What?
What do I'm
Oh, I thought this was a joke.
Space arg? I don't know, man. I'm looking for answers here.
Or do they not say anything because with no sound?
This is
there's
scientific.
something. Yeah, all right. I won't go.
Listen, we couldn't do a math question. Now you want us to answer about space physics?
Well,
science?
I'll leave that out.
We can't do math. We don't tell good jokes. What do we do here on the broadcast?
You know what? You know what we can do? We can talk to Twitch chat. Twitch chat, if you know what a space pirate says, use social media and use the hashtag TFT Galaxies. You could tag any of us in it. If it's really good and we laugh at it, then you've done your part.
I'm sure Twitch chat is the source of very wholesome and safe for broadcast jokes.
Look at how many
Look
gloves.
at these options. Do you want the gloves, or the other glove?
You know what?
I'll take
tempting offer. I think I'll take the gloves. So a lot of times with these kinds of carousels are pretty rare, but the idea is that people usually just pick the highest cost unit, unless there's a unit that directly synergizes with what you're trying to do.
Yeah, you could get lucky. Work into a dark
Or
star.
Caitlyn, nobody wants her.
Aww.
Caitlyn all alone.
We've kind of seen snipers fall out of the meta
Yeah.
so far, right? That we've constructed. Because this morning there was a lot of snipers, a lot of Ashe, we saw a lot of Jhin.
Yeah, and I think that's because that's a strategy that makes sense at the baseline, which is to just get like a ranged carry and just have them stacked and then just like have your front line stall time for them. And then you can see it evolve where people say, well, okay, I'm just gonna build like a super front line and zap you to death. And then people are still now building anti-front line through infiltrators and through blasters. It's pretty interesting to see the evolution of that.
I'm so surprised that Hafu's win streaking with this. Like, we got Space Pirate, which is traditionally really weak, and then his other units is a 1-star Aurelia, 1-star Blitzcrank, and then 1-star Ezreal, which are okay units, but we talked about them. They're just like serviceable utility units, and yet she's the one streaking with a Rage Blade.
Yeah.
I feel like it's the red buff blasters, although that Graves just got annihilated by that Jhin. What the?
There it is.
For a long time.
Yeah, and I think maybe even to what you were saying, maybe she was just getting very fortunate matchups against other people who were like intentionally losing or not having the 2-star units that they're looking for.
Speaking of fortunate matchups, one more that I just kind of heard of from production who may be reading Twitch chat. Space pirates say, Aurelian Soul.
Aurelian Soul. All right, I dig it.
You laugh now. This is where you laugh.
Ha. 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 Hardy har har.
Well done,
Aurelian Soul.
That's what I'm here for.
And you just mentioned snipers actually in there. We saw some. And
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of that's because Chrono with Caitlyn works
It might
effectively.
be what exactly we were talking about, which is it comes full circle. Like one of those things where if you just get too far ahead of the rock, paper, scissors dynamic, you end up just losing to yourself because you're trying so hard to metagame and go to the next level when sometimes the good old faithful damage plus frontline works just as well.
One thing I noticed about the players' respect date seems like whoever beats the win streaker gets to be on the screen next. So Jay Stride taking out Hafu with Infinity Edge Jin, and now he gets the focus of attention.
That was his ultimate goal, right?
Yeah, it's like, you know what, Hafu's been on the screen too long, now it's my turn, giving some huge love to the Latin American fans.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Jay Stride had a second Cho'Gath available to him, but he chose not to pick it up to instead improve his economy, which we've seen Cho'Gath be a very impactful champion throughout most of the battles. Do you like that, Toast?
I mean, Cho'Gath is good for brawlers, but like his other trait, Void, is non-existent. We haven't seen a single person go Void.
I'm okay with that. I remember Void very vividly from
Void,
the launch
Kassadin.
set. Yeah, the Void, that plus just a bunch of damage. And when Voids were very good, Cho'Gath was oppressively strong.
But it made a little bit more sense to build into it with like Void Assassins. It feels like, I don't know if Infiltrator works so much with like, you know, the Brawlers and then the Sorks, which is what you get from Cho and Vel'Koz.
And you had the Rek'Sai early that you could then trade into the Cho'Gath to build that brawler up more. Right now you don't have that bridge option.
It's just too hard to build into it, is what it feels like from my end at least.
Yeah, like you have your Cho'Gath, who's better off doing brawlers, and your Vel'Koz, who's better off doing sorcerer, right? There's never a reason to go for the Void part of it.
And there are definitely some origins and classes that have that where, for instance, the Space Pirate origin, it's 4 different classes among them because there's supposed to be ways to kind of bridge these other traits together. But if those within themselves don't feel like they complement, then you're better off just leaving it on the wayside.
Ooh, Darius, 3 dunks.
But no gold. Oh wait, 1 gold.
Oh, can the Lucian kite?
Run, Lucian!
Kite to the right, kite to the right.
Lucian!
This Poppy's coming for you!
Run, Lucian!
Oh, pop the Poppy! Good job, Lucian. We're proud of you.
Lucian's one of the hypest unit in
2
TFT.
quick ones.
It really is. Well, especially with that, because it's the project skin line from League of Legends. They tend to look pretty cool when they're zipping around, like Lucian and Leona. So you get that trail effect.
Yeah.
It looks so pretty.
Hafu just took 1 loss and she's still beating everyone else. This Rageblade Graves continues to surprise me.
Yeah, and it looks like she is just primed and ready to go to level 8 and find that Jinx and then replace that Graves with that Jinx. And in the meantime, farm a little bit of gold in the process. I like it.
Gonna lose a bit of health here.
So why do you, what's the benefit in your opinion? She's positioning everything far back to allow that time to actually get into the action, all of her melee units.
Yep. Gives time for her ranged unit to get some free damage in. And also, in this case, against an Infiltrator, the Infiltrator ended up jumping like on top of her tanks as well, getting hit by the Ionic Spark. But Teofita with a pretty scary Shaco, RFC, and Infinity Edge.
And that's one thing too, yeah. The more things like Infiltrators become popular rather, the more you'll see people trying to move those units back and saying, attack me instead of everyone else, I want to survive.
Yeah, you know, I think, Toast, you keep asking that question, has it been as effective as it is? And I think that we're probably underestimating the power of Red Buff right now, given that it just got buffed to a massive 33% along with Morello. And I think most people can understand very cleanly what Morello does when you see like Cho'Gath AoE a big thing. But maybe the Red Buff's a lot more subtle with Blaster because you target a bunch of different things and it's not as visually obvious at that moment. So maybe this Graves Red Buff, just like in the launch set, could be more effective than we're giving it credit for. With the Blaster buff specifically.
Yeah. The whole aspect of having on-hit effects with items where you don't necessarily get to see it. But we did see. There's another Vel'Koz being built up over by Da.
You saw that mech pilot, Garen, with 2 things that hard counter Darius, which is GA, because he doesn't get the reset on a GA kill, and also Ionic Spark. So like even if he's dunking your back line, every time he jumps, he's taking 200% of his max mana damage.
It's a really good point, the Darius counter. I don't know if that's necessarily intentional against Darius in particular, but it does seem to be some really important factors of why Darius maybe isn't effective if everyone's building Bionic Spark GA.
Any spell that has to do with an additional benefit based on execution.
Yeah, it's such a hard counter. Not to mention Garen itself just has so much health, so the odds of you executing it is so low to begin with. So even if you do, there's a GA.
Hey.
So Becca right now, she is in last place, looking for the hyper roll, but not really hyper rolling, just rolling aggressively and staying low level to find 3-star rebels. This is a strategy that has gotten nerfed repeatedly over the past couple of patches.
But lucky for Becca, though, there was some math done in the back. Regardless of how she ends up placing in this game, she will be moving on to tomorrow.
Did we get news of that? Did we get word of that?
We got confirmation.
We got confirmation.
Oh,
so this is her
sweet.
time to experiment, maybe use this as practice before she goes into tomorrow's rounds.
So,
Yeah, the biggest question is, does Becca know that?
She doesn't
Yeah, I
have
don't
more
know if she knows
space than Nico.
so what's interesting for Becca and her position is because she's guaranteed for tomorrow, if she wants to help her friends out, it's in her interest to actually get first place because you have Dog and Hafu. Like Hafu's at 5th and Dog is at 2nd. So if she can prevent someone from like the 6th to 8th position from getting that golden ticket, it secures a better chance for Dog and Hafu. And also, if hypothetically Becca and Hafu are the last two, she could also. I'm just saying, I'm a dirty player.
Just don't finish that.
I'm a dirty player. I would do whatever it takes.
Oh no, ruthless businessman.
Oh man, who was it during the last showcase that we had that one round where everyone sold their?
It was for the challenges specifically,
Yeah,
so it wasn't
that's
to
what
int
it was.
intentionally. To intentionally int? I don't even know if that's not a word, obviously. But yeah, that was to try to hit the challenges of synergies and everything. To
That's
only
what
have
it
one
was.
alchemist.
Yeah,
I was trying to
hate
think
when I
back, did anybody
accidentally
troll?
end.
Story of my life.
Becca built one of my favorite units, which is a 3-star mastery with that 75% health restoration. Problem is, she's got no items on him, no defensive items.
Right. And if she finds a sword, she can turn something else into a blade master. But that spatula is doing nothing right now. Ooh, finds a 3-star Sona though.
My gosh, so then Rebels is definitely what she should be going for.
Yep.
Or as we saw, Mort had shared with us before, that Sona in that one composition was very effective without any Rebel running just because she had the double Seraphs on her. So maybe going for something like that just for additional healing.
Did she have a Seraph on her already? I didn't.
No, I believe she just made her 2-star.
Yeah, her Sona has nothing, and she doesn't have any items on any other units that can be passed on to the Sona.
Ooh.
Yeah, she might get a ton of items off of this. This is the last round of PvE that you'll get component items as opposed to full items. And so usually in this case, if you're behind on the item drops, you'll get, 4, maybe even 5 components if you don't have a lot of items. But it looks like Dao already did have a lot of items going on.
One.
Just getting one single cloak.
Yeah.
A little feels bad when you're killing 6 chickens.
Yeah. Thinking
Space
nobody
Cogmas,
drops
Space
one egg.
Cogmas.
But the chickens lay the eggs and here they lay items. Doesn't
Wait,
it kind of
Is that how
That
the
is-
circle of life works?
Also,
Like
Cogma's
they-
from space, right? He's from the void,
From
which
the
is
void,
like,
yeah. Which is
Dark space.
There's a kind of space.
yeah.
It's like dark matter space. I don't know.
So then is
Space is
Kaisa-
infinite, right? Can't we just say anything's out in space, technically?
True.
Space.
Let's see. Dot 11's
Yeah.
got
So
two kind of carries here.
3-star Ari is very scary. Dog with the 3-star Rakan coming in.
Oh, this
Oh
starts
wow!
a lot of damage.
Vel'Koz's blowing everything up. Get out of here, dog.
Man, yeah, this composition is getting strong. I feel like a lot of people maybe don't. Wait a minute.
Jason, you good?
Oh no!
What was going on?
2 Aurelian souls.
That's spicy.
Pick him up.
And that's really brutal for Becca because she needs those Aurelian souls to get to the 6th rebel. Teo Feeder finds a 3-star Shaco. Is it too late though?
This is what we're talking about. Like with the Shaco, he has 3 offensive items. Blitzers is not bad, but you get targeted by a Syndra or a Jhin or just get CC'd, your 3-star Shaco, even though he hurts, is just gonna die. So we're gonna have to see if it works out for Tio Feeder.
It feels like I've heard some of the people competing in this showcase actually talk about how he feels he needs some specific items. Do you agree?
Yeah, for sure. Like, defensive items goes a long way. We've been talking about it all tournaments. Ooh, the Zephyr on the 3-star Shaco.
And a GA on the Ari from the Thieves Gloves.
Oh.
Feeder got destroyed, and that is an 8th place for him.
Oh, look at it. He doesn't look too tilted though. Still have 10.
Jay Shrite.
Oh no, Jay Shrite's on his last life.
Down to 3 HP for Jay Shrite, and it's starting to get tighter. 54 there at the top. 2 win streaks going for both Da and Lecco.
I mean, Jay Shrite was our underdog story for TwitchCon, and I think we were hoping that, you know, he would be able to pull it off again here.
He hasn't been able to find that 2-star Jhin. He's actually been having that since
Oh
the beginning of the game.
Lord.
And in the beginning, it made sense because just the likelihood of you rolling into it, but now he's level 8. Where are the Jins?
Yeah. Like, he stacked his Jhin, went for Chrono, all with the expectation. He's gonna do the Zephyr trick where you put it on at the very last moment to try and Zephyr the right target, but he didn't have a unit in position to Zephyr a good one. Ends up Zephyring a Demolitionist Ziggs.
Very unfortunate for Jay Shrite.
That's a tough one. Jhin got popped immediately, and that's going to be the end of the road for Jay Shrite.
7th place, you can see the disappointment in his face.
Becca sees a rebel.
She was so excited.
Special item.
Exactly what she needed.
I saw it and I was like, oh my god, I want that. And I was like, wait a minute, I'm first.
And that's a big pickup because now she can start to afford to drop other rebels that are weak.
Yeah, probably Ziggs would be your first option. It's just a Demolitionist. Or if she's feeling crazy, she could just have 7 rebels and just super buff 1 unit.
It's true. She could, like you said, super buff that Master Yi who's in the center because the rebels do like to all band together.
Oh.
She wants to go for the Blade Master route, then I mean, yeah, she could put it on.
We'll probably see the Ziggs get swapped out, or the Jinx at the very least.
Yeah.
What would you do instead, though? That's like the hard part.
Yeah, I feel.
I guess you could put a second Mystic in.
Oh, okay. It's gonna be the Ziggs. Oh, he wants to keep Chrono.
Oh, I see. I see.
Because I mean, Chrono with Blade Master.
Okay, you gotta put
She's gonna pop it on.
you gotta put it on though.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, she's upset because she ended up putting it on the unit away from everyone.
Yep.
How blocks does he get? Actually,
Oh, look at this Master E going in. Powering up.
Here comes
the Yasuo as well.
the Yasuo, instantly deleting the carry.
Yep, there goes one.
Is that Hafu?
how blocks does you get when he's in the
Oh, we can't see her health, but it is low.
19. She can survive 1 more round because this is the 10 damage round. Olay though needs to lose with 2 or less unit if he wants to survive a loss.
It's getting nutty, y'all. The golden game.
4-game win streak. Hyper Road Rebel Blade Master.
And Rebel's one of those synergies that you can kind of build through. When this first came onto PvP, people were playing it a bit more before some of the nerfs came along. But it's nice it has that good unit dispersal from the 1 cost all the way through up.
All right, well, we're hopping on to Dog's POV, who's doing a little bit of scout and sees the 3 rebels that got the 3-star. But he's got his own impromptu infiltrator build, which is pretty interesting, giving Rakan that backline access to kill things like Lulu fast, perhaps. But then that's also the first candidate for Lulu to polymorph.
It's not very strong.
A lot of burst potential.
No. This
That's
might
a lot
be too
of
much damage.
Standing, yeah.
Oh.
With 3 HP left, Dog almost knocked her right out of the dang galaxy.
But with that,
Yeah.
Dog has secured his spot in tomorrow's finals.
Oh, let's go points.
Yeah, Olay's been eliminated, so that's going to be 2 spots guaranteed, Becca and Dog.
I mean, they've been extremely consistent throughout these games.
And both of them actually representing Golden Guardians. Both were picked up earlier this year, along with, I believe, Milk and Tides of Time as their strategy game.
Great players.
I have a Nico still.
I think the biggest
That's right. That's going on one dude.
thing at stake here would be for Hafu. With Dog and Becca securing their spot, Hafu was sitting at 5th place. A 3rd place finish might just inch her in, especially if the golden ticket goes to someone above her right now.
And if she can't win it, she might want either Becca or Dog to win it so that it can bump down to her.
Yeah, I'm just not sure though here. She has an Aurelia carry. Is it even a carry though? It just seems more like a tank or a support tank.
So who else was near the top of the ladder though? Because where was Lecco though in terms of points? Because it went Becca, Dog, Dot 11, Lecco, Hafu?
Star Guardian.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
Or
There.
This
we
is the
go.
standings. So okay, so it goes
Leiko and
Becca, Dog,
11.
Lecco, Dot 11.
Those two guys are both in.
So Hafu needs to be able to pull ahead of one of these.
We're gonna have to see if this Kale can carry. She's in.
I don't know how much she can handle these sorcerers, but
let's go, Kale.
All right, Kale's going off.
Kale, I'm telling ya.
Okay.
Those Hand of Justice robes giving her health, some sustain, but Leiko's.
Oh, the dream's alive.
Oh man, I think the Chrono with the Blade Master on the Kale potentially putting in that work.
What's amazing for Hafu is that everyone in the game are all above her. So the golden ticket will not negatively affect her anymore. If she can outbeat Leiko, I believe she inches into 4th place. But I think she needs to beat Leiko by 2 standings.
So this is so in line with how they actually have to do to get on to tomorrow.
So tight.
Very close.
Single digits for 3 of the players, a big differentiation between Da and Dog at the top, and then
Becca. Is Becca gonna block her best friend from qualifying?
Becca, don't block. Becca,
Wait,
don't
hold
block.
on. This Kale's going uncontested.
Oh.
Being able to pull this off.
Survived.
Go.
Oh, you got it.
Oh, Becca's dead.
Knock out Becca.
Oh, no.
Leiko's out too. I'm pretty sure this gives Hafu such a great chance to make it to day 2.
Becca's like popping off as if she just qualified for day 2.
I know. Well, maybe she just learns, maybe? Or maybe she's happy because she realizes this puts
I
Hopper
wonder
in
if
a
she's-
chance to join too.
I couldn't tell if it's like
she's
happy or
excited for
sad.
I'm guessing
She's such a
Twitch
smiley
chat
person.
Yeah.
helped her with the math.
Ah.
Because I'm sure
maybe.
there's some people in our chat right now who jumped over there and was like, Becca, you did it!
That's so true that she's so smiley even when she's upset. So you see her jump for joy thinking, what you feeling, Becca?
I really want to see her hit a 2nd place here. I believe that will all but guarantee. A 3rd place is still like a little up in the air.
We don't know.
Yeah, it's a big jump in points. You get 2 points for each placing now for that you advance.
And because we're later on in the match,
Up against Dog.
Dog
does manage to
Wait,
pull in the
wait.
3-star.
Oh no, the Kale died. Aurelia, you know what to do.
Aurelia, though.
Oh, she pushed. She pushed through. She pushed through.
Oh,
Just no Dog is feeling a little bad on the inside.
Yeah, you can see it on his face, right?
Like, did I really win?
but at what cost?
Win the battle, lose the war.
It's very tight to figure out who's going to take that 4th spot again. 4th and 3rd.
Yeah, you know, Dog with this Infiltrator Mech Pilot build, which is still doing a lot more work than I thought it would be, given that the Rakan is like one of the main infiltrators.
Yeah, he's not even building the mech items onto the Fizz to try and double up with that benefit.
Let's go.
Oh.
I think Dog may really want to win first because that takes away 2 extra points from Dot.
11.
That is true.
I think no matter what, Die 11 will always be above Hafu because he was already above Hafu.
He was already above, so it was only Lecco.
So we have to look at the
we were
point
looking
difference between Hafu and Lecco to really know.
We'll do math. We'll be surprised at the end.
Might come down to even a tiebreaker.
That would be super crazy.
Demolitionist Aurelion Soul.
Oh, look at this Kaisa
So
blow
then
up
it
the back
stuns
line.
everyone.
Yes.
Oh, that's dirty.
If it wasn't dead right away.
This would be really cool to see if he didn't die.
Whoa, here comes the mech pilots. Their kaiju's broken. Just comes out and start punching each other.
This mech pilot on mech pilot action.
But this Annie's a little bit bigger than the.
But one has a Guardian's Angel.
Oh, this might be a tie again.
No.
Because the smaller Annie has a Guardian Angel, but those shield them out.
Which Annie? Oh my gosh! Because she's low.
She's gonna.
What a plot twist.
But his buy so little, so they're both still in it. Now it's 22 to 20.
I don't think anyone can be knocked out easily because it's a 14 damage loss. And as you guys saw, probably one Annie's gonna survive. So we're gonna see another round after this.
How similar are their two comps?
Sorcerer mech pilot versus infiltrator mech pilot.
Ooh, and these are two of probably I would assume, going to be two of the more common builds into mech if that's your priority, because that's going to be your front line, and then either infiltrator or sorcerer to back them up. Everybody taking notes. Which one do I want to run?
Yeah.
I mean, the Kaisa build is just sweet. You just go behind and you just missile everybody.
Ooh, Aurelion Soul getting wiped very early.
Oh, that
Looks like
RB
Dog is
Kaisa.
leading the way for this one.
What's gonna happen?
Oh,
all
don't worry,
right,
Dog stream is still going on.
There we go. There we go.
Just die.
I got scarred.
We all got
It is still
scared.
tight,
That's the best item I could possibly get.
Oh, Ionic Spark. That's gonna do.
Wait, did it just
real
say
good.
that? Oh. I think, well, in the chat log, it popped up that Dot has quit.
I think he reconnected because he also upgraded his
Reconnecting,
belt
yeah.
class. But yeah, I think that's what caused the spawn issue. Luckily, disconnected at a creep round and not right before he was about to buy something
course.
important.
Dude, this Kaisa is nutty.
And look at the item on there, Ionic Spark.
Stronger Kaisa.
I would like to see what Dot 11 got.
Yeah, I wonder.
That's a big difference maker. An Ionic Spark, obviously insanely good for a dog.
I think it goes on the. I think this goes on the, because it might bump off one of my important items, right? I don't think it works like that. I think it goes on the Rakan.
So Rakan's been spending a lot of time getting to that back line.
We're just gonna do
Dot 11 gets Dark Star. I don't believe he does not have 2 Dark Stars, so that is just a 10% crit, 10% dodge item.
See to follow is Ari,
That's
right?
a feels bad man.
Very unlucky. Would it make a difference? I mean, Dog won the last fight, and this Ionic Spark is just going to compound on that.
Rakan was already doing so much work for this composition, and now he's just going to continually apply that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. He places Kaisa in the front so that she can just start attacking immediately and forgoes the jump backwards. That actually sounds really smart given the way the fights have been going so far, but...
Oh, the Aurelion
is it
so
working
is
out?
unaddressed. Perma-stunning the Garen.
Okay.
The stupid spaceship. I can't kill the spaceship.
Oh. But I don't know. The Annie has potential, though.
Oh, the spaceship's
I don't
still
know.
going.
It's too much damage from the
Whoa.
GG.
And Da 11 guarantees a spot tomorrow with that win and grabbing the golden ticket.
Golden ticket, indeed, moving straight on into the finals, but still well-deserved on his part because he had multiple high placings. Just like basically everyone else who's moving on with our group. We have Becca, I believe, math confirmed.
Yep, Becca, math confirmed. Dog, math confirmed. The last question is who gets that 4th spot based off of 3rd place in point standings?
Yeah, we'll figure that out once all the math is done with calculators behind the scenes, but oh my goodness, what a group of games that we had today.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by the fact that even though the lobbies were all super tight, there was still such consistency from those that have guaranteed qualified.
Yeah.
Tough competition.
Well, it would have been nice to see like an 8th place player get the golden ticket and be like, congratulations. Luckily for competitive integrity, every golden ticket winner was going to be top 1 or top 2 already anyway.
Yeah, because correct me if I'm wrong on this, it feels like it'd be pretty hard to cheese through just one game of TFT.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I mean, I know we had, and here we go. We can watch .11's climb through the final game. This is when he took out Hafu, it looks like.
Yeah, I like the Demolitionist ad on the very end, which on Aurelion Sol in particular, that makes a ton of sense. And it also just gives really good support because sometimes your mech pilot's out there fighting unassisted, but Aurelion Sol is very hard to plan around. You can't CC it, you can't Blitzcrank pull it. It's really hard to even have a unit stick on it because sometimes they'll just lose the AI tracking. So I think that was a really smart inclusion.
Very smart, but let me tell you about someone who's even smarter. It's Whitrock, who's standing by with our final piece of analysis of the day.
Thanks, Avali. I wanted to pull some key moments out of that game and a few strategies that we hadn't really seen throughout the day. First, let's talk about Master Yi as a champion. Coming back, but now a 3-cost unit, his ability Chosen One gives him healing over time, allows him to move super fast, and gives him true damage on each of his attacks. And we see how Becca gets to use this in the mid-game. She hits that 6 Rebel. First, she hits the 3-star Master Yi very early. She's been rolling, staying lower on health and levels so she can get that. Then we see the first fight where it really goes off. She puts the Rage Blade on it, she has 6 Rebel, and the Master Yi just slowly chops down the enemy team, enters that Chosen One state, and is so hard to take down with the healing, the true damage, just one unit at a time, is able to clean up a fight like this, and that's the power of Master Yi. I want to pull out a second moment in this fight. We saw Dog's 3-star kites at the end of the game, but I want to stress how important this unit was in the mid-game. It was tearing apart fights, spamming its spell in the back line, getting those Morellonomicon procs as well to supplement the damage before it hit 3-star. It really carried him in the mid-game in combination with that mech pilot. Finally, let's talk about Dawes' mech pilot sorcerer composition. A lot of what was happening here was actually the power of Ahri. He's got great positioning there with the Zephyr to try to take out a unit, and having different carries in the sorcerer comp and knowing which one you should commit to is very important. He has other powerful units in the end, but Ahri's super important in the mid game for him. It was a great game. I'm so excited for tomorrow's games. Avali, back to you.
I don't know what I would do without him and Mort.
I know.
I don't know. Just every single breakdown that they had brought to us was just absolutely perfect, whether it was, when they were breaking down Syndra and some of the Star Guardians and then some of the other 5-cost new champs like the Mercs that we were introduced to.
Yeah, I mean, even in there, I think bringing up those points and just the difference in playstyle before in sets of past, maybe you're thinking, all right, I always want to lay my items onto these carries. But he was talking about with sorcerers, for instance, diversifying that, making sure that you have multiple areas of attack.
Well, let's go ahead and celebrate our final winner one more time. There he is, .11, with that winning comp. Congratulations to him. We are going to be seeing more of him tomorrow as he moves on into the finals. But in the meantime, we actually have an interview standing by with Dog, one of our winners for today, and one of the people who will be moving on to the finals tomorrow. Dog, congratulations. I'm going to be honest, I spoke with a couple people in TFT and some of our casters beforehand, and some of us were a little nervous on how much prep you put into TFT Galaxies going into this tournament. So tell me about it.
Yeah, so with the new set, basically everything kind of changed. So I'm already pretty good at like auto battlers and stuff.
Wait, this doesn't matter. Let's interview the other dog.
Bring the dog in. Bring the dog in, Dog. There's priorities here.
The dog is so scared because it's a sheltered dog, and yeah, we just got her yesterday. So.
Yeah, you got her yesterday.
Kind of weird that you talk in third person. But
Is the dog good luck now?
I guess so. I mean, I made it through. We'll see tomorrow. If not, I'll just
Now
never mind. We'll keep the dog.
I need to make a request. I need you to hold the dog in front of your face because, listen, hun, we love you, but people love the dog a little bit more.
Oh, no.
She might be, she's a little scared, so, because she's a sheltered dog.
Oh, how cute! Now, one of the things that we don't know yet is we don't know if Hafu is also moving on to day 2. We're going to find that out in a little bit, but you actually knocked her out of the last game. So what kind of conversation went on between you two after that?
Okay. So we kind of talked about it a little bit. Like, what if one of us needs to lose the last lobby? And I don't think we would have thrown because it just kind of violates the competitive integrity of it, and not really the competitive integrity, but it just kind of like feels bad for the other players. So
I very much appreciate that.
It happens. Yeah.
Definitely. All right. Well, you, along with 3 of your other group mates and 4 more teammates or 4 more players from Group A, will be moving on to the finals for tomorrow. So let's go ahead and see our final standings to find out who the other 3 people are.
Oh! You mean hooray for Lecco? Yeah, probably.
Oh no, for the dog, because the dog, it sounded like may go back to the shelter if it wasn't good luck.
Oh no.
Just oh no for anyone that's lost something by 1 point.
Exactly. So let's go ahead and take a look. Our golden ticket winner moving on with the 24 points. Dog with the 30, and Lecco fitting in with, what was that? It was 19?
19 to
19
points.
to
It was that
18
last
points.
placing that Da11 was able to get over
These, exactly, and these are our top 8 players who are moving on to tomorrow. We have Shons, Lilo, Solo Gasang, Untera, Da11, Dog, Becca, and Lecco. So congratulations to each of these 8 players, because, I mean, it was very hard fought, and I don't see a single player up there who doesn't deserve to be moving on to tomorrow.
Yeah, also great regional representation as well, which I think is always great to see because there are a lot of great TFT players across all the servers.
Now, I do want to take some time to talk about the Day 2 format because it's a little new and a little confusing to some, but not confusing to us because we're the pros. So the top 8 players from Day 1 will compete to determine who is the champion of the Galaxy. Now, to win the finals, there is an 18-point threshold. Once players hit that 18-point threshold, they only need to win 1 more game to become the official champion of the Galaxies. Pretty simple, right?
Yeah. Very simple.
Yeah, just a little bit more math than today. So tomorrow we're gonna, get into that.
Yeah, so the goals of formats like this is to make sure the winner of the tournament ends on a win, because traditionally all the battlers struggled with, all right, some guy won first, and then in his final game he comes 4th.
Yeah.
But he's celebrating because he won a tournament, but it's really weird to celebrate when you just finished 4th, right? So with this new format, it's like you gotta actually win something if you want to win the entire tournament.
I'm also excited to see the variable length too. That means we don't know how many games we're going to be here for tomorrow, so I'm excited to see that.
Toast is hourly, so.
It could be anywhere from like 3 to potentially 8.
I think
know
so, yeah.
That with Rise of the Elements, there was like a potential where we could go up to 17.
I think, yeah, something like that.
And we're all like, all right, Keen, do your stuff. But all right, I mean, this was such an amazing day. We do have a lot of stuff that's on the line for everyone to win. Everyone's going home with super cool keyboards, but that first place winner will be going home with that super cool TFT one-of-a-kind trophy jacket. And again, if you are a fan of one of the streamers who are moving on to the final day, don't forget to drop that support followed by your favorite streamer's name, and your name could be sewn into the inner lining of that person's jacket. But let's go ahead and wrap up the day. Guys, thank you all so much for being here. Any final things that you want to say before we blast off into the abyss?
It was
TFT!
yeah.
TFT!
Ooh, it was a super fun day. I was excited to see kind of metas develop, different lobbies were playing differently than each other. We just saw a lot of different comps too, so it was a fun day.
So many more, and we're going to see so many more different comps tomorrow. Now, for everyone who's watching, remember that TFT Galaxies comes out next week along with patch 10.6. And if you enjoyed today's show, don't forget to tweet, social media, use the Instagram with the hashtag TFT Galaxies. Thank you everyone for joining me. Thank you all the players for joining us. And thank you everyone for watching. We will see you tomorrow for the finals.